Chapter 3702. 5th Division Training Day. This was the most traditional day in the Death Army. It was also a very special day. On this day, every legion would stage a hot-blooded battle. Captains could challenge senior captains. Senior captains could command. And commanders could challenge generals. As for when this rule started, no one knew. Perhaps it could be traced back to the founding of the country. The 5th Division was very lively today. Everyone knew that a good show was about to begin. The tri-monthly training day had always been the day that the soldiers looked forward to the most. This was the only chance for them to stand out. A soldier who didn't want to be a general wasn't a good soldier. This was the dream of all the soldiers in the Death Army. Although they couldn't rely on their own strength to become a general, becoming a small captain, a senior captain, or even a commander wasn't a problem. Dong dong dong. The military drums reverberated in the sky above the 5th Division. Master, time's up. Long Tianhao came over and said. As one of Lin Fei's men, Long Tianhao also felt the strange atmosphere in the 5th Division. If he was in the dragon race, they would have started fighting already. But here, military law was no less than a scourge. If anyone took it seriously, then congratulations. They would either be sent as cannon fodder or killed on the spot. Long Tianhao was from the Green Dragon race and had a high status. However, he was no different from anyone else in the 5th Division. The only advantage he had was that he was by Master's side and had more freedom. You must be bored. Lin Fei walked out and laughed. Yes, I want to go over and beat them up. Long Tianhao said. A bunch of blind people. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend Master. Lin Fei laughed and patted Long Tianhao's shoulder. Later, I'll let you go up and vent your anger. Since you followed the old master out, I'll let you get some benefits. Are you interested in becoming a commander? Commander. Long Tianhao was delighted. I'm willing. As a member of the dragon race, they were all warlike. However, the Wantian Empire was peaceful now. It was rare for the dragon race to have a battle. The Death Army against the mutants was one of the battlefields. Follow Master to see the gift they have prepared for Master. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked up. The weather today was quite good, suitable for killing. The 5th Corps. 100,000 soldiers were now divided into 6 groups, forming a black mass. 6 commanders led 100,000 soldiers. A murderous aura soared into the sky. Boundless evil chi gathered in the sky, forming a majestic force. This power, no matter who it was, would make them feel a great pressure. Because you are not fighting against one person, you are fighting against 100,000 soldiers. He's here. Clad in armor, Li Ruffing stood at the very front when he saw Lin Fei walking over. It's not easy to be the general of the 5th Legion. The other commanders all had similar expressions on their faces. They seemed to be rejoicing in others' misfortune. The only relatively normal person present was Mo Yuan. After witnessing General Lin Fei's terrifying methods, he had already lost all hope. He looked at the 5 commanders with a cold gaze. It's good to be an honest person. At the very least, you won't be killed when you stand out. General Lin. Boom. Lin Fei came before the 100,000 soldiers. Without any warning, the 100,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Boom boom boom. The power of 100,000 soldiers, how terrifying was that? Especially when their momentum was joined together. It was no less than an attack from a peerless expert. More importantly, it came without any warning. No one could react in time. An invisible force pressed down. Even though Long Tianhao was a 5th Sky of God Emperor realm expert, his face paled at this moment. Instinctively, he took several steps back. His blood and chi were boiling. This was the commander's first show of strength. No matter who it was, they could not find fault in this. It was too normal. Because the soldiers admired their general. Just this sentence alone was enough. As to whether they could endure it or not, it was another matter. Hello everyone. Facing the sudden show of strength, Lin Fei's face was still calm. He extended one hand and waved at the 100,000 soldiers. The whole is orderly, attacking and defending as one. The Death Legion is indeed powerful. Lin Fei easily dealt with the initial show of strength and strode up to the tall platform at the very front. He sat down with a flourish and faced the 100,000 soldiers below. He's fine. Li Rufeng and the other commanders' expressions changed slightly, then returned to normal. This show of strength was to make Lin Fei collapse. At the very least it would leave a flaw, a shadow. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated this Lin Fei. Although it did not work, they had indirectly proved one thing to General Lin Fei. In the 5th Legion, the 6 commanders were not easy to deal with. If they were not subdued or bowed to them, they could forget about commanding the 100,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion. This was their biggest advantage in the 5th Legion. It did not matter if the first step was not successful. It was just an appetizer. The real show was yet to come. It was the first time the 100,000 soldiers saw General Lin Fei. Too young. Based on their impression, the previous generals were all middle-aged men. But the one in front of them was really young. This made many people unable to recognize him. Being young meant that he was not reliable, especially in a dangerous place like fighting against mutants. "Today is my first time meeting you all," Lin Fei said calmly. His voice was loud and clear, reverberating above the crowd. "Let me introduce you all in case I don't recognize you all." The first to stand out was Li Rufeng. First Commander Li Rufeng. Second Commander Xiao Yuan. Third Commander Tian Xingfeng. Fourth Commander Luo Xiongba. Fifth Commander Ying Tian Shui. Sixth Commander Imoen. The 6 commanders took the initiative to introduce themselves. Lin Fei smiled. "Not bad. It's all thanks to you 6 commanders that the Death Legion is famous. General, you're too kind." The commanders replied. Lin Fei glanced at the soldiers present and said, "This is a training day that happens once every 3 months. I won't waste any more time. Let's start according to the normal procedure, lest I ruin everyone's good mood. I understand everyone's feelings very well." These words were undoubtedly pleasing to the ears of the 100,000 soldiers present, especially when this General Lin could say it so directly. Once every 3 months was indeed a good day to get promoted and make a fortune. No one wanted to start immediately. No one was willing to listen to nonsense. Chapter 3703. The most exciting part of the tri-monthly training day was the arena battle. Lin Fei gave the order and the process began. Even if he did not understand this, the 5 commanders would be able to smoothly arrange it. Right now, Lin Fei only needed to watch the show. The first battle was between the squad leaders. The squad leaders were quite strong. Compared to the people outside, they were much stronger. They were full of killing moves. If they were not careful, they would suffer. A bloody game is so exciting. In this kind of battle, the winner could be promoted, the loser would die. The Death Legion was so cruel. It was not a test without life and death. Only when life and death were on the line could it be considered a real battle. It was either you die or I die. Lin Fei quite liked this feeling. The 30 squad leaders ended quickly. There were some who got promoted but more died. Those who could sit in the position of squad leader were also very strong. After squad leader was the squadron leader. Another fierce battle ensued. However, Lin Fei saw the problem. Because the people who came to challenge looked very strong, and they were even on par with each other. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, their true colors were exposed. With the unparalleled the arch armor, Lin Fei's strength always maintained the combat power of an immortal. Any battle could not hide in front of him. Moreover, this was a small battle. Interesting, Lin Fei thought. Do you really think I don't know anything? After the squadron leader, it was the battle for the commander. The battle for the commander was not fierce this time. None of the 100,000 soldiers came out to fight. The atmosphere was a little cold. Seems like the commander's strength is not bad. Lin Fei suddenly said loudly, "No one dares to fight. Just nice, my subordinates are interested in this kind of battle. Commanders, you don't have any objections, right?" The 6 commanders did not have any objections. Usually when a general took office, he would arrange for his trusted subordinates to occupy a position, and the commander was the best choice. However, they were full of confidence. Their captain's men were all their men, and they were all very strong. It was precisely because they were going to face the people brought by Lin Fei that this scene happened. "Tianhao, you go down and meet these captains. Don't embarrass me," Lin Fei said lightly. This subordinate will definitely do his best. Long Tianhao had been holding it in for a long time. Boom! Long Tianhao took a step forward and soared into the sky. He landed on the arena, causing the ground to tremble. If any of you want to come up, feel free to come up. 1 isn't too many, and 2 isn't too few. Long Tianhao said domineeringly. Don't underestimate my strength. If you do, I will beat you to death. Long Tianhao's domineering words instantly offended these senior captains. Allow me. A captain stood up. He was a black lump of metal and had the strength of a first-level god emperor. Not enough. Long Tianhao rushed out like a shadow and punched through the captain's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Again. Hee. Isn't it too shameless of me to use experts from the dragon race to bully these senior captains? No, how can I say shameless? This is a normal fight. Lin Fei smiled as he watched the battle below. As soon as Long Tianhao came up, he killed a senior captain with a single punch. This immediately shocked the 100,000 soldiers present. The 6 commanders looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. Li Rufeng's heart was bleeding. One of his senior captains was killed just like that. This happened too quickly. He was prepared to slap Long Tianhao's face. How could this be? Where did this guy come from? Li Rufeng's face sank. He gestured to the other commanders. His meaning was simple. You guys can come up now. The 6 commanders had discussed the issue of going against the general. No matter what, they had to embarrass this General Lin Fei. Slap their subordinates. This was the second step. They wanted to infuriate Lin Fei so that they could defeat him easily. But now one of their senior captains was killed. This caught them off guard. After a short moment of shock, they immediately recovered. Only Mo Yuan knew what was going on. General Lin Fei was so powerful. Even if it was just one of his subordinates, they must be strong. But they didn't expect him to kill one of Li Rufeng's senior captains so easily. How many of them are going to be sent to their deaths? Mo Yuan secretly gasped. He decided to stay quiet and pretend that he didn't know anything. Li Rufeng and the others could do whatever they wanted. The death of a senior captain was nothing. Apart from Mo Yuan, the other 4 commanders sent their senior captains up. Even if they lost, they had to take turns to defeat this guy. They wanted to let General Lin Fei know their strength. Too weak. How dare you be a senior captain with such strength? Trash, all of you are trash. Long Tianhao relied on his speed and powerful strength. Every time he killed a senior captain, he would bleed profusely. The arena was surrounded by blood. The 100,000 soldiers watched with their blood boiling. The senior captain who showed off his strength was killed just like that. It was too satisfying. From the beginning to the end, he killed his opponent with 1 punch. This was proof of his strength. The soldiers of the Death Legion admired the strong the most. This kind of strength was what they admired the most. Previously, they thought that General Lin Fei was not strong enough. Now that his subordinates were so powerful, this new general must be very powerful too. Li Rufeng and the other commanders' hearts were bleeding. The senior captain who went up was dead. Mo Yuan, what are you waiting for? They looked at Mo Yuan. But Mo Yuan was expressionless at this time. He seemed to be focused on the arena and ignored their telepathic messages. This almost made them fly into a rage. Bastard, why didn't you make a move? What are you trying to do? No matter how they transmitted their telepathic messages, Mo Yuan seemed to be in a trance. He didn't respond at all. He didn't even look at them. Coward. While cursing, they could only retreat in defeat. At least, they couldn't let the senior captain go up. This was the rhythm of death. This young guy was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, they couldn't see his realm. This was what scared them. General, we are convinced. The remaining senior captain took the initiative to lower his head. What a joke. Such an expert was simply their nightmare. The feeling of having their blood explode was not something that anyone would want to experience. The 6 commanders immediately praised him. The senior captain of our 5th Legion is not strong enough. Then this subordinate of mine will temporarily be the first captain among the senior captains. He will lead all the senior captains. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Who would have any objections now? Such a fierce guy, other than them, probably no one could take him down. But their target was Lin Fei. No objections. Chapter 3704. The The position of the first platoon leader was taken by someone else, which really caught them off guard. After all, this position still had a lot of power. They gave it up just like that, yet they had nothing to say. It was not a normal kind of grievance. They almost suspected that their strategy was wrong. Otherwise, why would they keep losing? The first platoon leader was gone, and a few of his subordinates were dead. No matter which one it was, they never thought it would happen. The few commanders exchanged glances and decided to personally take the field. After all, the once every 3 months was the only time they could suppress the other party. If they missed this opportunity, the Fifth Army would definitely be greatly changed next time. Not to mention anything else, the position of the platoon leader would change. Even though they were commanders, the platoon leaders would also choose. Now that General Lin Fei came up, he seemed to have the situation under control. If they couldn't do anything, there would definitely be people who would choose to rely on the new general. After a long time, their prestige would be completely gone. If there's nothing else, today's meeting can end. Lin Fei said loudly, "After 3 months, we will choose a new platoon leader. None of you have any objections, right?" If they still didn't make a move, there wouldn't be a chance anymore. Lin Fei wanted them to make the first move. He gave them a chance. If they still didn't dare, Lin Fei would really look down on them. They had the guts to scheme against him. Whether they made a move or not, Lin Fei had the advantage. At the same time, it was rare for the 4 generals of the Death Army to sit together. Li Rufeng is really a piece of trash. The one who spoke was the first platoon's General Chan Chufeng. That Lin Fei is also amazing. He actually recruited an expert from the Green Dragon tribe. Li Rufeng and the others calculated everything, but they didn't expect that guy to have such a powerful expert by his side. The second platoon's Yin Tianqing smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter if we lose this round." The third platoon's General Feng Imo smiled. "Isn't there still the last round? That's the key." Haha, that's true. The 6 commanders are the real show. The last general, Luo Lin, looked at the image of the 5th Division with an expectant expression. The 4 generals all had different expressions towards this young man. For them, the fact that this position was taken by Azure Dragon City's Lin Fei was indeed out of everyone's expectations. If possible, they absolutely hoped that the person sitting in this position would be one of their people. What a pity, however, this was an opportunity. As long as General Lin Fei lost, the subsequent events would definitely cause the new General Lin Fei to fall into endless trouble. In the end, he would have to leave dejectedly. This was a common occurrence in the Army of Death. "General, we've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Therefore, on this rare occasion, I hope that you can give us some pointers. After all, this is the tradition of the Death Army." Li Rufeng's voice was loud and clear. Everyone says no. Yes. Behind him, the 100,000 soldiers cried out in unison, and their energy surged as they shot up into the sky. "General, please grant our wish." Li Rufeng took a step forward, his heart filled with glee. So what if he won a round? "General, please grant our wish." Xiao Yuan also took a step forward. "I'd like to spar with you as well." Tian Xingfeng also stood up, his battle intent clear and fearless. "I Luo Xiongba only submit to those who are stronger than me." Luo Xiongba's words were rough, like a mountain crashing into a mountain. "General, please grant our wish." Ying Tianshui also stood up. The last one, Mo Yuan, did not take the initiative to praise him. Instead, he remained expressionless and indifferent. "I, Mo Yuan, admit that my strength is only average. I won't come up. I hope that you won't take offense." Mo Yuan clasped his hands and lowered his head. This action caused the 5 commanders to shoot him a cold glare. "What are you doing at such a crucial time?" This was what the 6 of them had agreed on. But in the end, this guy chose to drag them down. Could it be that he was frightened by what just happened? They could not help but look at each other in disdain. In that instant, they all agreed that after General Lin Fei was defeated, they would definitely teach Mo Yuan a lesson. Lin Fei smiled happily. "Spar. Forget about it." Lin Fei shook his head. "Forget about it? How could that be? This is our chance to deal with you, to make you unable to step down, to make you unable to sit on your position as the general of the 5th Army of the Death Army." Li Rufeng understood this Lin Fei. He was quite strong, but his outburst was not strong and could not be sustained. His fighting strength was at most a fifth heaven god emperor. And the 5 of them were not any weaker than a fifth heaven god emperor. If they went up one by one, Lin Fei would definitely lose. He might not even last until the 5th. Just thinking about how he would be trampled under the feet of others was enough to make one excited. General, we can't do that. Li Rufeng took another step forward. Everyone in the army admires the general's strength, especially the 5 captains. In any case, we have to broaden everyone's horizons. You should know that the general's strength is quite famous even in the Azure Dragon Weave. We've long admired the general, so you don't have to worry about hurting us. Although we aren't strong enough, we can still protect ourselves. 100,000 soldiers were indeed looking forward to this battle. Please grant our wish, General. The 5 commanders were surprisingly in agreement. It was the same for the 100,000 soldiers. Their voices rang out in unison. The 5 commanders bowed down, their eyes filled with excitement and pride. So what if you are a general? You still have to take the bait. Regardless of whether they attacked or not, they were in an invincible position. If they lost, there would be follow-up actions. If they did not attack, they would continue to force him to abdicate. If it happened once or twice, who would care about this general? At that time they could only scram. A general without prestige was not a good general. As for winning, how was that possible? Lin Fei was silent for a while. Are you sure you want to fight me? You should know that once I attack, I can't control my strength. My fists and legs have no eyes. That won't be good. Fists and legs have no eyes? We like that. It was not certain who would lose. General, when we became commanders, didn't we brush shoulders with death every single day? Death has long become a habit for us. Li Rufeng said, if we die in your hands, we can only say that we are not strong enough. There is nothing to feel pity about. General, you don't have to consider us. Xiao Yuan said. Let us learn from you. Lin Fei took a deep breath. In that case, I will grant you your wish. It is too troublesome to fight one by one. Why don't all 5 of you come together? Arrogant. The 5 commanders snorted in their hearts. People are going to die. People are going to die. Mo Yuan was expressionless, but he knew they were finished. Chapter 3705. The 5 commanders were infuriated. The previous general did not dare to say such words to them. After all, the strongest general of the 5th Legion was at most a 5th heaven god emperor. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit. Fighting the 5 of them at once was definitely an arrogant thing. Originally, they planned to attack one by one to let Lin Fei know that a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. In the end, this guy was more arrogant than they imagined. 1 against the 5 of them was simply a fool's dream. Lin Fei was so insensible. Then, the 5 commanders would definitely teach him a lesson. Lin Fei asked for it. With the 5 of them working together, there was nothing to worry about even if they won. General Lin Fei said it personally in front of everyone. No matter what, it would be a slap to General Lin Fei's face. 1 against 5 commanders. Interesting. The 4 generals were looking forward to it. It had always been 1 against 1. Now it was 1 against 5. No matter what, they were looking forward to it. If they won, they naturally would not dare to look down on this new general. If they lost, this general would not be qualified to stand with them. Reality was such a cruel thing. In their opinion, this General Lin Fei was simply spouting nonsense. He didn't even know what kind of situation he was in, saying such words in front of 100,000 soldiers. If he lost, he wouldn't be able to stay in the 5th Legion in the future. They had to look forward to it. As for winning, they didn't believe that this newcomer Lin Fei had the strength to do so. Even if it were them, it would still be difficult for them to win against 5 commanders. A tie would be the best result. Make your move. Let this general see how strong you are, and if you are qualified to be commanders. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at the 5 commanders. General, please. Li Rufeng cupped his hands and was the first to attack. Gravity like a mountain. With a boom, a layer of black gravity shrouded the world. Crack, 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 crack. The area around Lin Fei was instantly enveloped by the gravitational field, and the ground began to crack. However, it was limited to the area where Lin Fei was, and the soldiers could see the ground sink in at a speed with the naked eye. Blood-spurting sword. Li Rufeng was the first to attack. while Commander Xiao Yuan was the second. He stabbed out with his invisible sword, and his figure instantly disappeared, passing through the gravitational field. The sword will pierce through the gravitational field, and the sword turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows, like dazzling starlight. Accompanied by a terrifyingly sharp aura, it pierced toward the center of Lin Fei's brows. If he was pierced by this sword, he would definitely not have a good ending. The third person was Commander Tian Xingfeng. As his name suggested, he specialized in short blades with both hands. With a cold flash, he was even faster than Xiao Yuan, directly attacking Lin Fei's back. The fourth leader, Luo Xiongba, was slower by a beat. He took a step forward and punched out with his fist, causing the heavens and earth to split apart. In front of this fist intent, anyone would have to bow their head and submit. This fist intent was too strong. It was so strong that with one punch everyone would submit. In fact, they didn't even have the thought of resisting. They only had the resolve to wait for death. Luo Xiongba's fist intent was just that overbearing. Not submitting meant death. It was just that simple. The last person, Ing Tianxue, attacked with a completely different technique. He turned into a sea of blood. The sea of blood rumbled, and everyone's qi and blood seemed to be about to burst out. It was scary as if they couldn't control it. This was also the most evil technique. In fact, before you even fought with Commander Ing Tianxue, all your qi and blood would be sucked dry. What combat power! It would all become a big joke. When these 5 leaders attacked, it could be said that the heavens and earth changed color. Such a strong attack. Everyone was looking forward to how General Lin Fei would deal with it. In the face of such a ferocious attack, no one seemed to have the ability to fight back. It was definitely a dangerous situation within a dangerous situation. No one could think of any technique to block it. Commander Xiao Yuan and Feng Tianxing, one at the front and one at the back, cooperated very well. Coupled with Li Rufeng's gravitational field, they had the upper hand. No matter who faced the 5 of them, there was only defeat in the end. Let's see how you block it. Li Rufeng was secretly pleased. Although the 5 of them usually fought fiercely, their cooperation was still very strong. After all, sometimes when fighting against a strong mutant, there was a chance of victory if they worked together. They calculated that Lin Fei didn't know them well. If it was one-on-one, it might be easy to block. But once the 5 of them attacked, it would mean victory. Lin Fei would definitely lose. The 5 commanders are indeed powerful. They are indeed qualified to sit in the commander's position. Xiao Yuan's sword technique with an endless sharp aura stabbed at the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even block it, not even his eyelids moved. Feng Tianxing's 2 short blades turned into 2 streams of light and stabbed at Lin Fei's back. The attacks of the 2 leaders almost reached at the same time. And the moment they successfully hit Lin Fei, the unparalleled arch armor instantly wrapped Lin Fei's body. Their long swords and short blades were a beat slower. Instantly there was a crisp clanging sound. The huge force caused the void around Lin Fei to explode. However, this power is enough to deal with an emperor god. But against me, you are still lacking. Lin Fei extended his hand and flicked at the long sword. Kacha! The sharp long sword was full of cracks and shattered, breaking into several pieces on the spot. The power of the sword seeped into Xiao Yuan's body, and he was directly sent flying thousands of miles away. Oh no! Feng Tianxing was shocked. Lin Fei came behind him and punched Feng Tianxing's body. A cloud of blood exploded and a large amount of it fell down. Between heaven and earth, there was an additional pool of blood. Luo Xiongba's fist intent had also arrived. Lin Fei casually grabbed out, causing the fist intent to stop in its tracks. With a light grab and a bit of strength, the fist intent was crushed with a crisp sound. I don't know fist intent, but I do know the strongest punch. Lin Fei leaped and left the gravitational field and punched out. Luo Xiongba instantly collapsed, and his entire face was pale. The Tao of Blood Sea is a little weak. Lin Fei casually swung, and the power was like a mountain. A large part of Ing Tianxue's Blood Sea was destroyed, and a staggering figure appeared. You can come down too. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and Li Rufeng felt that he couldn't move. His face changed, and after a loud sound, he was smashed into the ground. Blood gushed out and the ground was dyed red. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. Chapter 3706. Victory. The 5 generals attacked together, yet they lost so quickly. It could be said that the 100,000 soldiers present were all dumbfounded. Commander Feng was actually killed with a single punch. This is too terrifying. General Lin is so fierce. This is our general. The 100,000 soldiers all had the same thought at this moment. Because they worshipped the strong. Only the strong could allow them to go further and earn more merits. General is mighty. General Mo Yuan was the first to shout out. If one looked closely, one would notice that this general's body was trembling. Even though he knew that General Lin Fei was strong, after seeing it for himself, Mo Yuan still couldn't help but feel uneasy. The new General Lin is too savage. Luckily I was honest. If I wasn't, I would probably be dead. Mo Yuan really wanted to wipe his sweat. After all, the few of them had been fighting each other back then, and they had never expected to suffer a crushing defeat. Feng Tianxing and Li Ruffing even died. This ending was a little miserable. After Mo Yuan came back to his senses, he shouted out loud. This bootlicking had to be done immediately. With Mo Yuan leading the way, the 100,000 soldiers all shouted out loud. Everyone was clear about the current situation. From today onwards, the 5th Army would be General Lin Fei. No one would be able to shake his position. He didn't even need to attack, but the moment he did, he would strike like lightning. Any resistance would be destroyed. General is mighty. General is mighty. I didn't expect this Lin Fei to be so strong. General D's expression was a little ugly. Although they said that, everyone knew that this person's strength could be described as unfathomable. He wasn't weaker than any of their generals, maybe even stronger. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This fellow really has undying battle strength. If he can last for a long time, then that would be the most terrifying. The 4 generals didn't say anything else. They had finally witnessed the might of the Emperor armor. After defeating the 5 generals, Lin Fei threw out the dirt on them, instantly causing an uproar among the soldiers. The dying generals knew that they were finished when they heard that. Usually it might be fine, but at this moment it became a death sentence. It became a sharp weapon to deal with them. They couldn't resist at all. It was a crushing defeat. Commander Mo, you will temporarily assume the position of Great Commander. I will leave them to you to handle. You must give everyone a satisfactory result. Mo Yuan was overjoyed. He stepped forward. This subordinate obeys. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. The great general was also watching. Undying's battle prowess is real. I just don't know if it can last. Li Ruffing and the others are too weak. They didn't even manage to test it out. The great general was looking forward to it. A pseudo-immortal realm expert who couldn't maintain his fighting capacity for a long time wasn't worth paying attention to. Conversely, it was of great significance. Continue to observe. After this battle, Lin Fei had complete control over the 5th Legion. Commander Demonic Abyss turned into a mad dog and began to clean up the internal mess. The trusted aides of the 5 commanders were all wiped out. For a time, everyone distanced themselves from each other, afraid that they would be caught laughing. Congratulations, Master. The 5th Legion is under my control. Long Tianhao said happily. Now, Long Tianhao was no longer the captain, but the 2nd commander. He quickly gained influence within the Legion, and was not any weaker than Commander Demonic Abyss. There's nothing to congratulate me about. Lin Fei smiled. Just a few weaklings. To them, Lin Fei had never treated them as opponents. From the first day they entered the 5th Legion, Lin Fei had already sentenced them to death before they even showed up. These brainless fellows would die for nothing. There was no meaning to it. Their only use was to support Lin Fei's strength. Oh right, how did the 4 generals react? Very calm. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Help me send a message. 3 months later, I will select a batch of powerful soldiers and teach them peak martial arts. Let them be prepared. Long Tianhao was shocked. This kind of thing was rare in the Legion. While Long Tianhao and Demonic Abyss were cleaning up the Legion, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. Deducing the simplified version of the infinite divine body was something that Lin Fei cared about. To establish a foothold in the Legion, other than martial strength, he had to do something else. For example, rewards. As the saying went, a big stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Now that Lin Fei had a big stick, all that was left was a carrot. Rewards were nothing to Lin Fei, but it was still lacking if he wanted to have a higher influence in the Legion. After thinking about it, with Little Devil's suggestion, it was the best way to increase his strength. Therefore, Lin Fei asked Little Devil to create a weakened version of the infinite divine body. Even if it was a weakened version, it was still a very powerful body training method. It might not be useful elsewhere, but it was undoubtedly the best in the Legion, especially the Death Legion. Lin Fei threw it to Long Tianhao. Long Tianhao took it and looked at it. At first he didn't care much, but later on he couldn't help but be shocked. Too powerful. Master, this golden body level 10 is so powerful. As a member of the dragon race, even I want to cultivate it. Long Tianhao's breathing quickened. Based on my judgment, this golden body defense can help me increase my defense by several times. Master, are you really willing to take it out for everyone to cultivate? This was a life-saving technique. Of course. Lin Fei smiled and said, as a general, Master definitely has to think for everyone. You and Mo Yuan have discussed this cultivation technique. I need everyone to cultivate it. It's that simple. Long Tianhao patted his body and promised that he would make the arrangements. Lord, this is a big move. When Great Commander Mo Yuan saw this, he was also very excited. Everyone will like this cultivation technique. This was a huge benefit. Commander Mo Yuan was even more in awe and admiration now. Because of this, no one in the 5th Legion would have any objections from now on. Everyone would truly acknowledge this General Lin Fei. What plans does Lord have? We just need to do it well. Long Tianhao still put on airs in front of Mo Yuan. Commander Mo Yuan nodded repeatedly and began to discuss. After that, the two of them started cultivating. Long Tianhao's talent was the best. He broke through to the 7th level in a short period of time and his defense increased greatly. If it was his main body, the increase would be even greater. Long Tianhao was convinced. Even the Azure Dragon race didn't have such a good technique. Commander Mo Yuan broke through to the 5th level and also felt the benefits of this technique. It was tailor-made. Very quickly, the first 3 levels of the golden body defense were pushed out in the camp. At the start, everyone had their own thoughts, but under the strong pressure, everyone tried to cultivate it. The effects of this cultivation were seen. Everyone was shocked. General is mighty and domineering. I feel like I can handle it better. General is mighty and domineering. Chapter 3707. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had been in the Death Legion for 5 years. In these 5 years, the 5th Legion didn't participate in any battles. However, their combat power had increased tremendously. Especially after everyone had cultivated the golden body. Their combat power had increased tremendously. They had a lot of advantages when fighting against opponents of the same cultivation level. The soldiers of the 5th Division worshipped this General Lin Fei a lot. Lin Fei's position as the general of the 5th Legion had been completely stabilized. The opening of the Infinity Door requires the Heaven's Determination Stone to completely stabilize it. In the tent, Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Ever since he had cultivated the Infinity Door to the 5th level, he had tried to break through to the 6th level, but he couldn't. The Infinity Door couldn't withstand any more infinity force. Just like what was said, he needed the Heaven's Determination Stone to stabilize it before he could try to break through. During this period, the Infinity Door showed signs of collapsing several times. This scared Lin Fei so much that he immediately stopped thinking about it. Until now, Lin Fei didn't dare to try it rashly. According to what that person said, once the Infinity Door collapsed, the consequences would be terrifying. The power produced in that instant could easily wipe out a person and turn them into ashes. Master, the general has summoned the other generals. It seems like they have something important to discuss. Long Tianhao came in to report. Long Tianhao was getting more and more authoritative. However, in front of Lin Fei, he was always well behaved. It's been 5 years. I thought I would always be idle. Lin Fei smiled as he stood up. If I don't do something soon, I'm going to grow hair on my head. Lin Fei couldn't wait for something to happen. In the 5th Legion, no one dared to disobey this new general. It could be said that with one order, the entire legion could move without any hindrance. Naturally, this couldn't satisfy Lin Fei. The 5th Legion was the first step. The second step was to expand his influence to the entire Death Legion. The best way to expand his influence was through battle achievements. There was nothing better than war. General Lin, you're the only one left. When Chan Chufeng of the First Legion saw Lin Fei, he took the initiative to greet him. As for how sincere he was, no one knew. In the past 5 years, Lin Fei had gotten to know the 4 generals, but they were all superficial acquaintances and did not delve too deeply into their relationship. Each of these 4 generals had a powerful backer behind them, and it even involved the 10,000 Sky Empire's royal family. In comparison, Lin Fei's backer didn't seem to be much. No matter how powerful Long Tianjun was, he was still a young master. He had yet to become the area lord of the Azure Dragon Weave, so his influence was naturally incomparable. It can't be helped. There's no war, so I can only cultivate. Lin Fei laughed. The other 3 generals all smiled, but there was a trace of disdain in their eyes. They still looked down on this Lin Fei. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The great general glanced at them indifferently. The 5 generals stopped and listened attentively. The 4 of you are old generals and General Lin is new. I'll explain it again. The great general glanced at Lin Fei and said, the matter was very simple. The reason was that the mutants were attacking a neighboring large weave. That was an ally of the 10,000 Sky Empire. Now that their ally was in trouble, they had sent a message asking for help. As an ally, the 10,000 Sky Empire naturally had to help their ally. As the Death Legion that had fought the mutants the most, they were undoubtedly the best target for assistance. The great general's intention was simple. The Death Legion would send 2 legions, totaling 200,000 soldiers, to help their ally exterminate the mutants' invasion. The 2 legions will be chosen from among you. The great general looked at everyone with a smile. Lin Fei's expression did not change, but he already knew about this in his heart. The little devil was an intelligent being that could easily obtain all kinds of secrets. It could calculate and analyze many secrets of the Death Legion with a 99% accuracy rate. Master must take the initiative to agree to this matter, the little devil said. This is definitely a great contribution to Master. Lin Fei actually thought so too. The Heaven's Fate Stone was an extremely special material. Lin Fei did not have much information about it, but according to the information left behind in the past, this thing had appeared in the hands of the royal family of the 10,000 Sky Empire. The strength of the royal family of the 10,000 Sky Empire was publicly acknowledged. The number 1 royal family was not to be trifled with. It was unrealistic for Lin Fei to snatch it from the hands of the royal family. After getting rid of this unrealistic matter, the only thing left was to make himself dazzling, to attract the attention of the princes of the royal family. This was also a good idea. In addition to making a contribution, Master can also go to other weaves to gain experience. Perhaps there will be news of the Heaven's Fate Stone. The little devil added, this possibility has a 50% chance. It's worth a try. Great General, I'm willing to take the soldiers there. Lin Fei took a step forward and cupped his hands. The other 4 generals were slightly startled and looked at General Lin Fei in surprise. It was not a good thing to fight in another world as it was extremely dangerous. Even if they thought that General Lin Fei was strong, it would not be easy to survive in the mutant war. They were still thinking about the pros and cons and did not expect General Lin Fei to take the initiative to bring it up. The great general's eyes lit up. General Lin, have you thought about it? Are you sure it's not an impulsive decision? Lin Fei said, General, I'm a newcomer and don't know anything. However, I'm passionate about the Empire. If the mutants dare to attack our allies, they are our enemies. I'll lead the army to annihilate them and let them know the power of our Empire. These words were sonorous and powerful. The 4 generals secretly scolded Lin Fei for being so shameless. He said it so confidently and confidently. Good. The great general was very satisfied. Young people are full of fighting spirit. The Empire will be very happy to have a person like you. Lin Fei actually wanted to vomit. However, this matter involved increasing his strength and he had to give it a try. Moreover, no matter how powerful the mutants were, they could not kill him. The current him was not the same as before. The appearance of the little devil could allow him to avoid all the dangers and maintain his safety at all times. Under such circumstances, if something were to happen, Lin Fei could only blame it on his bad luck. Lin Fei believed that the probability of that happening was not high. This is what I should do as a subject of the empire, Lin Fei said. There are always sacrifices in war. I'm always prepared. The great general's impression of Lin Fei improved a lot. General Lin took the initiative to go. This old man agrees. The great general smiled and said, You can choose the remaining one by drawing lots. The great general was also dissatisfied with these 4 generals. However, he could not control the people behind them. Under normal circumstances he would turn a blind eye. Chapter 3708. The other division landed on Chen Chufeng's first division. We're going to be battle partners, Chen Chufeng said as he walked out. It's a pleasure working with you, Lin Fei said with a smile. If there's anything wrong with me, please don't take it to heart, General Chen. What you said is interesting. Chen Chufeng wouldn't take it seriously. He had single-handedly defeated 5 commanders. If anyone took it seriously, they might fall into his trap. Back at the camp, Lin Fei summoned the great commander, Mo Yuan, and told him about the expedition. General, those guys are full of anger. It's great that they're going. Mo Yuan was happy when he heard about the expedition. Ever since he started cultivating the golden body, Mo Yuan's strength had increased by a large margin. He was able to fight better. This was the case for the entire 5th Division. Everyone wanted to go and fight. They wanted to fight a fierce battle. The news came at the right time. Lin Fei smiled. It's good to have such fighting spirit. Tell them that this is their chance to make a contribution. Anyone who performs well will be rewarded with the Golden Body Intermediate or Advanced level. Mo Yuan and Long Tianhao had divided the Golden Body 10 levels into Elementary, Intermediate, and Advanced levels. Only those who met certain requirements could learn it. When Lin Fei first heard about it, he was impressed by the 2's methods. They had unknowingly pulled out the levels. Those who didn't cultivate it might not know, but once they did, they would never be able to shake off the temptation of this body tempering technique. Even without the general's orders, I guarantee that those guys will all be extremely powerful. Mo Yuan said. General, we're going to that place this time. We're going to help our ally, the 100 Origins. The 100 Origins. It was a huge territory. Although it couldn't compare to the Wantian Empire, the 100 Origins territory had contributed greatly before the Wantian Empire was founded. Even though it had been a long time, the Wantian Empire's royalty had always acknowledged this. Hence, the Wantian Empire agreed to help after their ally asked for help. They had to save face. In addition, the 100 Origins weave was adjacent to the Myriad Sky Empire. If the Myriad Sky Empire was defeated, it would undoubtedly give the mutants a base camp, which would open up a new battlefield. This was very disadvantageous to the Wantian Empire. The Wantian Empire had to stop them no matter what. 100 Sources Grand Realm. At this moment, the flames of war were rising everywhere. The mutants' attack had been too ferocious, and the 100 Origins weave had been caught off guard. In a short period of time, they had lost more than half of their territory. This was undoubtedly a vicious slap to the face of the 100 Origins domain. Left with no other choice, the imperial family of the 100 Sources could only turn to the Wantian Empire for help. In the past, they had been on equal footing, but now they subconsciously regarded the Wantian Empire as their leader. If their boss didn't act, they would really be finished. Boom boom boom. In front of a huge city, countless ripples appeared on a huge array formation, resisting wave after wave of attacks. Outside the big city was a black mass of mutants. These mutants looked similar to demonic beasts, but the biggest difference was that these mutants were like humans. They walked on 2 feet, looked ferocious, and moved very fast. Mutants did not cultivate any cultivation techniques, relying purely on their powerful physical strength. The power they could unleash was in no way inferior to sky immortals, sky gods, and godly monarchs. That's when it gets scary. At the same time, the defense of xenogeneics was very strong, and their recovery ability was also very strong. It would take at least 3 to 5 human experts of the same level to kill a mutant. City Lord, we can't hold on any longer. The mutants' water supply is too strong. On the city walls, the higher-ups of the city all wore solemn expressions. The ripples in the city seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The mutants, who were not afraid of death, and their ferocious attacks shocked everyone quite a bit. Retreat, the city lord said with difficulty. Although there were only a few 100,000 mutants outside the city, their combat strength was not inferior to a human army of millions. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the great array collapsed. A black flood instantly rushed in, drowning countless human experts. What kind of lousy city is this? We still broke through it. A cold voice reverberated. A figure rushed over like a ray of light, accompanied by a bright stream of light. Crash! The higher-ups on the city walls were a bloody mess. Only a few survived, while the rest were as dead as they could be. A tall figure single-handedly held a sharp long saber. Blood flowed down the long saber. This long saber was more than 10 zhang long, and when it slashed horizontally, the saber radiance crisscrossed, leaving an irreparable crack in the void. Too weak. All of them can't even withstand a single blow. The mutant expert snorted and continued to chase with his saber. Kill, kill, kill. Pieces of corpses flew in the air. Saber Demon, this is Saber Demon. I didn't expect our Death Legion to have such good stuff. Lin Fei led 100,000 soldiers on a super warship. It was forged by the Wantian Empire, and had terrifying shuttling ability. A journey that would normally take 10 years would only take a year with this super warship. However, this super warship consumed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, the Wantian Empire rarely used it. Chen Chufeng smiled. The good stuff of the Wantian Empire is unimaginable. However, we only have a total of 3 of these warships. 3. That's also good stuff to suppress a region. Lin Fei sighed. In his heart, he realized that the Myriad Sky Empire definitely had even better stuff. Perhaps the Heaven's Determination Stone really existed. Chen Chufeng laughed heartily. When General Lin goes to the imperial capital, you will know what it means to broaden your horizons. A mere super warship is just one of the precious treasures. If there's a chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Lin Fei nodded. General Lin, this is your first time leading a team to deal with the mutants. Don't underestimate them. Chen Chufeng reminded. Those guys are the most cunning. I will pay attention. Lin Fei said. Although he hadn't seen the mutants yet, Lin Fei had a deep understanding of them. These guys were like locusts. Their mission was to invade the great world, take all resources for themselves, and enslave all living beings. They were famous for their tyranny. Master, this super warship is a good thing. Back in his cabin, Little Devil's voice came. Of course it's a good thing. Lin Fei replied. I heard that the more energy it consumes, the faster it becomes. It can be said to be a weapon of war. I just analyzed and copied it. In just 10 days, Master can get a blueprint. Little Devil said. As long as Master collects the materials, you can also build a super warship. Chapter 3709. No way. That's possible. Decipher the super warship. Lin Fei was shocked. This was different from what he had imagined. The Myriad Sky Empire's super warship had been deciphered just like that. Do you have to be so amazing? Master, I'm no longer an ordinary system. Little Devil said proudly. Give me time and I can decipher anything. Lin Fei couldn't refute such an awesome statement. A blueprint of the super warship appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was just as Little Devil had said. The super warship had really been deciphered. The details were extremely detailed, and the materials were also included. If he followed the steps, the possibility of creating a super warship was extremely high. An evolved system is indeed different. Such a super warship would be of great help to Lin Fei. It could be said that if such a blueprint was taken outside, it would shock countless people. It would even cause a commotion within the Myriad Sky Empire. I can only do this in private. Lin Fei was very bold, but he could only do this in secret. The Myriad Sky Empire had painstakingly created a super warship. If he were to decipher it just like that, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to both the imperial family and the empire? 2 years later, the super warship passed through countless spaces. There were even teleportation gates along the way, and they entered a vast territory. This was the 100 Origins territory. Its territory was smaller than the Myriad Sky Empire, but it was more unified. However, as they entered the 100 Origins territory, they immediately felt the aura of war. Flames of war rose everywhere. We've come at the right time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. There were signs of battle in many places. I hope we're not too late, Chan Chufeng said solemnly, not daring to be careless. Not long later, the mutants appeared to stop them. Large swaths of mutants attacked fiercely, like a black swarm of locusts. No way, these are mutants. The super battleship activated its defense. It was like a mountain crashing down on them. The xenogeneics that surrounded them were either turned into a bloody mist or sent flying. They are mutants, but they are of the lowest level. However, they have powerful close combat abilities, and their blood has a certain corrosive effect. It can corrode formations. Chen Chufeng didn't mind explaining. After all, at first glance, not everyone would think much of xenogeneics. Only after coming into contact with them would you start to take them seriously, and you would realize how scary they were. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The xenogeneics in front of him kept coming, and their numbers were shocking. The super warship's momentum was terrifying, but as time went on, its energy consumption also increased, and it actually slowed down. Although it was still moving forward, it could not be compared to before. How was it? Did you see that? Chen Chufeng asked. It is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei nodded. It will be a tough battle. Little demon, can you analyze the weaknesses of these xenogeneics? Lin Fei had seen it for himself. Even the super warship's movement speed was affected. If it was an Emperor God expert, he would definitely not be able to last long in such a situation. What a powerful creature. Mutants were truly worthy of their name. No problem, Master. Little Demon said. But I need time. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. As long as he could find the weakness of the xenogeneics, it would be much easier to deal with them. It wasn't easy to bring the Fifth Army over. Lin Fei wouldn't be disappointed if he lost too many soldiers. This was the foundation of his foothold in the Wantian Empire. The super warship charged forward, and after consuming a large amount of energy, it successfully broke through the mutants' blockade. This is the strength of the xenogeneics, Chen Chufeng said. Ordinary warships can't break through the mutants' blockade. In the Wantian Empire, only the super warship can do it. Looking at the dense mutants' blockade, Lin Fei agreed with this. These xenogeneics are truly a powerful race. Lin Fei sighed. No wonder we have to keep attacking these xenogeneics. With them around, no one would be able to eat or sleep in peace. These xenogeneics are hard to deal with, Chen Chufeng said. General Lin, do you regret it? Most new generals wouldn't dare to accept this mission. Lin Fei's lips curled up. It's only interesting when there's a challenge. Chen Chufeng admired Lin Fei for being able to say such words in such a situation. It's the Wantian Empire's Death Legion. The super warship finally arrived above a majestic city. This place had yet to be conquered by the xenogeneics. The moment the super warship arrived, someone immediately came over to announce. They weren't so careful, as if they knew this was the super warship from the Wantian Empire. Death Legion's 1st Legion, Chan Chufeng. Death Legion's 5th Legion, Lin Fei. Lin Fei and Chan Chufeng walked out together and stood on the deck of the super warship, looking at the people who had come to greet them. Gu Tian arrived next to the super warship and said respectfully, I am Gu Tian of the Imperial family. Welcome to our 100 Origins domain. The Death Legion was extremely famous in the Wantian Empire. Gu Tian was naturally happy that 2 legions had come at once. This was a powerful force against the xenogeneics. The super warship's defenses were lifted. Lin Fei and Chan Chufeng disembarked. After exchanging pleasantries, they immediately got down to business. Generals, the situation is very bad right now. Please help us, Gu Tian said in a low voice, a hint of urgency in his tone. The xenogeneics attack was too fast. The situation was changing day by day. The 100 Origins domain side could be said to be retreating step by step. If they didn't receive reinforcements soon, they would fall sooner or later. The xenogeneics were simply too powerful. It was a one-sided massacre. There was no other way out of this confrontation other than a bloody battle. General Lin, you and I will each take a place, Chen Chufeng said. Let's split up. That way we can better defeat the xenogeneics attack. Lin Fei naturally had no problem with this. He believed that the little fiend would quickly give him an answer. When the time came, the mutants with their weaknesses exposed would be crushed by them all the same. I have no problem with that, Lin Fei said. Then let's split up. Gu Tian, a member of the imperial family, personally led the way. His face was full of gratitude. The super warship killed its way into a city. Chen Chufeng led his subordinates and surrounded it. They cut apart the xenogeneics, then carried out a small-scale encirclement. As expected of a general. How experienced! This was the first time Lin Fei had seen General Chen Chufeng deploy troops. He was indeed experienced, and he was careful even as he probed. Chapter 37:10. General Lin, this is the most important city of our imperial family, White Knight City, Gu Tian said solemnly. I'll leave everything to you. Gu Tian was very confident in the Death Legion of the Wan Tian Empire. The subordinates sent by his big brother must be very powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the super warship alone was the only one in the 100 Origins domain, and it was not something that could be easily taken out. Don't worry, I will defend this White Knight City. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Gu Tian's attitude. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he had given command to him at the first instance showed that Gu Tian's attitude was very good. After Gu Tian gave his instructions, he went back first. White Knight City's huge defense was activated. But outside the defense, there were a large number of mutants, eyeing them covetously, launching wave after wave of attacks. White Knight City's array attacks could not change the outcome of the battle too much, but the ferocious attacks of the mutants were constantly reminding the people of White Knight City that if they did not stop them, White Knight City would be breached. The first thing Lin Fei did was to let the people of the Fifth Army come out. 100,000 soldiers was not a lot, but in terms of overall momentum it was a lot stronger than White Knight City. The White Knight City Lord and the other upper echelons secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The soldiers of the Wan Tian Empire were indeed powerful, worthy of being called battle-hardened soldiers. General Lin, these mutants are not afraid of death, and it is very difficult to stop them. The White Knight City Lord smiled bitterly. If we fight them head-on, our White Knight City will suffer heavy casualties. The White Knight City Lord was also very helpless. The fierce reputation of the mutants was not as simple as it seemed. The scene of the attack in front of them would shock many people. It's okay. Lin Fei smiled. This time, I came specially to give benefits to the mutants. Give benefits. You have been cultivating for so long, it's time to show off. Lin Fei ordered. Everyone attack. Tactics. There was no need at all. After cultivating the defensive golden body, their overall strength had been greatly improved. Now it was time to take them out for a walk. Great Commander Mo Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Attack. Let's give them a wave of damage first. The 100,000 soldiers of the Death Army formed a sharp knife, and they stabbed into the xenogeneic army. The black mass of mutants was instantly cut open. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. After practicing for so long, I can finally see the results. White Knight City Lord had been worried at first, but when the Death Army charged into the mutant army, they were extremely ferocious and were evenly matched. So powerful. The Lord of White Knight City had personally experienced the power of a mutant's charge. The human soldiers were unable to withstand its power, but now they couldn't bear it. There's hope. The higher-ups of White Knight City breathed a sigh of relief. The army of death was awesome. Great Commander Demonic Abyss was also in high spirits. Mr. General's gold body's defense is very strong. In the past it would not have been as easy as it is now. General Demon Abyss killed the xenogeneic with a single slash inside. This thought did not only appear in the commander's mind, but also in the minds of all the soldiers. They had become stronger. When the xenogeneics clashed, they were able to stand firm. This was something they had not been able to do before. Kill. Kill them all. Let us show the xenogeneics who is the strongest. Loud cheers rang out. The army of death of 100,000 soldiers had an explosive combat power, sweeping back and forth and killing in all directions. How is it? Is it okay? In the first round of battle, the army of death had an absolute advantage. The ferocious attacks of the mutants were also temporarily repelled. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the first battle. After all, this was a defensive golden body that he had created. If it was ineffective, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? How embarrassing would that be? The Lord of White Knight City repeatedly praised and was convinced. This kind of efficiency could not be achieved by their White Knight City. With the first overwhelming victory, the rhythm of the mutants slowed down. The army of death had caught them off guard. The mutants are probably dumbfounded. Lin Fei looked at the retreating mutants, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just in time for everyone to rest. In close combat, Lin Fei also understood the strength of the mutants. Encountering the well-equipped army of death, coupled with the support of the golden body, their overall combat power had increased by several levels, and they could now fight against them. I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Not far from White Knight City, in the temporary resting place of the mutant army. Sir, it was the army of death of the Wantian Empire that caused great damage to us during the day. However, this army is different from the other armies. Their overall strength has increased a lot, and at the same time they have become more resistant. A mutant reported. The target of the report was the mutant giant. This giant was about 10 feet tall, and its whole body was bursting with power. It was a high-level mutant among the mutants, and its specialty was strength. Army of Death. The mutant giant was not surprised by this army. It could be considered an old enemy, but today's Army of Death was obviously different. Do you know who is in charge? Manchi asked. Not sure. The mutant whispered. However, I saw a familiar face. It seems to be someone from the Fifth Army. The Fifth Army? Manchi frowned. If it is the Fifth Army, then it is strange. Since when did their strength increase so quickly? The Army of Death's combat power was indeed not bad. However, it was basically impossible for them to defeat their attacks like they did today. Go and investigate. We must find out who is in charge of the Fifth Army. Manchi said coldly. The mutant army was very powerful, but if they did not understand the Army of Death and continued to resist, they would have to pay a great price. This was not what Manchi wanted to see. That night, the Lord of White Knight City personally invited Lin Fei to a banquet. It was because of Lin Fei's arrival that they had a chance to breathe. The mutant army's attack had been temporarily repelled, which was a good victory. It was necessary to celebrate. The Lord of White Knight City was very open-minded. If they wanted to defend White Knight City, they had to rely on this General Lin Fei. As for them, they could just forget about it. The difference was too great. Master, the weakness of the mutants has been analyzed. Returning to his temporary residence, Lin Fei heard a piece of good news. It was analyzed so quickly. Although he knew that the little devil was very powerful, to be able to analyze it so quickly was too amazing. What I have analyzed now is only a small weakness, the little devil said. But it can definitely defeat the mutant army and obtain victory for Master. Small weakness? Lin Fei was not disappointed. It was fine as long as they could win. Chapter 37:11. The news of White Knight City's first wave of defense also reached the ears of the Emperor of the Hundred Sources domain. The royal family was naturally very happy. Big brother, you're awesome. Ever since the mutants attacked, the Hundred Sources Empire had been retreating, unable to withstand their attacks. They had paid a huge price along the way, all of which were exchanged with corpses. Now, the Death Army had immediately repelled the mutants' attack. There was no better news than this. Reward. They must be rewarded. Only then could the Death Army work hard to stop the mutants. General Lin, the mutants are attacking again. White Knight City Lord said worriedly. From the looks of it, it's even fiercer than before. Lin Fei naturally saw it, but his expression did not change. It's fine. Now that Lin Fei had the weakness of the mutants, the 5th Legion of the Death Legion could easily defeat them even though there were only 100,000 soldiers. City Lord Bai, just watch. Leave the professional matters to us. These words stunned the White Knight City Lord. Seemed to make a lot of sense. In terms of battlefield experience, it was definitely the Death Army. They fought on the front lines, and their combat experience was comparable to the mutants. Then I'll have to trouble General Lin. White Knight City Lord naturally hoped to repel the mutants as soon as possible. Kill. Great Commander Demonic Abyss personally led the troops. The 5th Army once again charged into the mutant army like a sharp knife. Compared to yesterday, the mutant army had more than doubled in number, and the pressure was naturally not small. Moreover, the Fifth Army had received instructions from General Lin to change their attack strategy. This made them doubtful, but they quickly suppressed this thought. Their attack was successful. General is too powerful. The mutants are defeated even faster. Under the close combat, the mutants instantly collapsed. Although it was only a small weakness, it had become the mutants' nightmare. Their combat power plummeted, and the Death Army soldiers trampled them. It could be said that they were losing ground again and again. Why are they faster than yesterday? White Knight City Lord's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Were these still the mutants? If he had not seen them before, he would have suspected that these mutants were fake. This strength, they were completely different. A faint smile hung on Lin Fei's face. A small weakness has been magnified infinitely. Little Devil's ability is truly terrifying. In fact, Lin Fei was dubious about whether the weakness deduced by the little demon's analysis was useful or not. Lin Fei was convinced by the scene in front of him. The little devil was mighty and domineering. The soldiers of the Death Legion were also extremely excited at this moment. It was just a small change, but they were able to crush the mutants. This feels so good. Xenogeneics are so easy to kill. General is mighty. In the past, when the soldiers of the Dead Army fought against Xenogeneics, it was a difficult fight. The death rate was high, but now they realized the Xenogeneics weren't as strong as they thought they were. Kill. Kill them all. The Death Army turned into a sharp knife formation, continuously slaughtering their way in and out, leaving behind a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Sir, we've lost again. When Meng Qi heard the report, his expression changed, and he personally ran out. They had doubled the number of soldiers, but in the end, they were defeated even faster than yesterday. This made Meng Qi, who was full of confidence, unable to believe it. We've really lost. Seeing the Xenogeneics being crushed along the way, Meng Qi couldn't believe it. The combat strength of the Death Army was indeed not bad, but it had never been this strong. But the scene in front of him was a complete sweep. Once they exchanged blows, the Xenogeneics became so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. There's a problem, there must be a problem. After Meng Qi observed, he was even more certain that there was a problem. Retreat. The Xenogeneics were fierce, but Meng Qi naturally wasn't willing to die for nothing. The battle was won again. Lin Fei thought that the leader of the Xenogeneics would make a move, but the result was disappointing. The other party chose to retreat. To be able to become a leader, it's really not simple, Lin Fei thought. He probably saw something, but even if he did, your army's defeat is already set in stone. Lin Fei completely believed in the little devil's ability. It was a small weakness now, but in the future he might discover a big weakness. The ferocious attacks of the Xenogeneics were actually not much of a threat. Lin Fei was even more clear that this was a chance to increase his prestige. The more he won, the more loyal his soldiers would be. Master, I just calculated a little thing. The little devil transmitted. The vitality of these Xenogeneics is very strong. If we capture them alive, we can extract their vitality and condense it into life crystals. Life crystals. Lin Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. Can it increase vitality? Currently, Lin Fei's vitality was extremely long. For the time being, he didn't care much about things that could increase vitality. Master can understand it this way, the little devil said. However, what Master said is only one of its uses. In addition, a large amount of vitality can be used to display some powerful life taboo moves, which can be used as a big move. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Isn't this the same as the energy points back then? Back then it was all thanks to the energy points. When the little devil said this, he immediately reacted. You can say that, the little devil said. However, a powerful move that uses vitality is very suitable for Master to use at this time. Although he had mastered the Infinity Gate and maintained his strength at the Immortal Realm, he could be said to be a first-class existence in the Wantian Empire. However, if he encountered those real Immortal Realm experts, his chances of winning were not very high. If he really mastered some powerful life-killing moves that could be used by vitality, Lin Fei would be very happy to see it. I can't find such a big killing move anywhere. Lin Fei had just become the general of the Death Legion's 5th Corps. It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to find these killing moves. Not to mention the other things, Lin Fei didn't know where to find the Heaven's Determination Stone. "Master, you forgot about me," the little devil said proudly. "What Master needs to do now is to capture a large number of xenogeneics and refine their vitality. For example, you can use the Myriad Yuan pool to refine and purify it. However, you need to refine it again before that." Lin Fei had been thinking about how to improve his strength. Now, the little devil's words were undoubtedly good news. For the time being, he didn't consider the infinity technique. It was completely possible to use a large amount of vitality to display a big killing move. This was indeed an option, but Lin Fei hadn't thought about it. If it weren't for these xenogeneics and the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really would have forgotten that he could do this. Then what are we waiting for? Let's refine the Myriad Yuan pool first. Chapter 37:12. Meng Qi withdrew his army. In just a short round of attacks, the losses were even heavier than yesterday. It could be said that it was a slap in the face. Meng Qi's face darkened. They only hit certain parts of your body, but it already affected your combat strength, and even your body is affected. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Meng Qi almost suspected that he had heard wrong. Since when did the Death Army have such an ability? If they really had such a method, their mutant army would have long been defeated. At the very least, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Yes, a lot of people said so. Their offensive is very strange, but we are greatly affected. We can't fight anymore. They are simply sending themselves to their deaths. This kind of battle was not something that the mutant captains and the others liked. Meng Qi believed his subordinate's words. "Continue to probe tomorrow. I want to know if this is a coincidence." For the time being, this was the only thing Meng Qi could do. Once it was confirmed, he would have to make a move no matter what. "This Death Army is that army," Meng Qi said. "Is it our old enemy?" "No, it's the new general." Meng Qi was stunned again. The new general was actually so powerful? Lin Fei did not know that the mutant commander was thinking about him. "General Lin, I will arrange for these materials to be sent over immediately. If White Knight City doesn't have them, the royal family will send them over." Hearing that General Lin Fei needed these materials, White Knight City Lord agreed without hesitation. The two battles, especially today, were completely one-sided. It had been a long time since the Hundred Sources Empire welcomed such a victory. The ferocious and terrifying mutants retreated just like that. White Knight City Lord was worshipped. It was just a few materials, so what? "Many thanks." Refining the 10,000 essence pool required a lot of materials, so Lin Fei naturally asked for them from the Hundred Sources Empire. Fortunately, White Knight City Lord was very straightforward. In the following days, Meng Qi sent out his army several times, and the number of troops doubled each time. The result was the same. The Death Army's combat strength was explosive, crushing them again and again. Meng Qi simply stopped attacking. The problem was confirmed. This Lin Fei of the 5th Legion seemed to have mastered a method to deal with mutants. After confirming it, Man Qi himself was quite shocked. How did he come up with a way to deal with xenogeneics? If Monkey hadn't tested it, he wouldn't have believed it was true. For a long time, the mutants were known for their powerful combat abilities. Anyone who went against them would not have a good ending. Crush and conquer. But this time, what happened was a huge threat to the mutants. "We must kill that general of the 5th Legion." Meng Qi thought to himself. If it's only his own research, then it'll be easy. If it's the Wantian Empire's research, it'll be a nightmare for us mutants. Man Qi believed in the former. The Wantian Empire probably did not know about it yet. This was an opportunity. Meng Qi believed that as long as he killed this general, it would be a great contribution to him. At that time, he would definitely be able to take a step forward in his current position. It was important to note that the competition among the mutants was fierce. Everyone wanted to be a commander-in-chief. However, the commander-in-chief did not sit like that. They needed to accumulate military merits, and only by fighting non-stop could they accumulate military merits. And right now was an opportunity. "Keep attacking," Meng Qi ordered. "Besiege the entire White Knight City and force them out." Meng Qi wanted White Knight City to fall into endless fear and force that general to show himself. At that time, he would directly kill the other party. As long as the other party came out, he would undoubtedly die. The strength of the Wantian Empire's generals had always been average. Meng Qiming had killed no less than 7 or 8 of such generals. Lin Fei was in a secret room in White Knight City, refining the 10,000 essence pool. White Knight City had continuously repelled the attacks of the mutants. General Lin Fei's methods had also fallen into the ears of the emperor. When he heard that he needed some materials, he took them out without hesitation. In a very short time, Lin Fei had gathered all the materials needed to refine the 10,000 essence pool. Under the command of the little devil, he began to refine the 10,000 essence pool. For example, adding in the array. Anyway, with the little devil around, Lin Fei did not feel any pressure. Step by step, in a short period of 7 or 8 days, he had completely refined the 10,000 essence pool. The effect was obviously different. This way, I can purify the vitality and condense the life crystals. Lin Fei looked at the new 10,000 essence pool. Compared to before, it seemed to be more perfect, especially the plundering ability, which was more overbearing. If the former was rated 8 points, then the current 10,000 essence pool could be rated 10 points. Perfect. Master can go out and find the mutants to test it out, the little devil said. If I'm not wrong, the mutant commander should be launching a fierce attack to force Master out and then kill you. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I also want to see the strength of the mutant commander. General Lin, they have launched an all-out attack. The White Knight City Lord came in a hurry. The mutants' attack was too fast. White Knight City's array consumed a lot of energy, and this kind of consumption could not keep up with the pace. The only result was that White Knight City would be breached. It's fine, this general has been waiting for them to launch an all-out attack. Lin Fei came out with a smile. On the city wall at this time there were mutants in all directions. There were at least millions of mutants, maybe even close to 10 million. Anyone who saw this would feel their scalp tingle. The mutants' attack is really sharp, Lin Fei said. No wonder ordinary city walls can't hold. Only a xenogeniac could attack from all directions. Demon Abyss, lead the troops to battle. Understood. Commander Demon Abyss raised his sword and rushed out with his troops, directly killing into the mutant army. Lin Fei moved his body. I haven't fought in a long time, it's time to go out and warm up. General Lin, you can't go out, it's too dangerous outside. White Knight City Lord's face changed. They can't hurt me at all, Lin Fei said. White Knight City Lord only needs to guard the city, leave the outside matters to me. Lin Fei walked out of the city and came to the sky outside. Facing the black mass of mutants, an invisible danger shrouded him. Hua! A chill instantly swept over him. A mutant rushed over extremely fast. If not for the wind that came with its attack, it would be almost undetectable. But as soon as this mutant appeared, it was annihilated by the power of time and space, turning into dust when it approached Lin Fei. The mutants' methods are indeed different, Lin Fei said to himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The mutants seemed to have their eyes on Lin Fei, advancing wave after wave. It could be said to be densely packed, making it impossible for anyone to resist. But in the end, they could not get close to Lin Fei. Go. Lin Fei took out the Myriad Essence Pool. Let me see what the new Myriad Essence Pool looks like. Chapter 37-13. Big Boss. Page 1/1. As soon as the Myriad Essence Pool appeared, a terrifying suction force enveloped the mutant army. Whoosh! Whoosh! The mutants that were fighting had no ability to resist and were all sucked in. Large swaths of mutants were swept away. They had no ability to resist. A vacuum appeared in the center of the mutant army. General Lin, this treasure is so domineering. The White Knight City Lord sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen the power of the mutants before. But now, under the power of the treasure, the xenogeniacs were sucked in like a flood. No matter how strong they were swept away. The White Knight City Lord was full of admiration. His first move was already extraordinary. The Death Legion is indeed worthy of being the army fighting on the front lines. This time, our White Knight City might really be able to stop the mutant attack. The upper echelons of White Knight City cheered. No one liked the mutants, but the mutant army was powerful. Kill! Meng Qi personally commanded. When the other party's treasure was brought out, it swept through the mutant army like a leaf. This made him realize that this general was indeed capable. That was all. Their mutant army had killed all sorts of experts. Meng Qi ordered the general to be killed. As long as this general died, the morale of White Knight City would be greatly affected, and they would be able to easily break through and occupy the city. Hundreds of figures charged out from the mutant army. They were extremely fast. Like streams of light. Regardless of position or cooperation, it was a complete rotation attack. The mutants had always liked this kind of fighting style. If 100 were not enough, then 1,000 or even 10,000. It had to be said that this kind of fighting style was easy to produce results. In particular, these mutants were of different species. They were proficient in all kinds of attacks, and their attacks could be said to be very sharp. Lin Fei activated the myriad essence pool, feeling the difference in the refinement process. The energy consumption was greater, but fortunately there was an unlimited supply of energy, so it was easy. The mutants were sucked into the myriad essence pool, and the array inside erupted with a powerful killing move, killing all the mutants. Then, through the array, the life crystals were purified. Activating the myriad essence pool will use up about 50% of my unlimited energy. Lin Fei thought. Ordinary people really can't afford to use it. They probably won't be able to hold on for a few dozen breaths. Bang bang bang. The mutants that came to assassinate Lin Fei were all turned to dust within 100 feet of Lin Fei. Kill as many as you come. Instant kill, all of them were instant kills. Commander Meng Qi, aren't you going to personally take action? Lin Fei smiled. Seeing the Xenogeneics being killed one after another, Manchi's expression became strange. This fellow was very strong. No one had ever been able to resist the Xenogeneics tag team battle so easily. No, it was a high-level tag team battle. Who are you? Meng Qi glared at him. There's no one like you in the Death Legion. Lin Fei laughed. I didn't before, but from today onwards, you mutants will remember me because my name is Lin Fei. Lin Fei. Indeed, Manchi didn't know him. However, the more it was like this, the more Meng Qi wanted to kill him. Not even a God Emperor elite would dare say anything in front of a Xenogeneic army, much less a new general. Lin Fei, I'll remember you. Meng Qi coldly snorted. The 6 experts behind him instantly attacked. From 6 directions, 6 auras, all of them were God Emperor auras. General Lin, be careful. This is a 6-direction mutant. White Knight City Lord loudly warned. These were the 6 strongest people under Meng Qi's command. They had the strength to kill God Emperor elites. Several God Emperor elites of White Knight City had been killed like this. 6-direction mutant. Lin Fei really didn't care. When the 6 Xenogeneics approached Lin Fei, their 6 auras combined into one, transforming into a terrifying existence that was half a step into the immortal realm. A punch came straight at him. This punch shook the void, causing a series of explosions to ring out around Lin Fei. Meng Qi watched quietly. Facing my 6-direction mutant and still being so careless, it's hard not to die. Meng Qi was very confident in the 6-direction mutants. They were different types of Xenogeneics. The chances of them being born were not high, but once they appeared, they were equivalent to half an immortal realm expert. Meng Qi himself was at the God Emperor level. Using a secret technique, he could barely contend with the 6-direction mutants. Now that the 6-direction mutants attacked, they could completely crush the opponent. The 6-direction mutants are really powerful. This one has learned something new. After the explosion, a figure walked out, holding the 6-direction mutants with one hand. At this moment they were struggling in pain. Unfortunately, they still can't threaten me. What? The 6-direction mutants lost. Meng Qi turned pale with fright. That was the strongest combat power second only to him. Under normal circumstances, it was rarely used. But now it actually lost. Lin Fei swung, and the 6-direction mutants were sucked into the myriad essence pool. What other experts do you have? Just call them out. Lin Fei smiled. I heard that you have many experts among Xenogeneics. 1 6-direction mutants isn't enough. Meng Qi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. The 6 combination Xenogeneic had been taken away by the treasure, and Meng Qi had lost 6 of his generals. How could he let that go? His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Qi transformed into his true form. Only in his true form could Meng Qi's strength be at its peak. In his human form, his combat power was at 80%. In his true form, his combat power was at 100%. In his true form, Meng-Chi turned into a huge meatball, covering the sky and sun. He crashed into the myriad essence pool and opened his mouth, wanting to swallow it. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Fei snorted lightly and used the 6 paths of reincarnation. Everything within 10,000 li turned into a dark hell. Endless coldness enveloped everything. The sun couldn't be seen, only a cold aura. Boom boom boom. Under the guidance of the little devil, Lin Fei used the 6 paths of reincarnation again. The true 6 worlds were extremely powerful. It was a true undying attack. The 6 paths of reincarnation only destroyed 2 worlds. Meng-Chi's huge body was practically blown to smithereens. He returned to his human form, his face filled with shock. "You're an undying expert." When he said these words, Meng-Chi's entire body was trembling. He thought he could kill the opponent, but he didn't expect the opponent to be an undying expert. With just one move, his vitality was greatly injured, and his strength fell. An undying expert actually appeared on this battlefield. This was like bullying a child. You're right. The remaining 6 paths of reincarnation turned into 3 restraining forces, wrapped around Meng-Chi's body, and was sent into the myriad essence pool. Collect. Without Meng-Chi's leadership, the mutant army quickly collapsed. Lin Fei didn't attack again. The myriad essence pool swept across, collecting all the mutants. Oh, we won just like that. City Lord White Knight's eyes widened, looking at each other. This victory seemed to have come too quickly. City Lord, we won. Commander Meng-Chi was taken care of in one move. Also, this General Lin seems to be an undying expert. Everyone was frightened. Remember the mobile version. Chapter 37:14. Something big is about to happen. Page 1/1. Just like that, the mutant attack ended. White Knight City had won. At the same time, White Knight City had sent a powerful undying expert. This was a huge shock to the upper echelons of White Knight City. There were only a few undying experts in the entire 100 Sources Empire, and they were rarely seen. But now, a general was an undying expert. After this news shocked everyone, the White Knight City Lord immediately reported it to the Emperor. A super expert in the 100 Sources domain had to be taken seriously. Who would have thought that a general of the Death Army would be so powerful? Even someone like Commander Manchi could not withstand a single blow. An undying expert was indeed an undying expert. So this is a life crystal. Lin Fei played with the sparkling crystal in his hand. Master, this is a life crystal. It's formed by condensing life force. Little Devil explained. Life crystals can not only increase lifespan, but can also be used to unleash a powerful killing technique. Then why don't you hurry up and teach me the secret technique? The news of Commander Meng-Chi's death would spread quickly. The highest-ranking commander of the invading 100 Origins Weave would definitely make a move, and perhaps even an immortal rank powerhouse would make a move. Lin Fei could only benefit from a secret technique that could be used with life crystals. Little Devil really did pass on the secret technique. Life magnetic field. Lin Fei thought it was ordinary at first, but then his eyes lit up. They even have this kind of secret technique. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Little Devil seemed to be too amazing. As long as Master collects enough life crystals, the life magnetic field can be used for a long time. Little Devil said, I think we should take advantage of the situation before the mutant commander knows about the situation and wipe them out. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. That's true. Lin Fei believed that the news of him being able to use the power of an undying expert would spread quickly. At that time, it would be difficult to wipe them out. Lin Fei completely fell in love with the life magnetic field secret technique. Once he used the life magnetic field, his strength would increase by 50%. His strength would increase. For Lin Fei, this was a huge help. At this level, a 50% increase in strength would allow Lin Fei's strength to improve further, and he would undoubtedly have the upper hand in battle. There's no time to lose. I'll set off now. Lin Fei did not want to delay. More than half of the 100 Origins Weave had been conquered by the mutants. Lin Fei left White Knight City. After traveling 100,000 miles, there were traces of xenogeneics everywhere. They were plundering resources and it was a mess. Return. Lin Fei took out the myriad essence pool. These wandering mutants were all taken away. Lin Fei didn't plan to hide his tracks and directly swept his way. At first, some of the Xenogeniacs tried to fight back, especially when they knew how strong they were. They weren't afraid, but as more and more of their elites were killed, the mutant panicked. They were not afraid of death because they were not afraid of the attacks of the human race. But once they met an expert who could easily kill them, their pride would be torn to shreds. Other than running for their lives, they didn't dare to do anything else. Run. Too strong were not their match at all. The originally valiant mutants completely lost their pride in front of Lin Fei, collapsing along the way. With Little Devil's location, Lin Fei chased after the largest wave of mutants. Just as Little Devil said, this was a good opportunity. When the mutant commander reacted, the situation would be completely different. General Chen Chufeng was commanding the battle. These mutants are stronger than last time, and they have more combat experience. The battle below was not going smoothly, and it had entered a state of daytime. Overall, the army of death was much weaker. If not for their combat experience and superior equipment, they would have been defeated by the mutants long ago. This was a battle of attrition. The only thing that made Chen Chufeng happy was that he had successfully blocked the mutants' attack. As for repelling them, it would take time. This was the result of many years of experience. I wonder how Lin Fei is doing. Chen Chufeng wanted to know the situation. Probably the same as me, not much better. The mutants are famous for being hard to deal with. Chen Chufeng didn't care much about the defensive golden body of the Fifth Army. No matter how strong the body training technique was, it was still nothing. It was useless on the battlefield. General, there's a wave of mutants coming from the east. General, another wave is coming. News came one after another. Chen Chufeng frowned slightly. Could it be that the mutants have increased their troops? That's impossible. With the appearance of mutants other than increasing their troops, he really couldn't think of any other reason. Chen Chufeng flew into the sky and used a secret technique to zoom in on the situation. A large number of mutants were rushing over. At first glance, it seemed like they were here to increase their troops. No, this situation isn't that the mutants have increased their troops, but... Chen Chufeng really wanted to shake his head. How was this possible? The mutants were running. They were afraid. Because they were afraid, the mutants wanted to run. What a ridiculous thing to do. However, the scene in front of him told Chen Chufeng that these mutants were indeed running because they were afraid. Chen Chufeng still had the ability to judge this. The mutants are afraid? What are they afraid of? Chen Chufeng didn't understand. One must know that the mutants had always been famous for their ferocity. This was strange. Wait, that's... As the large number of mutants rushed over, the original mutant army was pushed away, and the scene became chaotic. Chen Chufeng saw a treasure. Along the way, it forcefully plundered the mutants. The usually fierce mutants were sucked into the treasure wave after wave. That scene was unbelievable. That's Lin Fei. Chen Chufeng's eyes widened. How could it be Lin Fei? Although they knew that Lin Fei was very strong, the generals didn't think that they would lose if they fought against him. At most it would be a tie. The scene in front of them was indeed a little shocking. He can actually make the mutants afraid. Chen Chufeng thought. Commander Bai Qi has made his move. The commotion here also made Commander Bai Qi angry. There was actually someone who dared to chase after the mutants and even messed up the mutant army's rhythm. Unforgivable. He must die. Commander Bai Qi made his move. With a six-path reincarnation, Commander Bai Qi was seriously injured on the spot and was sucked away by the treasure. This battle's strength. Chen Chufeng's pupils shrank. This is clearly the battle strength of an immortal. Lin Fei, could he have stepped into the immortal realm? Chen Chufeng couldn't be calm anymore. No, it's the ancient emperor armor. Could it be that he solved the problem of not being able to last for long? Chen Chufeng thought of something. If it's true, then the Empire will have another powerful immortal realm expert. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 37:15. Against an immortal rank commander. Page 1/100 Origins Domain. Within the mutants' temporary base. Commander Zack was the person in charge of this mission. Taking down 100 Origins Domain was his mission. For the ever-victorious mutants, no domain could stop their army's advance, except for Myriad Sky Empire. After all, that was a relatively ancient empire. It would take a long time to defeat Myriad Sky Empire. The mutants could afford it. Before that, he would first wipe out the surrounding territories. At that time, he would be able to have some fun with the Myriad Sky Empire. Everything was going smoothly. 100 Origins Empire's army was being pushed back. Cities fell into their hands one after another. More than half of the domain was in their hands. Commander Zack was very satisfied with this mission's progress. According to his calculations, taking down 100 Origins domain would not take more than 100 years. This speed was very fast. Commander Meng Qi is dead. Hearing the report, Commander Zack did not care much. For the mutants, the death of a commander was nothing. Even if a dozen or 20 died, Commander Zack would not care. After all, the mutants had a large number of them. This way, the mutants did not lack commanders at all. Commander Fei Yi is also dead. Commander Chiote is also dead. Commander Sky Shadow is also dead. Commander Zack, who did not care much at first, was enjoying the service of a human woman while tasting strong alcohol. He looked like he was enjoying himself. Then news came one after another. Commander Zack's expression changed. Especially when he heard that his commander had been killed. He had broken the table with a single palm strike. Speak, what's going on? 1 or 2 deaths was not a big deal, but commanders dying one after another was not normal. Commander Zack only needed to keep an eye on the 100 Origins Empire's royalty experts. He did not need to care about the experts in normal cities. He did not even care about the death army that Myriad Sky Empire had sent. As an old opponent, he knew the most about combat strength. Even if they came, they would at most cause some obstruction. They did not have the ability to suppress the mutant army. The Xenogenic leaders were being killed one after another. That was strange, and Commander Zack thought he had made a mistake. Lord Commander, the person who killed our commander is Death Legion's 5th Legion's Lin Fei. We suspect that his strength has reached immortal rank, reported a confidant. Even his trusted aides were dubious about it. Undying? Stop joking. This joke isn't funny at all. Immortal rank experts were all in charge of a region. None of them had ever interfered in such matters. In the Death Legion, the only one who was truly at immortal rank was that great general. As for the remaining generals, they could barely activate immortal rank fighting strength, but they could not maintain it for long. They were not a threat at all. Nonsense. Commander Zack snorted coldly and waved his hand to send his confidant flying. It's impossible for the Death Legion to have such an expert. If the Death Legion really had such a powerful expert, Commander Zack would have known immediately. Continue investigating. After a cold snort, Commander Zack gave the order. Report, our mutant army has suffered heavy casualties. A suspected immortal rank expert is suppressing our mutant army. As soon as the order was given, someone immediately came to report, and his expression changed. Report. Our army has also suffered heavy losses. Another person came to report. 1, 2, 3, a total of 8 mutants came to report the situation. Commander Zack could no longer sit still. Awesome. Awesome. Controlling the myriad essence pool with limitless power, Lin Fei pushed forward. Everywhere he passed, the mutant army suffered heavy casualties. No one could stop Lin Fei's attack. Suppression. Suppression. The ferocious mutant army was now retreating step by step. Could be said that they were on the verge of collapse. Assassination, assault. None of their moves could get close to Lin Fei. The river of spacetime's power was terrifying in this place. Not only could it destroy all kinds of attacks, but it could also destroy the mutant experts that got close. 10, 100. Once the numbers increased, it was hard for the mutants not to be afraid. Apart from that, several commanders were killed and suppressed. This was also a huge blow to the mutants. If this situation continues, the life crystal will be able to use the vitality magnetic field. Lin Fei thought. At that time, my strength will increase by 50%. I will have the advantage and be invincible. A 50% increase was indeed very frightening. Master, an expert is about to attack. Little Devil warned. It should be the mutant commander attacking the 100 Origins weave. Commander, good timing. Let me see how powerful you are. Ever since Lin Fei opened the Infinity Gate, and could use the peerless the arch armor. His strength had skyrocketed. During this period, he had not fought with an immortal expert. He's coming. Just as this thought appeared in Lin Fei's mind, a sharp, cold light flashed in front of him. Even the invisible protection formed by the river of spacetime was sliced apart by this sharp, cold light. The cold light was extremely powerful. Lin Fei raised his hand to block it. The cold light slashed against the arch armor, but it still exploded with terrifying power, causing a large part of the void behind him to collapse. Mutant Commander. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and looked at a person walking out of the void. Death Legion, 5th Legion General Lin Fei. Commander Zack walked out and stared at this young man. That cold light just now had been slashed by Commander Zack. Its power was boundless, and any God Emperor expert would die without a doubt. That's right, I'm Lin Fei of the 5th Legion. Lin Fei smiled. What can I do for you? If not, you can leave now. Don't hinder me from suppressing the mutants. Leave. Commander Zack's previous slash was a test. If he could not withstand it, then he would die without a doubt. Commander Zack could use a secret technique to erupt with immortal rank battle strength. He was immediately angered by the other party's words. Too arrogant. A young brat really thinks he's some big shot? Does he think he can leave just because he wants to? He thinks too highly of himself. I really want to see your strength. Just who gave you the courage to come and suppress the army under my command? Commander Zack took a step forward, and like a ray of light, he slashed out hundreds of times with his black saber. Every slash was filled with terror, as if he was at his peak. Just in time, Lin Fei's blood boiled. He could finally fight with an expert who could erupt with immortal rank battle strength. This slash was ruthless. One slash contained the attack of hundreds of slashes. It instantly gave people pressure. Lin Fei finally felt the aura of threat and the trace of death aura. This was his opponent. River of Spacetime. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The river of spacetime condensed into a spear. He stabbed out, and the spear shadows were like rain, accurately colliding with Commander Zack's saber light. Remember the mobile version Chapter 37:16. So it was a clone, page 1/1. As soon as Lin Fei and Commander Zack clashed, an immortal aura reverberated in the air, affecting the entire 100 Origins domain. General Chan Chufeng was the first to feel it. Even though he was mentally prepared, when the aura swept over him, his expression changed countless times. They're fighting. They're really fighting. Chan Chufeng immediately approached and watched the battle from tens of thousands of li away. They're actually evenly matched. Commander Zack doesn't even have the slightest advantage. The two continued to move. Every time they clashed, the energy ripples would cause the entire world to explode. Chan Chufeng was completely shocked. Even though Commander Zack wasn't a true immortal rank expert, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even a true immortal rank expert might not be able to gain an advantage. The reason was simple. Mutants had strong recovery abilities. In a long battle, they could maintain their peak battle strength. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, no one could defeat a mutant expert. Otherwise, they would be killed. Azure Dragon City's third young master has really found a powerful helper. The two exchanged blows, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble. Luckily, I'm here. Chan Chufeng thought to himself. I was planning to have some fun with that brat Lin Fei, but now it's pointless. If they were to target each other, it would be a complete suppression. Once the news of today's battle reached the Thousand Sky Empire, he would definitely be recruited. Even if he wasn't recruited, he could still become a noble in the Thousand Sky Empire. In the Thousand Sky Empire, nobility was something all experts hoped to obtain. Once they obtained a noble, they could basically do as they pleased in the Thousand Sky Empire. Even the emperor would not say anything. An immortal rank expert is here. A ripple came from the void, accompanied by a heavy aura. Chan Chufeng knew that an immortal rank expert was here. There were a total of 3 immortal rank experts in the 100 Origins domain. Any one of them had been an immortal rank expert for a long time, and had witnessed the history of the 100 Origins Empire. Deep within the void, at this moment there were 2 experts standing there. One was an old man. The other was a middle-aged man. Both of them were undying experts. What a powerful spear art. It's augmented by the river of spacetime's power, allowing it to destroy a portion of an attack's power. The one who spoke was an elder. He was full of praise. The old man was the strongest cultivator in the 100 Origins domain, Yuan Yi. The middle-aged man was Yuan Yi's disciple, Giant Eye. The two of them had always been the guardians of the 100 Sources Empire. After Lin Fei and Commander Zack fought, they immediately sensed it and were shocked, so they took the initiative to investigate. Master, that kid isn't an immortal-level expert, but his power is at least that of an immortal-level expert. He's attacked repeatedly, and his power hasn't weakened at all. Don't tell me that the Imperial armor he's wearing is the primordial Imperial armor that was so famous back in the day? Some God Emperor experts grasped powerful secret techniques that allowed them to unleash undying battle power. This was nothing to be shocked about. However, being able to unleash a secret technique for a prolonged period of time and stabilize one's combat strength was what made one's eyes light up. It should be the ancient Emperor armor, Yuan Yi said. Looks like Wantian Empire will have another powerful immortal. Should we make a move then? Giant Eye said. I feel that this is an excellent opportunity to kill Commander Zack and defeat the mutant army in one fell swoop. Yuan Yi shook his head. Commander Zack isn't that easy to kill. Lin Fei used the spear condensed from the river of time and space to break down Commander Zack's attacks time and time again. One had to admit that Commander Zack's saber techniques were very domineering. Each slash was stronger than the previous, and his strength was so great that he could completely suppress his opponent. If he couldn't withstand it, he would die. Even if he could withstand a single slash, the power that seeped through would be enough to injure his body, and eventually cause his body to collapse. 3 to 5 slashes would suffice. Commander Zack's combat strength was indeed formidable. With 2 attacks, no matter which aspect he couldn't withstand, he would be finished. You're very strong. Commander Zack was also having a hard time. Under his ferocious attacks, his opponent was actually able to withstand it. His physical body wasn't even injured at all. This wasn't normal. His opponent's armor was also extremely powerful. During this period, it was unknown how many times he had slashed his opponent, but other than faint saber marks, no other cracks appeared. You flatter me. Lin Fei smiled and stabbed with the space-time spear in his hand. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an ultimate move. Now Lin Fei could easily use it. As soon as the 6 worlds opened, a terrifying attack instantly erupted, engulfing Commander Zack. Cough, cough, cough. Under such a killer move, Commander Zack was in a sorry state and was injured, but he could still stand steadily. You should have inherited the primordial Imperial armor. I didn't expect that the primordial Imperial armor from back then would now have an heir. Commander Zack's rather handsome body collapsed. I've learned something new. Commander Zack's aura disappeared. His flesh and blood instantly turned to dust. It's done. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so easy. Lin Fei pondered. Master, this guy isn't dead. Only a body died. Little Devil suddenly said. His real body isn't here. A substitute. You can say that. Little Devil said. This Commander Zack has a powerful doppelganger technique. Master only killed a doppelganger. As for how many doppelgangers he has, I don't know. This explanation was very normal. If the mutant commander was so easy to kill, the mutants wouldn't have been so rampant until now. Lin Fei was very clear on this point. They're retreating. We won. The ferocious mutants suddenly retreated like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield became empty. The soldiers of the 100 Sources territory cheered. I didn't expect General Lin Fei to defeat Commander Zack and force him to retreat. Chen Chufeng looked at the movements below and let out a long sigh. He became famous in one battle. This must be General Lin Fei. He's young and promising. You even destroyed one of Commander Zack's doppelgangers. Elder Yuan Yi and Gargoyle walked out together. This is my duty as a general. Senior, you flatter me. With Little Devil around, Lin Fei already knew that 2 immortal experts had appeared. No need to be so humble. Elder Yuan Yi said. You killed one of Commander Zack's doppelgangers. You've done our 100 Sources Empire a great favor. Gargoyle was also very happy. Commander Zack has always been very careful, and we basically had no chance of making a move. Now that you killed one of his doppelgangers, you've stopped the mutant army's advance. It'll be much more difficult for them to take down the Hundred Sources territory. I killed a doppelganger just now. Lin Fei revealed a shocked expression. Elder Yuan Yi and Gargoyle laughed. If mutants were so easy to kill, then they wouldn't be mutants. Especially at the level of commander, they're almost impossible to kill because they have doppelgangers. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 3717. The Passion of the Hundred Sources Empire, page 1/1. Commander Zack had lost a clone, which was an extreme loss for the mutants. They would need to pay a huge price to cultivate it again. Yuan Yi and the Huge I invited Lin Fei to the imperial capital as a guest. Before that, the Hundred Sources Empire wanted to launch a counterattack. This was an excellent opportunity to boost morale. Lin Fei agreed to visit the imperial capital. Although the Hundred Sources Empire was not as strong as the Myriad Sky Empire, Lin Fei needed information on the Heaven's Determination Stone. If he could obtain it, it would be great. The Hundred Sources Empire's counterattack came quickly. It was a grand and majestic one. The mutant army was forced to retreat at the first sign of attack. Lin Fei acted as the main force, constantly using the Myriad Origin Pool to collect the mutants. Coupled with the deaths of many commanders, the mutant army's morale suffered a huge blow. In a short period of time, they recovered a lot of lost territory and cities. Lin Fei played a big part in this. I didn't think we'd complete half of our mission so easily. Chen Chufeng let out a long sigh of relief. This was the easiest mission they'd ever had. They'd only fought a few battles, but the mutant army had already lost their morale. The commanders and Commander Zack did not show up at all. Isn't it better to resolve this matter earlier? Lin Fei laughed. After all, you don't want to stay in the Hundred Sources territory forever. Chen Chufeng laughed loudly. To be honest, he really didn't want to stay in this place. The mutants should retreat. Chen Chufeng laughed. Let's see if Commander Zack will counterattack. He won't dare. Lin Fei said confidently. Retreat. Commander Zack ordered. The appearance of Lin Fei was a huge hindrance to the invasion of the Hundred Sources territory. Commander Zack had even lost a clone, which was a great humiliation. Next time, I'll personally avenge this humiliation. Commander Zack did not plan to attack again. That brat's strength was quite extraordinary. The 6 paths of reincarnation was especially powerful. It was beyond what the clone could handle. In a one-on-one fight, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. Unless he sent out all his clones, Commander Zack wouldn't be so impulsive. After all, it was too difficult to nurture each clone, and losing one would make his heart ache for a long time. The price he had to pay during this period was also enormous. The mutant army had retreated. Their retreat was simple. It was different from the super warships used by the Wantian Empire. They opened a super teleporter. It was like a bottomless pit, and the Xenogeneic army went through it. At the end of the black hole was an abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were many Xenogeneics there. He's finally gone, Lin Fei said with a smile. The mission had been successfully completed. The scene in the depths of the bottomless pit also made Lin Fei secretly fearful. At that moment, Lin Fei sensed a terrible danger. Even the little devil reminded him that once he passed through, he would die without a doubt. Even if he had 100 lives, he would still die. It was that simple. Lin Fei was very afraid of Xenogeneics. It was no wonder why they were still around. They were protected by super elites. The war ended with the retreat of the mutant army, and the Hundred Sources Empire emerged victorious. Outsiders knew that it was the army of death that repelled the Xenogeneic army, but very few people knew that Lin Fei was the real hero. General Lin, welcome to the Imperial Capital. Imperial Capital. The Crown Prince of the Hundred Sources Empire came to welcome him personally. Outsiders might not know, but the royal family knew, especially since it came from the mouth of 2 Immortal Realm experts. Everyone in the royal family was full of respect for General Lin Fei. Even though Lin Fei had used the arch armor to unleash his powerful battle prowess, this did not affect the respect they had for General Lin Fei. With strength, one could be welcomed anywhere. Your Highness, you are too polite. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, you could have just sent anyone. How could the crown prince take it seriously? This General Lin was a great hero of the Hundred Sources Empire. This big brother of the Wantian Empire was very impressive. Just like that, the crisis of the Hundred Sources Empire was easily resolved. The crown prince brought Lin Fei to tour the imperial capital, and he was very enthusiastic along the way. In the end, Lin Fei accompanied the crown prince to meet the emperor of the Hundred Sources Empire, a fifth heaven god emperor expert. They had a pleasant chat. That night, the emperor held a private banquet. Even the elders of the royal family came. The purpose of the banquet was to thank Lin Fei, the great hero of the empire. Lin Fei was able to deal with it easily. In order to thank Lin Fei for his contributions, the emperor took out a shocking gift. This made Chan Chufeng's eyes red with envy. He had never received such treatment before. In the end, it was Lin Fei's strength that had won them over. Commander Zack had lost an avatar, which was enough to prove his strength. This was something worth paying attention to no matter where it was. Lin Fei accepted the gift and made a small request. He wanted to visit the imperial family's library. The old emperor of the Hundred Sources Empire readily agreed. Such a powerful character naturally needed to be fawned upon. Yes, fawned upon. Although he was not an immortal expert, he could still stabilize his strength. Who could guarantee that he would not become an immortal expert in the future? The old emperor did not dare to guarantee that. Even an immortal expert could not guarantee that. There were too many accidents in this world. What if he broke through on that day? General Lin, this is our imperial family's library. There are all kinds of treasures here. General Lin can browse through them all. The crown prince acted as the guide. The old emperor wanted to fawn upon such an expert. As the crown prince, he also wanted to leave a good impression. At this immortal level, the secret technique was not that powerful. The key was to be able to maintain it for a long time. This is troublesome. Lin Fei flipped through all kinds of ancient books to understand the Heaven's Determination Stone. Lin Fei did not want everyone to know about it. The fewer people who knew, the better. As for flipping through, that was just Lin Fei's way of confusing people. The main force was still the little devil. There were tens of thousands of treasures, big and small. Lin Fei did not have the mood to flip through them one by one. Cultivation techniques and whatnot were like floating clouds at this moment. In order to deceive people, Lin Fei stayed in the library for half a month. Naturally, he had to put on a good show. In the eyes of the crown prince, he naturally became a cultured person. Master, there are some clues. This was good news. Have you confirmed its whereabouts? With so many treasures, Lin Fei believed that there must be some clues. He might not be able to find them, but the little devil could. There was no problem in peeling silk from a cocoon. I can roughly confirm it. The little devil said. The Heaven's Determination Stone once appeared in a secret territory in the White Tiger Weave, but only once. White Tiger Weave. Lin Fei frowned. Only once. Only once. The little devil said. If you know more, Master can go to the Wantian Empire's royal family's library to take a look. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3718. Myriad Sky Empire. Death Legion. The general received the news. Looks like I've underestimated that kid. The general said. I didn't expect the problem of the primordial the arch armor to be solved so quickly. Our empire is going to have another pseudo-immortal. A true immortal was still a pseudo-immortal. Even if it was a pseudo-immortal, it was not something anyone could achieve. Lin Fei was undoubtedly one of them. Zack even sacrificed a clone. How delightful. The general laughed. He was in a good mood. Those people are probably not in a good mood now, the aide added. Ha 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 ha. After the general laughed, he said, when General Lin returns, tell him to come to this old man's place. The aide replied. Understood. He started to feel envious of Lin Fei. He had been appreciated by the great general. Strength decided everything. Lin Fei did not stay in the 100 Origins domain for long. The mutant army had retreated and would not attack for a while. There was nothing left to do. After a warm celebration banquet, the emperor of the 100 Origins Empire personally came to send Lin Fei off. I didn't expect us to return so soon. Chun Chufeng sighed. This is the fastest battle I've ever fought. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I like to end battles quickly. I can only say that General Zack is not very courageous, but people like him are the most difficult to deal with. Chen Chufeng felt the same. The mutant army's general had always been very cunning. He would retreat immediately if something went wrong. Killing a general was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless one had overwhelming strength. It was easy to say but extremely difficult to do. The super warship was fast. It was even faster to return. When the super warship returned to the Myriad Sky Empire, it appeared in the Death Legion again. The entire army was in an uproar. The result of the battle in the 100 Origins domain had already spread. The soldiers of the Death Legion all knew that General Lin Fei of the 5th Legion had made a great contribution this time, stabilizing his position. Moreover, the 5th Legion had suffered very few casualties in this battle. It could even be said to be insignificant. That despicable guy, he made a great contribution just like that. The three generals stood together. Although there were smiles on their faces, there was no trace of happiness. When the news came, they did not believe it at first. But when the news was confirmed, it was a heavy blow to the three generals. That kid did a meritorious deed. Chen Chufeng had also performed a meritorious deed. What was going on? None of the generals of the Death Legion liked Lin Fei, who had appeared out of nowhere. Now, not only had he secured his position, but he also seemed to have gained the great general's attention. Even the general's trusted aides came to welcome him. This kind of honor was not given to just anyone. It was enough to prove one thing, and that was that the great general appreciated Lin Fei. I heard that kid's battle prowess is at the pseudo-immortal realm. General Yan Tianqing had a gleam of envy in his eyes. A pseudo-immortal. Even the generals didn't have the qualifications to become undying realm experts. This requirement was too strict. Harumph, so what if he's a false immortal realm expert? General Demon Sealing sneered. Without that emperor armor, he's nothing. No matter how one listened, his tone was full of jealousy. If we want to deal with that kid Lin Fei, I'm afraid we'll have to put in more effort. General Luo Lin said coldly. General Lin, General Chen, you guys did well this time. You've made the Death Legion famous. The great general's trusted aide personally came to welcome the two generals back. This kind of treatment was rare. Lin Fei and Chen Chufeng were surprised. It was the great general's trusted aide who came to welcome them. It should be known that the trusted aide represented the great general's intention. This sent a very strong signal. The great general was very satisfied with this matter. Master, among the three generals, two of them have a strong killing intent towards you. Little Devil suddenly said in his ear. One is Yan Tianqing, the other is Demon Sealing. Kill me. Lin Fei smiled, they're jealous. But this is good. At least I'll remember them. Yan Tianqing, Demon Sealing. The four generals were hostile towards him, so he knew it. There were actually two of them who had killing intent. Lin Fei himself was surprised. This Luo Lin can be reacquainted. Oh. Lin Fei and Chen Chufeng went to see the great general. The great general praised the two of them. He was very satisfied with the victory they had achieved. Apart from praising them, he also rewarded them. The 1st and 5th Legions were allowed to recruit 30,000 soldiers. From 100,000 soldiers to 130,000 soldiers. Don't look at how it was only 30,000 soldiers. With armor and weapons, their battle power increased. 30,000 soldiers were equivalent to a few 100,000 gods. Chen Chufeng was ecstatic. After going out once, he obtained the authority to increase the number of soldiers. 100,000 soldiers became 130,000. Chen Chufeng looked at Lin Fei gratefully. This was the benefit that Lin Fei brought. This caused his influence in the Death Legion to surpass the other three generals. General Lin, your golden defense is not bad. You can promote it in the Death Legion. The general laughed. Xenogeniacs are famous for being strong, and that's because of their defense. With your defense, the Death Army's combat power will increase. You're a great hero. That's right. Lin Fei did not care much about the golden defense. He did not feel any heartache about handing it over. Even if the great general did not say, I would have handed it over. Lin Fei said, before, I did not dare to guarantee that the golden defense would be effective. But after the war with the mutants, the effect has appeared. As a member of the Wantian Empire, I naturally hope that the empire becomes stronger. I am willing to give up the golden defense. This kind of body training technique, as long as Lin Fei wanted it, the little devil could make it out anytime. It was not inferior to the golden defense. The golden defense was not much different from cabbage. The great general was very satisfied. He was young and very loyal to the empire. Normal people would not be willing to give up such a technique. Lin Fei not bad. The news of the 1st and 5th legions increasing the number of soldiers spread. It caused quite a stir. The Death Legion had not increased their troops for a long time. For the generals, increasing the number of soldiers was a chance to increase their influence. In comparison, the 1st and 5th legions suppressed the 2nd, 3rd and 4th legions. No, if this continues we will be suppressed. Yin Tianqing was very unhappy. Why could the newcomer increase the number of soldiers? He had been a general here for so long, yet he did not have the qualifications to increase the number of soldiers. We must get rid of Lin Fei. If they increased the number of soldiers now, there would be no meaning for them to stay in the Death Legion anymore. Transfer away Lin Fei, or let Lin Fei lead the troops to fight against the mutants. After the 3 generals discussed, they came up with 2 solutions. This was the only chance. Chapter 37:19. The general is missing. Page 1/1. After the battle in the 100 Origins domain, Lin Fei's position as general of the Army of Death was secured. As the defensive golden body tempering cultivation technique became widespread in the Death Legion, Lin Fei's prestige increased by a lot. Every soldier who cultivated the defensive golden body tempering cultivation technique talked about how good General Lin Fei was. This body tempering cultivation technique helped them survive more easily on the battlefield. At the same time, they were rewarded for their contributions. In a short 100 years, Lin Fei's influence was second only to the general. The golden body tempering technique's effects were fully displayed. When fighting against the mutant army, they could all return alive. Ever since General Lin Fei returned, he led the Army of Death to fight against the mutant army at the front lines. This fight lasted for 100 years. Apart from the beginning, when Lin Fei had killed a commander, he hadn't done anything else. There were no more opponents he could kill. The mutant army had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. After losing commanders in all sorts of assassination attempts, they didn't send any more. Instead, it became a battle between the Army of Death and the mutant army. One-on-one battles are boring. Let's fight in groups. At least we have an advantage. These were the thoughts of the mutant commanders. The Army of Death's combat strength kept increasing. In the beginning they were weak, but after a few decades they were able to suppress the mutant army. General, the mutant army doesn't dare come out. How satisfying. I didn't expect the mutant army to be suppressed by us. Inside the tent, the commanders were all exceptionally excited. In the past 100 years they defeated the mutant army. Every time they fought, they'd instilled great fear in the mutant army. The commanders were filled with fervor for General Lin Fei. Because of General Lin Fei, the Fifth Army had become the mutant army's nightmare. Now it had become a crushing defeat. The mutant army paled at the mention of the Fifth Army. Now, no matter how much they provoked the mutant army, they wouldn't come out. General Ling Tian had never imagined that the Fifth Army would be this strong. As for himself, he could fight against a mutant commander all by himself without being at a disadvantage. You've done well. Lin Fei rarely made a move. After General Zack suffered at the hands of Lin Fei, news of Lin Fei spread like wildfire. A pseudo-immortal realm expert was worth being afraid of. Especially since this undying realm expert wasn't normal. If there are no accidents, we should be transferred back soon. Lin Fei's strength hadn't improved much in the past 100 years, but he had integrated everything he had learned. This was naturally the suggestion of the little fiend. Let's go back. The mutant army won't fight with us anymore. Commander Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Long Tianhao said, "Yeah, we'll have nothing to do if we go back. I used to think that xenogeneics were strong, but now it seems like they're just SOSO." These commanders were filled with a strong desire to fight. He could be described as a lunatic. Report. A soldier ran in. He was one of Long Tianhao's men. "General, something has happened to the Death Legion." Everyone was happy, but when they heard this, their expressions changed immediately. How is that possible? The person continued to report. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. They were filled with disbelief. Are you sure? Yes. Everyone was silent. Everyone knew deep down that something big was about to happen. Lin Fei was quite surprised. Ever since he had fought against the mutant army here for 100 years, Lin Fei really didn't care about the Death Legion. He knew that the transfer back then was caused by someone behind the scenes. Lin Fei wasn't angry. He could use this opportunity to study his own strength. It wasn't bad to be idle for 100 years. Logically speaking, it's impossible. Lin Fei frowned. The general's strength is that of a true undying realm expert. How could something happen to him? The general was missing. It was said that he went to destroy an important stronghold of the mutant army. There was no news of what happened during this period. Anyway, the general was missing. None of the people who went with him came back alive. Without the general, it was a fatal blow to the Death Legion. General, no matter what, the general's disappearance is definitely not a good thing. Long Tianhao said. Yan Tianxing and the rest are getting restless. I'm afraid they will use this opportunity to deal with the general. Commander Mo Yuan also said. General, we have to do something. After all, in the past 100 years, our 5th Legion's influence has surpassed the other 4 legions. It can be said that we are at the peak of our power. They already have their own plans. These commanders had all risen to the top in a single step. They had a lot of influence in the Death Legion. Many commanders were secretly envious of them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. If they dare to cause trouble, they will regret it sooner or later. Tianhao, continue to arrange people to keep an eye on the Death Legion. With such a big incident, the Empire will definitely send people over. Let's just wait and see. The 5th Legion of the Death Legion had become the strongest legion in the Death Legion in the past 100 years. The mutant army would rather shrink their necks than come out to fight. This was the best proof. The news spread in the army of death. 3 months after the general's disappearance, Wantian Empire finally sent an expert, He Guyan. However, this He Guyan was not as strong as the general. He was a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Moreover, the Empire rewarded him with an immortal treasure. His strength could not be underestimated. Once He Guyan arrived at the Death Legion, he immediately summoned the general and conveyed the Empire's will. However, he did not summon Lin Fei, the general of the strongest legion. He Guyan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Seems like this new general has a problem with me. Long Tianhao said fiercely. Master, he is just a pseudo-immortal realm expert. If he dares to do anything, I don't mind fighting with him. These years, Long Tianhao's strength had increased a lot. His strength was infinitely close to the pseudo-immortal realm. There were no commanders in the mutant army who could be his opponent. Once they fought, they would basically be crushed. Have you found out who he is? Lin Fei asked. Seems like he is one of the Imperial Prince's men. Long Tianhao said. I heard that the Imperial Princes are fighting fiercely. Seems like they finally have an excuse to interfere with the Death Legion because of the general's disappearance. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a strong legion? A truly strong fighting strength. Princes. Lin Fei said. Their hands are quite long. They have made their move so quickly. He Guyan did not summon Master. I'm afraid he is thinking of some dirty tricks. Long Tianhao said. Should we do something to show He Guyan? Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3720. The Death Legion. Ever since the great general had gone missing, the Death Legion had been in chaos for a short period of time, but it was quickly suppressed by the 4 generals. The 10,000 Heavens Empire had arranged for a pseudo-immortal expert to come down. He was the first to take charge of the Death Legion. When He Guyan arrived, he summoned the 4 generals, but he did not summon General Lin Fei. He announced that he did not want General Lin Fei to be affected. The front lines were important and could not be lost. No one had any doubts. However, to the 4 generals this was definitely a good thing. Great General, the strongest force in the Death Legion is the 5th Legion. Great General He Guyan summoned Yan Tianxing. Although our 4 legions are not weak, there is still a gap between us and them, Yan Tianxing said. Especially against the xenomorph army, they were practically crushed. I heard that General Lin Fei discovered a weakness of the xenomorph army, but General Lin Fei refused to admit it. Great General He Guiyan was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. Compared to the Great General, this one was much weaker. If the Great General wants to control the 5th Legion, I think the best way is to let Lin Fei find the Great General. Yan Tianqing said softly. After all, he is a pseudo-immortal expert. The Great General can also send someone to enter the 5th Legion with the excuse of learning. As long as we take down Mo Yuan and the others, the 5th Legion will be easy. If we can add on the fact that General Lin Fei died at the hands of the xenomorph army, then, He Guiyan glanced at Yan Tianqing indifferently. You are not bad. The 6th Prince is very satisfied with you. Yan Tianqing said. This is what I should do. He Guiyan was the 6th Prince's man, and so was Yan Tianqing. Then let's start with the 5th Legion. He Guiyan said. Lin Fei is quite capable. There are stories about Lin Fei in the imperial capital. Yan Tianqing said. Fortunately, the Great General is missing. If Lin Fei is allowed to continue, the Death Legion will fall into his hands in the future. General, something bad has happened. Great General Mo Yuan rushed in with an ugly expression. Lin Fei said indifferently. That new Great General is making a move. The Great General arranged for someone to come down. I think they don't have good intentions. Not long ago, Great General He Guiyan once again summoned the 4 generals to discuss a matter. That is to send someone to look for Great General He Guiyan. It is very likely that Great General He Guiyan will be sent out. Great General Mo Yuan said. This was also what the Grand Commander of the Devil Abyss was worried about. I thought it was some kind of trick, but it's nothing special. Lin Fei could see that they were planning to use the excuse of looking for the Great General to seize the command of the 5th Legion. After all, the Great General had the authority to do so. Even if it was temporary, it still held great power. Let them in. Lin Fei was the least afraid of this. For 100 years, the entire 5th Legion was under his control. Not to mention the other commanders, just Long Tianhao, the great commander of the Devil Abyss, and the others were completely loyal. General Lin, receive your orders. As soon as the person came in, he shouted at Lin Fei. As He Guiyan's representative, no one dared to underestimate him. Xiao Fang was one of Great General He Guiyan's trusted aides. This time, not only did he want to show off his strength to Lin Fei, but he also wanted to seize Lin Fei's command of the 5th Legion. Xiao Fang felt excited just thinking about it. One had to know that the 5th Legion was the strongest legion. With 130,000 soldiers, they could easily fight against 1 million mutants. As for the human army, there were at least 1 million of them. It was still a one-sided battle. Lin Fei sat there with his sword in his hand. Long Tianhao stood up. There's no need to read it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. When Xiao Fang came, he thought that Lin Fei would definitely not dare to make a move and would obediently accept the Great General's orders. However, the current situation did not seem right. How dare you? Xiao Fang shouted. The subordinates that he brought were also waiting for the Great General. Long Tianhao charged forward and rammed into Xiao Fang, the trusted aide of Great General Xiao Fang, and sent him flying. He then picked up the military order and gently placed it in front of Lin Fei. Who do you think you are? You still dare to read a military order? More than half of Xiao Fang's body cracked. He could not help but be shocked. They were at the same level, so why was there such a huge difference? Are you trying to rebel? Xiao Fang was furious. How dare you disobey a military order? Do you know who I am? Seems like you haven't suffered before. Long Tianhao's temper had been getting worse over the years. In the entire 5th Legion, only Lin Fei could make him behave. Long Tianhao attacked again. His fist was like a mountain as it heavily struck. Xiao Fang's mind went blank. This was different from what he had imagined. Long Tianhao grabbed Xiao Fang's neck and smashed him into the ground. He continued to punch him. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so impudent in our 5th Legion? The subordinates that he brought did not dare to make a sound. They were all scared out of their wits. The 5th Legion's style was too fierce. Lin Fei did not open the order, but he knew what was written on it. The Death Legion would form a group of elites to check on the Grand General. Lin Fei, as a false immortal expert, had a great reputation and was admired by the Grand General. Shouldn't he go? As for who would lead the 5th Legion after he went, it would be the Grand General Mo Yuan. Xiao Feng was here to learn from the experience of the 5th Legion. Logically speaking, there was no problem at all. Look at how important our Grand General He Guyan is to the 5th Legion. The order was passed down. When the Grand General Mo Yuan saw it, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt in front of Lin Fei. General, this is He Guyan trying to sow discord. The Grand General Mo Yuan was about to curse, letting him take over the Grand General's position temporarily. He was going to kill him. After 100 years, the Grand General Mo Yuan had long given up on this idea. He had followed the Grand General obediently. There were many benefits and it was much better than before. The other Grand General Mo Yuan had left long ago. He was the only one who was doing better and better. Even his strength had increased greatly. Betraying Lin Fei? Even if the Grand General Mo Yuan had 100 guts, he would not dare to do so. He hated this Grand General He Guyan to death in his heart. The Grand General Mo Yuan quickly expressed his stance. Lin Fei laughed. Grand General Mo Yuan, you are the Grand General. When did you become so timid? Can't I see that you are trying to sow discord? The Grand General Mo Yuan lowered his head and secretly looked at the Grand General's expression. Seeing that the Grand General was not angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. General, I will not temporarily take over the Grand General's position. I am the Grand General's man, and I will be for the rest of my life. The Grand General Mo Yuan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei laughed. Since he asked you to, you should just do it. I also want to find out what happened to the Grand General's disappearance. The Grand General Mo Yuan had made his move. Lin Fei definitely had to take this move. When I am not around, you take good care of the 5th Legion. Lin Fei said. By the way, the Xiao Feng and his people, don't they want to experience fighting against the mutants? Bring them to experience it. Remember, you must protect them well. Xiao Feng's head was knocked to the ground. When he heard this, his whole body trembled. It's over. Chapter 37-21. Heterogeneous Blood Pool. General Lin Fei is back. General Lin Fei is back. When Lin Fei appeared in the Death Army's camp, everyone knew about it. In the past 100 years, even if Lin Fei didn't return, no one dared to say anything bad about this general. Everyone knew that General Lin Fei's influence was only below the great general. All of this was due to the defense golden body. In the military merits were the most important. Without a doubt, the 5th Legion's combat power was the best among the 5 legions. Its combat power could fight against at least 2 legions. This combat power was publicly acknowledged. Once General Lin Fei returned to the Death Army, he was met with adoring gazes everywhere. You really came back. Chen Chufeng shook his head after knowing. He Guyan, this temporary great general, wasn't as magnanimous as the previous great general, especially when he had the support of a prince. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't come back. Chen Chufeng shook his head. Don't you know this is a mission with a slim chance of survival? How could it be easy to find the great general? If it wasn't done well, it would be a slim chance of survival. Even if it was a pseudo-undying expert. One had to know the great general was a true undying expert. Master General Lin Fei is back. Yin Tianxing smiled. I told you he will definitely come back. The first step was done. As long as Lin Fei left the 5th Legion, with the order brought by Xiao Feng and the promotion of General Mo Yuan, everything was within their calculations. This time Lin Fei didn't need to go back. He knows his place. He Guyan smiled. I thought he was going to disobey the order. In Thousand Sky Empire, disobeying a military order had severe consequences. He Guyan hoped that Lin Fei would disobey the order. Then, capturing Lin Fei would be justified and he could even kill him on the spot. Even if Lin Fei was a pseudo-undying expert. Master, we can start the second step now. Yin Tianxing was in a good mood. Unfortunately, he couldn't see this guy fall. This must be General Lin Fei, the hero of the Death Legion. As soon as Lin Fei entered, He Guyan became very friendly. His face was full of smiles as if he had not met a friend for many years. Great General, you must be joking. Lin Fei said. I'm not a meritorious person. I just did what I should do. It is precisely because of a talent like General Lin Fei that the empire can continue to grow stronger, He Guyan said with a smile. On behalf of the empire, I wish to thank you for your hard work, General Lin Fei. At this moment, Ancient Black Flame was full of confidence. If it wasn't for the dagger hidden in this guy's smile and his killing intent, Lin Fei might have really believed him. Not at all. Lin Fei said. When is the great general preparing to depart? I'm indebted to the old general for nurturing me. No matter what, I want to see the corpse if he's dead or alive. No matter how hard it is, I'm prepared to investigate. Little Devil whispered in Lin Fei's ear. Master, your acting skills are really not bad. General He Guyan is probably laughing in his heart. In fact, He Guyan really felt that he had taken Lin Fei seriously. He seemed to be easy to deal with. He Guyan didn't care what Lin Fei thought. As long as he came, there was no need to go back. The 5th Legion must be in his hands. In these 100 years, the influence of the Death Legion's 5th Legion was well known even in the Imperial City. One legion was equivalent to the entire Death Legion. Although it was somewhat boastful, it couldn't be denied that the 5th Legion was powerful. This caused the princes of the royal family to have ideas. Everyone wanted to recruit General Lin Fei, as it was equivalent to controlling the 5th Legion. But Lin Fei was like a stone in a latrine pit, politely rejecting all of them. In addition, the great general was transferred to the front line. After a long time, no one was willing to come over. General Lin, if the old general knew, he would definitely be very happy. He Guyan said hypocritically. This time I transferred experts here to find out what happened to the great general. It would be best if he's alive, but if something really happened to him, then I, as the temporary great general of our Death Legion, will definitely avenge the old general. Lin Fei was furious. Sir, please tell me, what exactly happened to the old general? He Guyan took a deep breath. His expression became solemn. The old general brought people to attack the blood pool. General Lin, actually you shouldn't have come. Chen Shufeng visited Lin Fei. After knowing where the old general went, Lin Fei hesitated for a while before agreeing to go to the scene to investigate. You shouldn't have come. Lin Fei shook his head. This is not good for you. Lin Fei and Chen Shufeng had become friends ever since they went to the 100 Origins domain. Many things in the Death Legion were actually passed on through Chen Shufeng. Because Chen Shufeng became friends with Lin Fei, he was unknowingly ostracized by Yin Tianqing and the others. Although it was not obvious, it still affected him. If I still cared about this, then I wouldn't have come, Chen Shufeng said. Ha ha ha. Chen Shufeng waved his hand, quickly setting up a formation. He even took out a treasure. This was a treasure that could distort space. In this space no one could investigate, at least not that He Guyan. The old general was actually schemed against. Chen Shufeng transmitted. The Empire. Lin Fei was not a rookie. He more or less knew some of the situation. Beside him, Long Tianhao and Great General Mo Yuan also knew a lot of news. Yes, Chen Shufeng said. It is said that the old emperor does not have much time left. He has been on the throne for too long. The crown prince and the princes can't wait any longer. There was a very interesting saying in the Wantian Empire. The eternal emperor, the crown prince. This was full of sarcasm. If the old emperor did not die, it would be difficult for the crown prince to ascend the throne. The situation doesn't seem right. Lin Fei said. The old emperor will also not have much time left. He is a super expert. That is unknown, Chen Shufeng said. The old emperor has not been in charge for a long time. This time the princes are eyeing the Death Legion, and the general is His Majesty's man, so this was considered top secret. Many thanks. Lin Fei finally understood that there was a great deal involved in this. The fight for the throne. The crown prince wanted to ascend the throne. The princes also wanted to ascend the throne. You have to be careful, Chen Shufeng reminded. He Guyan is the 6th prince's man. If they want to scheme against me, they need to have the ability to do so. Lin Fei smiled. The 5th Army is not something they can take away so easily. Although Lin Fei did not really care about the 5th Army, but it was impossible to let others take it away just like that. He Guyan wanted to investigate the old general. Not only did he go personally, he even brought a group of true experts with him. With their cooperation, they had the battle strength to fight against a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Other than that, there was also the participation of Lin Fei. Everyone knew that General Lin Fei was a pseudo-immortal realm expert. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 3722. The old general had a high influence in the Death Corps. This time, He Guyan's actions had won the favor of the entire Death Corps. No matter what the result was, He Guyan had built up his reputation. It would be much easier to control the Death Corps in the future. The super warship departed. Wantian Empire's super warship wasn't just fast. Its attack power wasn't bad either. It could barely be considered half a pseudo-immortal. After the super warship entered the void, 10,000 li away from the Death Corps, an old man and a young man were standing on top of a mountain peak. The howling wind didn't affect them at all. Aren't we going to stop them? The one speaking was the old man. This was a white-haired old man who looked old and decrepit. Why should we stop them? The young man smiled. The old general's death wasn't normal. Our goal is to get the Death Corps so that His Highness can speak with more confidence. The word His Highness undoubtedly represented that they were Wantian Empire's prince's men. I'm old, the old man said. What we need to do is to act according to the situation. The young man said. As long as nothing happens to Lin Fei, we don't need to do anything. It's also a good opportunity to see how strong this man is. After all, pseudo-immortal experts have different levels too. The super warship speed was extremely fast. After entering the void, it continued to jump. Even a pseudo-immortal expert couldn't keep up with this speed. The super warship had always been a powerful weapon in Wantian Empire's hands. With the super warship, they were always successful in conquering cities. General Lin, the mutants' territory is in front of us. The mutants' blood pool is right ahead. 3 months later, the super warship was approaching the mutants' territory. There were traces of mutants ahead. Let's just kill our way in. Lin Fei asked faintly. Let's finish it quickly. He Guyan said with a determined look. The mutants can't stop the super warship's attack. When they react, we can probably enter the mutants' blood pool. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. The mutants' blood pool was a special place. It was also an important place for mutants. Mutants hatched from the blood pool. Each blood pool was the most important place for mutants. It was heavily guarded. Mutant experts had gathered. Every time a blood pool was built, if the blood pool was not destroyed, the Xenogeneic army would control the area. The only fortunate thing was that it was very difficult to create a mutant blood pool. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xenogeneics had limited their ability to create blood pools, the Xenogeneics' power would have increased even faster. They would have multiplied like locusts and covered the sky. That would be a terrifying nightmare for any force. The super warship charged forward at full force. Suddenly, countless Xenogeneics were smashed to pieces. Before the Xenogeneics could even get close, the super battleship would crush them to death. It was a cruel sight. Push forward, continue to push forward. No one could stop him. Hurry up and report the situation. The Myriad Sky Empire's super warship has appeared. When the mutant leader saw the super battleship, he immediately retreated and reported it to his superiors. Everyone had witnessed the might of a super warship. No matter how good a general or commander was, in front of a super warship, they would all be crushed. The territory controlled by the mutants was huge. There were traces of mutants everywhere. The super battleship charged forward, killing many Xenogeneics. That's the mutant blood pool. Inside the super battleship, He Guyan pointed at a bloody mountain ahead. Even if it wasn't there yet, there seemed to be a terrifying power on top of the bloody mountain, piercing through heaven and earth, forming a horrifying might. Master, congratulations. You might have found a huge treasure. Little Devil suddenly said. Lin Fei said. A huge treasure? You're not joking, right? I'm not joking. Little Devil said. The possibility is very high, around 90%. What Master needs to do now is to enter the mutant blood pool. What kind of treasure is it? Lin Fei was curious. Master will know once he enters. It's the Myriad Sky Empire's super warship. Open the formation. Trap it. On the mutant side, they immediately discovered the super warship's traces. Near the bloody mountain, several figures rushed out. Myriad Sky Empire, they're quite daring. Not long ago they trapped an undying realm expert. And now they're here again. A bloody giant said coldly. As he spoke, blood-colored silhouettes condensed around the blood-colored giant. They were faintly discernible, giving off a terrifying and chilling feeling. This was the pseudo-undying realm expert overseeing the mutant blood pool, Bai Qi, a special mutant. The mutant blood pool's formation is open. He Guyan stared ahead. The super warship speed began to slow down. An invisible force began to restrain the super warship. However, they haven't activated their final form. Now is our chance. He Guyan said. Later, the super warship will activate its ultimate attack. In a short period of time, it will tear apart the formation's defense. At that time, you and I will kill our way in. If I'm not wrong, the old general should be suppressed in the blood pool. Then what do I need to do? Lin Fei said. You and I will each kill our way into the blood pool. He Guyan said. Whoever finds the old general's traces first will use the space door to leave the mutant blood pool. The super warship will have the coordinates and will rush over immediately. He Guyan took out 2 space doors. These were precious space treasures. To be able to take out 2 at once, other than Myriad Sky Empire who had this kind of background, normal people could only watch helplessly. The importance of the space door was self-evident. Okay, Lin Fei said. He Guyan said proudly, General Lin, you're our Death Corps idol. If you encounter any danger, just use the space door to leave. Don't be impulsive. So kind. Lin Fei really didn't believe He Guyan's Tao. Master, there's a problem with this space door. Lin Fei took the sealed space door and heard Little Devil's voice in his head. This space door was like a mini version, emitting the aura of space. On the surface there was nothing wrong with the space door. But in front of Little Devil's system, the space door was scanned in an instant. Even the super warship could be cracked, let alone a mere space door treasure. What's the problem? Lin Fei put it away without batting an eyelid. There's a problem with the positioning of the space door. Little Devil said. Master will never guess where the positioning of this space door is. Could it be here? Lin Fei said. Master guessed right, the positioning is in the depths of the blood pool. Little Devil said. This He Guyan is really good at scheming against Master. The space door is a one-time consumable. Once Master uses it, it won't work a second time. In the end, it will be suppressed by a mutant powerhouse. Chapter 37-23. Bastard, what a bastard! Lin Fei knew that He Guyan would plot against him, but he didn't expect him to use such a method. It was really impossible to guard against. This He Guyan is likely to cooperate with the mutants. Otherwise, it's impossible to know the coordinates of the depths of the blood pool. Little Fiend continued to add. Lin Fei quickly understood. Is there a way to solve it? Master, changing the coordinates is not a problem at all. Little Fiend said. It's just a matter of convenience. Master can watch them act. Maybe there will be an unexpected discovery. For Master, this is also an opportunity to get rid of He Guyan. Don't make it sound so bad. What do you mean get rid of? Am I that kind of person? Little Fiend rolled his eyes. How could he not know his master's character? Let's split up. Lin Fei said without batting an eyelid. With this space gate, we can see just what's so special about this blood pool. The super warship will be waiting outside. Once we encounter danger, don't think too much and just leave. He Guyan said, activating a treasure which was a divine pagoda, and rushed out. Lin Fei charged out as well. There were many mutant experts, but they couldn't stop them at this time. He Guyan and Lin Fei quickly rushed in and rushed into the blood pool. Commander Bai Qi. After He Guyan rushed into the blood pool, he activated the space door. After a flash of light, He Guyan came to a bloody space. He Guyan, you came quite early. Aren't you afraid of being noticed by that Lin Fei? Commander Bai Qi, who was sitting high on the bloody throne, said loudly. Who does he think he is? He Guyan said. He doesn't know that he has been schemed against by me, and still foolishly rushed in. I want to congratulate Commander Bai Qi. You will have another powerful blood clone. Ha 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 ha. Commander Bai Qi laughed. It's a pleasure working with you. Commander Bai Qi said. Go back and tell the 6th prince that I am very satisfied with his gift. I will definitely pass on your words to His Highness, He Guyen said. I hope we will have a chance to cooperate next time. He Guyen took a step forward and another spatial door appeared, disappearing in front of Commander Bai Qi. The blood-colored energy in front of Bai Qi suddenly condensed, and a big blood-colored eye appeared. As soon as the blood-red eye appeared, it slowly opened and projected a world of blood. In the red world, there was a black armored figure. He kept killing xenogeneics and destroying them. Ancient Emperor armor. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with greed. This was a good thing. It was rumored that it was refined by an ancient super expert, and the number of them that had been passed down could be counted on one's fingers. Even Commander Bai Qi, a pseudo-immortal realm expert, was also tempted. He didn't hesitate to cooperate with the sixth prince just to capture Lin Fei and take the ancient emperor armor from him, and that ancient secret technique to control the primordial emperor armor. As long as I get the ancient emperor armor with my own power, I might be able to become a true undying warrior. Commander Bai Qi looked at the moving Lin Fei. After digging such a big hole, we finally caught a big fish. These xenogeneics are nothing much. After rushing into the blood pool passage, the attacking xenogeneics couldn't stop Lin Fei's attack. Before they even got close, they were all turned into powder. Weak. Wait a minute, it seems like someone is spying on me. With the peerless emperor armor on Lin Fei's body, all aspects had been greatly improved. He could faintly feel that there was a gaze watching him. This gaze was very obscure. If not for the emperor armor, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to sense it at all. Master, you are indeed being spied on, Little Devil said. That person can borrow the special power in the blood pool to secretly observe Master. Lin Fei already knew that he was being spied on. The commander overseeing the blood pool. Commander Bai Qi. Interesting, I just came in and Commander Bai Qi already noticed me, Lin Fei secretly said. He Guyen has nothing to do with Commander Bai Qi. Then it must be fake. Master, you don't have to worry that Commander Bai Qi will make a move. He didn't make a move immediately. I guess he is waiting for Master to take the bait. Or there is a trap ahead. A trap? Haha, I like this. Lin Fei killed all the way in. The xenogeneics were defeated. During this period, there were no powerful xenogeneics that made a move. Lin Fei pretended not to know that it was different. After passing through another blood channel, the front suddenly opened up. At the same time, a blood world appeared. A huge blood pool the size of a lake appeared at the bottom of this mountain. Above the tumbling blood water, there were dense blood bubbles. In each blood bubble was a shadow. These shadows were the savage xenogeneics. No wonder the xenogeneic army multiplied so fast. Lin Fei glanced at these blood bubbles. Each blood bubble was a xenogeneic. At a glance, the dense blood bubbles made one's scalp tingle. That is. Lin Fei looked straight ahead. Among the large blood bubbles, a familiar figure appeared. It was actually the old general. At this time, the old general was protected by a treasure, resisting the invasion of the blood energy. However, the situation seemed to be very bad. The blood energy that was constantly invading was majestic. On the contrary, the old general had consumed a lot of energy. There was even a trace of fatigue between his brows. A war of attrition. Lin Fei instantly understood. Even if it was an immortal realm expert, in a situation where they couldn't be killed, once they were trapped and consumed, they would be defeated sooner or later. Master, this great general's situation is not good, Little Devil said. This blood energy is not only attacking, but also seems to be controlling and refining the opponent. I'm afraid it is a control method of the xenogeneics. Control. For an immortal expert, killing the opponent was a loss. If they could control it, it would be a great fighting force. The benefits of living were the most important. I came at the right time. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and used the 10,000 origin pool to harvest. Hua hua hua. When the 10,000 origin pool harvested these blood bubbles, a shocking discovery made Lin Fei overjoyed. The xenogeneics in these blood bubbles can actually help me refine life crystals. Lin Fei was surprised. It was too surprising. Is this the surprise you were talking about? While refining the countless blood bubbles, Lin Fei even found that the condensed life crystals were even purer, reaching a ratio of 1 to 15. That's awesome. The more life crystals there were, the longer the life magnetic field could be activated. Collect all of them. The blood energy above the blood pool seemed to have discovered Lin Fei. In an instant, it turned into many blood giants that attacked. The explosive power was extremely strong, majestic, and uncountable. There is actually vitality in the blood giants. Lin Fei was shocked again. Lin Fei was surprised by the little devil's reminder. This was really a treasure land. Chapter 37-24. General Bai Qi had been paying attention to the progress. A large number of mutants were taken away, but he didn't feel any pain. It will be your doomsday soon, General Bai Qi said. Not long ago, I suppressed the Death Legion's general, and now there's a false immortal. Once I refine them, I, Bai Qi, will be the top commander. Losing some mutants now was just a drop in the ocean compared to the huge number of mutants. Lin Fei killed his way to the general's position. A large number of mutants were taken away, creating a path. General! Lin Fei's voice passed through. Mutants destroyed. This was the power of a false immortal. The general, who had been resisting the blood energy's invasion, suddenly opened his eyes. Go, this is a trap, the general roared. As he roared, the blood energy seeped through him even faster. General, I'm here. I will take you away, Lin Fei said. When the great general saw Lin Fei charging over, he felt a warmth in his heart. A look of gratification appeared on his tired face. This old man didn't misjudge you. No, go, this is a trap for the Death Legion. There's a traitor in our Death Legion. The general suppressed his thoughts. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The general knew clearly how terrifying this blood pond was. Even though he was an undying immortal, he was still trapped. He couldn't even escape, so he could only endure it. But his failure was only a matter of time. This blood energy was extremely terrifying. It seeped through and attacked again, continuously consuming the general's energy. Lin Fei wouldn't leave easily. The space door was repositioned, and there were so many mutants here. To Lin Fei, this place was a treasure bowl. If he didn't take everything this time, it wouldn't be so easy next time. No one knew that his false immortal realm power could still increase his power by 40 to 50%. This 40 to 50% power was enough to crush anyone. Lin Fei successfully reached the general. However, this giant blood bubble was abnormally strong. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't break it. Little Lin, it's useless. This is the blood pool's special barrier. The blood pool is the bottom, and it is unbreakable. The great general was moved. How many people would dare to slaughter their way here at this time? No one, not a single one. Lin Fei could see that this blood-colored barrier was indeed terrifying. But he had little devil. Great general, I will break this barrier. Lin Fei stopped. It's useless, the general said. This is a xenogenic blood pool by Sima. I underestimated General Bai Qi. This blood pool by Sima has been upgraded. Master, this blood pool by Sima is very powerful. Even if an immortal was trapped, they wouldn't be able to escape. The only way to break the by Sima is to kill 2/3 of the xenogenics. If that happens, the blood pool by Sima won't be able to withstand the immortal's counterattack. 2/3 of the mutants had been killed. This result was somewhat out of Lin Fei's expectations. It was ridiculously powerful. 2/3 of the mutants, how many were there? Lin Fei couldn't calculate it himself. Anyway, it was a huge number. This method is not bad. Such a huge treasure gathering plate. If he didn't take it all, Lin Fei would feel that it was a waste. General, rest up first. I've thought of a way to break the blood pool by Sima. Lin Fei smiled. When the time comes, we will destroy this blood pool together. General Bai Qi, who had been paying attention, couldn't help but sneer. Such an ignorant guy. If the blood pool was that easy to break, 10,000 Sky Empire would have broken it long ago. Why wait until now? General Bai Qi wanted to see how this Lin Fei would break it. There had never been a pseudo-immortal who dared to say that he could break the Bai Sima. That was definitely a joke. 6 Dao Seal. Lin Fei's aura surged as he unleashed the 6-Path Seal. This was a fusion move. The 6 Dao reincarnation and the river of space and time created a new killer move. To others, it wasn't easy to fuse 2 killer moves. However, to Lin Fei it was too easy. There was no difficulty or danger. Swoosh! A huge 6 Dao world appeared. It almost covered half of the blood pool. The river of space and time's power was released. Time stopped instantly. It was abnormally slow. A large number of mutants seemed to be motionless. Collect, collect, collect. The 10,000 essence pool seized the chance and collected. These mutants couldn't resist at all. Even the blood giant was restrained. This kid has fused the 6 Tao reincarnation in the river of space and time. His power has increased a lot. Seeing this scene, the general was also frightened. A killer move. The general's eyesight was very good. He only needed a glance to see it clearly. Just this move alone was enough to make people's eyes light up in the circle of immortal experts. In just 100 years, little Lin has improved too fast. Now, even those early-stage immortal experts aren't little Lin's match. This move. Commander Bai Qi stood up. He couldn't stay calm anymore. The river of space and time's power fused with the 6 Tao reincarnation to create a terrifying killer move. The treasure in that guy's hand seems to be a refining treasure. We can't continue like this. Seeing Lin Fei's move, Commander Bai Qi realized that the situation wasn't good. I have to do it myself. No matter how many mutants there were, they couldn't sustain such consumption. Commander Bai Qi took a step forward and entered the blood pool. But, General Lin Fei, aren't you treating this seat's subordinates like this? Commander Bai Qi walked out and stretched out his hand to grab, distorting the huge space. Crack! Crack! The 6 Tao seals were loosened. They can only blame themselves for being weaker. Lin Fei laughed. If you are so good, come and stop me. Lin Fei continued to collect mutants. A trace of anger flashed across Commander Bai Qi's face. This human Lin Fei was too insolent. In the blood pool, Commander Bai Qi was an invincible existence. With the power of the blood pool, he could even subdue the Death Legion's general. You're just a false immortal realm expert. What makes you think you can talk to me like that? Lin Fei run. He's Commander Bai Qi. He can use the blood pool's power. The general discolored. If it was outside, the general had a 70% chance to defeat the opponent. However, in the blood pool, he only had a 30% chance. It was totally one-sided. Blood prison cage. Commander Bai Qi swung his hand and the blood pool's power was activated. Blood columns shot up into the sky around Lin Fei. Shortly after, they turned into a massive cage. As soon as the blood prison cage appeared, the power of heaven and earth was isolated. To deal with people like you, I don't even need to use the barrier. Just a blood prison cage is enough to stop you. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 3725. The Crimson Cage was formed by the power of the blood pool. It could seal experts. When the Crimson Cage appeared, the great general cursed inwardly. Back then, he was caught unprepared and was trapped by the Crimson Cage. When he escaped, he fell into a trap within a trap. One wrong move led to many mistakes and he was trapped in the Crimson Cage. Dodge it! The great general shouted. Lin Fei did not listen to the great general. He stretched out his hand and the river of time and space turned into a long spear. He raised his hand and stabbed at one of the Crimson Cage's points. It was an ordinary stab. It's over. The great general did not understand why Lin Fei did not dodge. Commander Bai Qi had the upper hand in the blood pool. No matter who fought against him, they would be at a disadvantage. The great general was the best proof of this. The great general was an immortal expert. How could he be in such a situation? It was not hard to imagine how much the blood pool had helped him to improve his strength. However, at this moment in Commander Biki's eyes, this human general Lin Fei thrust his spear over and released over 100 beams of cold light, weirdly striking on the fulcrum of the blood-red cage. That's right. All the attacks were on the points. This point was very obscure. Those who were not familiar with the Crimson Cage would not know about this point. Commander Bai Qi was sure that no one on the human clan's side knew about this point. With one stab, Commander Bai Qi's Crimson Cage was destroyed. Commander, your Crimson Cage is not that good. Lin Fei said with a smile. My spear broke it. I think you should think about how to improve it after you go back. Commander Bai Qi almost spat out blood. This is too much. He is looking down on me. You are indeed capable. Commander Bai Qi said. There are only a few people who can break my Crimson Cage. You are one of them. Since you are quite capable, as long as you join me, I will promise you the position of Grand Commander in the future. The position of Grand Commander was second only to the commander. Very few people could take up such a position. Commander Bai Qi felt that Lin Fei had the potential. Recruit me. Lin Fei laughed. Forget it. I'm not interested in being a great commander. I'm doing pretty well as a general now. Commander Bai Qi rarely tried to recruit people. His expression changed slightly. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. Commander Bai Qi charged over, and with a swipe of his hand, a blood-red saber appeared in his hand. It was more than 100 feet long, and it shone with cold light as it slashed toward Zhang Xian. At the same time, a huge blood-red barrier appeared. This blood-red barrier enveloped the entire blood pool. Both Commander Bai Qi and Lin Fei were shrouded in it, and the blood-red enchantment slowly shrank. Lin Fei blocked with his spear, but Commander Bai Qi's saber blocked 70% of the power, and the remaining 30% penetrated his spear. So strong! Commander Bai Qi was only a false immortal realm expert. However, with the support of the blood pool, he had become a real immortal realm expert. His fighting strength had become extremely terrifying. While Lin Fei was secretly shocked, Commander Bai Qi was also secretly shocked. This Lin Fei was not weak. He was able to block it easily without using his full strength. He was indeed stronger than many false immortal realm experts. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Commander Bai Qi began to attack fiercely with his saber, which was the size of a door. He was using the most common way of attacking, but with the help of the blood pool it was extremely terrifying. However, the simplest attack had become extremely ferocious. Commander Bai Qi kept swinging his saber at Zhang Tai. His saber was so ferocious. Lin Fei used the Peerless Emperor armor and the space-time spear to block the attacks, but he could not find a chance to counterattack. Instead, waves of power penetrated his body. It kept destroying his body. Lin Fei did not panic, and he continued to block the attacks unhurriedly. This Commander Bai Qi is much stronger than Commander Zack. Not many people can withstand his fierce attacks. Lin Fei was not a big problem, but the destructive power of an immortal realm expert was extremely strong. Kept affecting his body. After a long time, cracks started to appear on his body. Lin Fei had turned into a work of art, and he would shatter into pieces with the slightest touch. Luckily, I have the support of unlimited energy. Without the support of unlimited energy, he would definitely lose. Lin Fei also discovered another thing, which was that the blood-red barrier was able to cut off the absorption of energy. He now understood how the great general had been defeated. Blood critical strike. Commander Bai Qi exerted his strength, and the power of his saber increased by more than 10 times. Lin Fei blocked the attack and he was sent flying. You are fine. Commander Bai Qi was also a wily old fox. He rarely used such a secret killer move because no one could withstand the first round of ferocious attacks. Only the mutants could use such a method of fighting. Humans were far weaker than them, because they could not last for long. After being sent flying, Lin Fei immediately used his unlimited energy to block Commander Bai Qi's attack, and at the same time he healed the wounds on his body. However, this attack had also left a bloody wound on Lin Fei's body. You are indeed not bad, Commander Bai Qi said. Among the humans, no one could withstand my first wave of attacks. You are an exception, so you are qualified to witness my second wave of attacks. Lin Fei said. Show me what you have. The great general was secretly shocked. Why isn't this brat leaving yet? This blood-red barrier can prevent energy from being absorbed. If this goes on for too long, even a true immortal expert won't be able to withstand such a fierce battle. He had suffered a great loss because of this. Blood clone. 18 clones walked out from behind Commander Bai Qi, and all of them had the same aura. Kill. Adding Commander Bai Qi's original body, there were a total of 19 clones. The moment they attacked, their strength skyrocketed. It was at least 4 or 5 times more powerful than before. Although it wasn't 10 times more powerful, it was still something that could kill. Only the shadow of the saber was left in the blood barrier. Too fierce. Commander Bai Qi has the upper hand in the blood pool. After the first wave of attacks, Lin Fei looked like he was struggling. The wounds on his body also increased. Even though he had cultivated the unlimited godly body, He was still far weaker than Commander Bai Qi. Are you convinced now? Commander Bai Qi attacked fiercely with a smug look on his face. If you choose to be my servant, you still have a chance to survive. Lin Fei was already retreating in defeat. You are indeed very strong, much stronger than Zack. However, you are still far from being able to make me submit to you. Lin Fei said. You are just using the blood barrier to your advantage. Once the blood barrier is gone, it will not be easy for you to defeat me. Boom! Lin Fei's vitality magnetic field exploded. His aura skyrocketed. This kid has cultivated a secret technique. Chapter 37-26. This was Lin Fei's first time activating his life magnetic field. General Bai Qi was very powerful, so powerful that he could easily kill a normal pseudo-immortal rank expert. The cruelty of the mutants was not just for show. Without activating his life magnetic field, facing the attacks of 19 General Bai Qi, it was hard for Lin Fei to endure. Moreover, he was wearing the Peerless Emperor armor. If it was a normal pseudo-immortal rank expert, he would not be able to endure the first round of attacks. He would either be killed or captured. As his life magnetic field was activated, Lin Fei's aura skyrocketed, catching up to General Bai Qi's aura. The space-time spear slashed, blocking most of the attacks. I didn't expect you to have such a move. General Bai Qi's saber did not stop. Out of 3 sabers, one would explode with the power of a secret technique. But inside the blood barrier, you will lose for sure. The saber light slashed, cutting through the void. It kept slashing on Lin Fei's Peerless Emperor armor, leaving white marks. Lin Fei was very calm. Then you can go ahead and try. As his life magnetic field was activated, Lin Fei became a true immortal rank expert. Breaking the opponent's attacks was not that difficult. The consumption of life crystals was huge. It's a draw. His power is not affected at all. This guy really brought a surprise. The worry on the general's face disappeared. He even showed a hint of joy. Everyone underestimated Lin Fei's strength. The general also underestimated him. Commander Bai Qi hid his strength and relied on this to fool who knows how many people. With the help of the blood pond, General Bai Qi was very powerful. He was not weaker than a true immortal rank expert. He could even catch up to those old immortal rank experts. In this blood pond, General Bai Qi was invincible. Rumble! Rumble! General Bai Qi's attacks became fiercer. 19 figures were suppressing Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also powerful. With the space-time spear, he blocked the attacks again and again. If he keeps on defending, he will lose his advantage. The general quickly showed his worry. This situation was not right. Commander Bai Qi had always held the advantage, and this advantage could be infinitely magnified. Back then, the great general had lost to this move. I hope this brat can bring us a pleasant surprise. For some reason, the great general had this thought. Lin Fei at the pseudo-immortal realm could do that. It was absolutely unbelievable. How can this kid's foundation be so deep? General Bai Qi had changed his secret methods and killer moves countless times, but he had not been able to defeat Lin Fei until now. Lin Fei was still at ease. What the hell was going on? I don't believe it. Commander Bai Qi sneered. Not only do I want to take you down, but I also want to obtain your secret technique. This secret technique made Commander Bai Qi's eyes light up. Master, you can counterattack now. Lin Fei looked relaxed, but the pressure was not small. This was the consumption of life crystals. Who asked Commander Bai Qi to be so powerful? Under the siege, no one could gain the upper hand. If it was him, even with the support of Infinite Land, his body would not be able to withstand such severe injuries. Unless Lin Fei cultivated the true infinite divine body. But he was still lacking a little bit. Commander Bai Qi could be considered a true expert. Hearing Little Devil's voice, Lin Fei was overjoyed. Finally, he could counterattack. I was waiting for you to say that. He did not counterattack before because he did not find a flaw. Attack his doppelgangers, Little Devil said. After Lin Fei resisted several slashes, he stabbed one of the blood doppelgangers with his spear. 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and suppressed the blood doppelganger. Boom! Boom! Thousands of spear lights surged out and attacked the blood doppelganger's defense. The last spear stabbed a certain position of the blood doppelganger. It was an inconspicuous place. Gotcha! A crisp sound echoed. The myriad essence pool rushed out and suppressed the enemies in one fell swoop. It finally tore an opening in the siege of 19 people. Sorry I took your doppelganger. I think a dignified commander like you won't mind. Lin Fei stabbed again with his spear, enveloped by the river of time and space. The 18 enemies were affected by a layer of space-time power. There was a slight stagnation between them. This stagnation did not last long, only a breath's time. However, this one breath's time had a great impact on Commander Bai Qi. He actually found the hub between me and the doppelganger. Moreover, he can hit the key spot of the doppelganger. Commander Bai Qi was completely shocked. No, I have to stop him. Apart from Commander Bai Qi himself, no one else knew about the connection between the main body and the blood doppelganger. But now Commander Bai Qi was shocked. After losing a blood doppelganger, how long would it take for him to get another one back? Even Commander Bai Qi was not confident. Every blood doppelganger was accumulated over a long period of time. I'm going to kill you. A doppelganger made Commander Bai Qi furious. He slashed with his saber and used critical blood strike. However, the power of the river of time and space had a great impact on the commander. Just as he broke through the influence of the river of time and space, he lost a blood doppelganger. Bastard, stop. In the blink of an eye, 2 blood doppelgangers were gone, giving Commander Bai Qi a great blow. He had gone crazy. The great general's mouth was wide open. How is this possible? Even an immortal expert could not easily do this. Lin Fei did it just like that. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Commander Bai Qi lost 2 blood doppelgangers. If the great general did not see it with his own eyes, he would not dare to believe it was true. If this news were to spread, it would be a great blow to the mutants. Mutant commanders were known as invincible existences. In fact, they indeed had the capital to do so. In a one-on-one situation, even an immortal expert would find it difficult to resist a mutant commander's attack. Right now it was definitely a great victory. Could it be that this time this brat Lin Fei is going to create a surprise? The great general could not help but look forward to it. He was already so old. It could be said that there had never been a day like this before. Other than excitement, there was also anticipation. You're getting impatient. Lin Fei laughed. How could he not be impatient? Commander Bai Qi wanted to cut Lin Fei into 8 pieces right now. Watch carefully the third one. Lin Fei repeated his previous move. Even though Commander Bai Qi had changed, this time Lin Fei still succeeded. Any blood doppelganger was not weaker than a pseudo-immortal expert. At this moment, in front of Lin Fei, they were as weak as ants. No! The third blood doppelganger was gone. Commander Bai Qi slashed with his saber, and immediately retracted his blood doppelganger. After a flicker, he left the blood barrier and stared at Lin Fei with his eyes spitting fire. You're dead for sure. I will slowly exhaust you to death. After leaving the blood-colored barrier, Commander Bai Qi wanted to cry. Where did such a perverted guy come from? 3 blood doppelgangers. When would he be able to replenish them? Chapter 37:27. Commander Bai Qi was extremely annoyed. In a short period of time he had lost 3 blood clones. These were 3 blood clones. It was simply terrible. You won't be able to exhaust me to death. Lin Fei laughed. Boom boom boom. The blood barrier fluctuated violently and began to shrink. Leave quickly. The great general was overjoyed and urged Lin Fei to leave. Don't worry about this old man. The great general was very familiar with this scene. He himself was trapped by the blood barrier, which was why he became like this. Seeing this scene, the great general did not want Lin Fei to fall for it. With the ability to kill 3 blood clones, the great general believed that Lin Fei had a way to leave the blood barrier. Lin Fei came to the great general's side. Great general, Commander Bai Qi can't do anything to me. Lin Fei said. The great general said in a deep voice. Go quickly go. There is still a chance to break out now. The blood barrier is more terrifying than you know. Commander Bai Qi sneered in his heart. Daring to ignore his blood barrier like this, you will regret it later. Great general, I will help you break this small barrier first. Lin Fei grabbed the space-time spear. The black shadow of the storm bombarded the small barrier. For a moment countless ripples appeared, like a curtain of rain. To be honest, the great general was very excited. To be able to make a move in this situation, an ordinary person would definitely not be able to do it. The great general was not wrong about Lin Fei. Commander Bai Qi said, "Don't even think about it." Before he could finish, he heard a cracking sound in his ears. The blood barrier that even the great general could not break was torn open by Lin Fei's attack. Although the opening was not big, what kind of person was the great general? After a short moment of shock, he cooperated with the outside and rushed out. This old man actually came out. Even though it was only from a small blood barrier to a big one. This scene had a great impact on the great general. "Great general, since I dared to come, I definitely have a way." Lin Fei laughed and said, "Now let me break this big barrier." At this moment the great general was shocked. The great general had experienced the power of the blood barrier. However, it was inconceivable that Lin Fei was able to easily break through it. This required a powerful perception ability. As for knowing in advance, that was simply impossible. "It can be broken," the general said. "Of course." Lin Fei laughed. The 6 paths reincarnation emerged. Each layer was a world, a total of 6 layers. Commander Bai Qi felt a trace of uneasiness, as if he had seen a ghost. "That's absolutely impossible. How can my blood barrier be broken so easily? What happened just now was just a coincidence." It was definitely a coincidence. No one was more familiar with the blood barrier than him. After Lin Fei attacked again, Commander Bai Qi's pupils contracted. "Stop him! We must stop him!" Commander Bai Qi panicked. He thought that it would be a very simple matter to take down Lin Fei from the Death Legion. It seemed that he had encountered a big problem. Inside the blood barrier, blood-colored giants walked out one after another. These blood-colored giants were no match for the great general's attack. Without waiting for Lin Fei to make a move, the great general made a move. Lightning filled the sky and the blood-colored giants collapsed one by one. "Bai Qi, don't use these little tricks. If you have the ability, kill your way in," the great general said. "The blood barrier is your home ground. If you want to show off, you have to come inside." Commander Bai Qi almost vomited a mouthful of blood. It was already difficult for him to deal with a great general, and had to rely on external objects. Now there was another Lin Fei. If he rushed into the blood barrier, wouldn't he be oppressed by you? "If you have the ability, come out," Commander Bai Qi said. "If you don't have the ability, don't come out. I said that I will exhaust you to death. I will definitely exhaust you to death. My words carry enormous weight." "Ha ha ha. I will wait for your words to carry enormous weight." Lin Fei kept attacking with his spear. Each spear landed on a different location. However, compared to Commander Bai Qi, these places were the key to the blood barrier. "What the hell, there's a traitor." Commander Bai Qi kept summoning the blood-colored giants, but he couldn't stop Lin Fei from attacking. Boom! After another spear, the blood barrier collapsed. "Damn it, we really succeeded." Commander Bai Qi's eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. The infamous blood barrier would actually be broken by someone one day. Without the restraint of the blood barrier, the great general's strength quickly recovered. "Bai Qi, take this." The great general struck with his palm. The mountains and rivers changed color. Large areas of mutants collapsed, affecting the entire blood pool. "Lin Fei, just you wait." After Commander Bai Qi cursed, he turned around and fled. He turned into a blood-colored flowing light and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. He ran away. The great general didn't come back to his senses. Was this still the guardian of the mutant blood pool? When the great general held his breath and wanted to fight a fierce battle, he encountered such a thing. It was like punching cotton. "This Commander Bai Qi doesn't have the guts," Lin Fei said. "I didn't expect him to run away so fast. I was planning to give him a fierce one." The great general laughed. "Your fierce name will probably spread among the mutants." Lin Fei himself was a little dumbfounded. The commander was too timid. He was too cautious. Commander Bai Qi came out of the blood pool. "Attack!" Commander Bai Qi didn't dare to go up, but he could use the sea of people. He didn't need to care about the great general, but that Lin Fei must die. That guy seemed to have grasped a certain weakness of the mutants. The blood clone was defeated too quickly. This made Commander Bai Qi realize that Lin Fei was more dangerous than the great general. Against the great general, Commander Bai Qi had the ability to take him down. But against that Lin Fei, it was completely one-sided. The price was also too high. He really couldn't afford it. The Sea of Mutants launched an attack. Commander Bai Qi still hasn't given up. Lin Fei looked at the mutant army rushing in from outside and laughed. "Let this old man take care of these ants." The great general said, "You just need to guard against Commander Bai Qi. These commanders are no different from rats. If something goes wrong, they will hide and wait for an opportunity to attack." With so many good life crystals, how could Lin Fei give up so easily? "Great general, let me handle these mutants." Lin Fei smiled and took out the 6 paths of reincarnation, covering a large area. After the sound of collapse, the myriad essence pool would absorb the essence without wasting it. The 6 worlds of reincarnation spread out continuously, harvesting the mutants. This kid's strength is amazing. Even a true immortal expert would find it hard to gain the upper hand when fighting alone. The great general sighed and let Lin Fei suppress the mutants. The mighty mutants rushing in could not threaten Lin Fei at all. Commander Bai Qi's eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. Damn it! Commander Bai Qi left reluctantly. This blood pool couldn't be guarded anymore. "It's all He Guyan's fault. I didn't know the details and suffered such a big loss." Killing intent flashed. Chapter 37-28. I didn't expect to win just like that. The great general sighed again. Things were much simpler than what he had experienced. Back then, he had brought experts to launch a surprise attack, but they had suffered heavy losses. Now the difference was too huge. The blood pool was hard to destroy. Everyone knew that. Previously, when the general brought people to destroy the blood pool, it was because General Bai Qi wasn't there. In the end, it was a trap set by the opponent. The existence of a blood pool was equivalent to a base for the mutants to expand. As long as the base existed, it would create a certain amount of radiation. Because of the power of the blood pool, the general tried everything to destroy it. This blood pool was too close to Wantian Empire. Now that the mutants were defeated and General Bai Qi left, it could be considered a great victory. Every time the blood pool was destroyed, Wantian Empire would have to pay a huge price. He didn't expect it to be solved so easily this time. No one would believe it if he told others. Lin Fei had underestimated Commander Bai Qi's determination. As soon as he saw that the situation was not good, he left. Luckily, the harvest this time was huge. The loss from activating the life magnetic field was recovered. "General, this is a happy occasion." Lin Fei smiled. "At least, our death army won't be under so much pressure. I suggest we station a death army here to prevent them from coming back." The general quickly suppressed his emotions. "Lin Fei, this time you did a great job. This old man will definitely report to His Majesty. Our death army hasn't had this kind of glory in a long time." Ancient Flame was waiting in the super warship. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Ancient Flame squinted his eyes. "What bullsh *T general. In the end we still got tricked so easily." Thinking about how Lin Fei died in there, Ancient Flame couldn't help but feel proud. The only pity was that he couldn't get the treasure from the opponent. Getting rid of Lin Fei was considered a mission accomplished. In the Death Army, no one could compete with him anymore. Lin Fei had the ancient emperor armor and the secret technique to support it. His combat power was on par with a pseudo-immortal, maybe even stronger. He could be considered a strong opponent. Now that he easily got rid of him, Ancient Flame didn't come in vain. The rest was simple. Ancient Black Flame. A voice came from outside the super warship. "Commander Bai Qi." He Guyan was quite surprised to see Commander Bai Qi, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, the 6th Prince and Commander Bai Qi were working together. He Guyan was 100% assured. He opened the super warship and invited Commander Bai Qi in. "Congratulations, Commander Biki." He Guyan thought that Lin Fei had been captured by Bai Qi, so he naturally came up to congratulate him. "You're not bad, really not bad," Commander Bai Qi said. He Guyan didn't understand the meaning behind his words, and a hint of pride appeared on his face. "This is what I should do. A mere Lin Fei is no match for Commander Bai Qi." Ancient Black Flame, you made me lose 3 blood clones in the xenogenic blood pool. You are good. Very good. General Bai Qi attacked. The remaining 15 doppelgangers appeared. He Guyan was blasted away. He didn't even have the chance to resist, and was heavily injured on the spot. Impossible, Lin Fei can't have such strength. He is just a pseudo-immortal. He Guyan's mind was blank. He couldn't believe this was real. The xenogenic blood pool was lost. He was doomed. Although He Guyan had pseudo-immortal rank strength, that was when he was at his peak. Now that he was heavily injured, he only had 10 to 20% of his strength left. He was no match for General Bai Qi. Nothing is impossible. Commander Bai Qi gnashed his teeth, making cracking sounds. You'd better accept your death. I can only take your life for my loss. No. 15 blood doppelgangers rushed forward and rushed into Ancient Black Flame's body, devouring his blood, flesh and blood completely. Even so, General Bai Qi still couldn't vent his anger. He used the blood clones to kill everyone in the super warship, and even drove the super warship away. The super warship was stolen. Lin Fei had Little Devil keep watching. The moment General Bai Qi made his move, he saw it clearly. He Guyan wasn't in the blood pool, so he must be in the super warship. Moreover, General Bai Qi suffered a huge loss. If he didn't find He Guyan, who else could he find? He Guyan was doomed. After destroying the 3 blood clones, Ancient Flame had no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would die. I didn't want to kill you. You asked for it. Lin Fei thought. So what if it's stolen? The Empire doesn't lack a super warship. General said plainly. General Bai Qi's loss isn't something a super warship can make up for. No one from the xenogenic side can decipher the super warship. General was full of disdain. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. Death Army. Everyone was waiting for news. Could General He Guyan and Lin Fei's group save General Bai Qi or take revenge? When General Bai Qi and Lin Fei appeared at the same time, there was an uproar. All the soldiers cheered excitedly. General Bai Qi is back. That's great. I knew General Bai Qi would be fine. General Bai Qi's prestige in the Death Army was extremely high. This time he came back safely and truly revived the entire Death Army. He's back. Yin Tianqing was dumbfounded when he heard the report. General He Guyan isn't here. Yin Tianqing was in a bad mood. We only saw General Bai Qi and General Lin Fei coming back. I really didn't see General He Guyan. Not only is General He Guyan not here, even the super warship didn't come back. Yin Tianqing slumped to the ground. How could this be? Why did they come back? Yin Tianqing was very clear that his days weren't going to be good. The other 3 generals had different expressions on their faces. It didn't matter if General Bai Qi was back. But if Lin Fei came back as well, the significance was different. At least General Bai Qi would remember Lin Fei as his savior. At the same time, Lin Fei also gained a lot of prestige in the Death Army. He Guyan didn't come back. Lin Fei went, and not only did he come back, but he also saved General Bai Qi. In this comparison, it was obvious that Lin Fei was more powerful. Chan Chufeng and General Luo Lin didn't feel much. After all, their strength couldn't compare to Lin Fei. Soon another piece of news spread. The entire Death Army was in an uproar. The blood pool controlled by General Bai Qi was destroyed. In a few days, the Death Army would be sent to guard the blood pool. Once the news came out, everyone was excited. Everyone knew that the blood pool wasn't easy to destroy. But now that it was destroyed, it was definitely a big deal. The world is going to change. Many people had the same thought. Lin Fei was probably going to take the throne. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 3729. Thousand Sky Empire, Imperial Capital. The central region of the 4 great dominions wasn't a very large one. But this territory was the core of the Thousand Sky Empire. The Imperial Capital. Anyone who wanted to attack the Thousand Sky Empire had to defeat the 4 territories at the same time. And the power of the 4 territories was not something that could be shaken by anyone. At the same time, the super formation formed by the 4 territories was abnormally terrifying. Even an immortal realm expert would have to be wary of it. And at this time, in a mansion in the Imperial Capital. Your Highness, Ancient Black Flame is dead. The great general came out alive, and Commander Bai Qi lost the blood pool. In a luxurious mansion, only the sound of breaking could be heard. Trash, really trash. A young man giving off a noble aura waved his hand, and all the items smashed onto the ground, shattering into pieces. The person kneeling in front of him was bleeding from his head, not daring to breathe. Lin Fei, it's all because of this bastard. The young man was the imperial capital's sixth prince. He had plotted against the great general with great difficulty, and after a fight, he had paid a huge price to arrange for ancient Black Flame to go over, but the result was that this happened before he could stabilize his position. The sixth prince really wanted to kill someone. Ancient Black Flame deserved to die. Lin Fei deserved to die. Why didn't that great general die in the blood pool? Commander Bai Qi was simply a trash. If he wasn't trash, then what else could he be? Your Highness, I heard that the great general intends to recommend Lin Fei as his successor. The sixth prince frowned, and a chill shot out from the depths of his eyes. Can he become the great general just because he wants to? I haven't agreed to it yet. The Death Corps had always been the sixth prince's goal. If Lin Fei took advantage of it, wouldn't he become a laughing stock? But Lin Fei made a great contribution, the confidant said. Destroying a xenogeniac's blood pool isn't something that just anyone can do. He did indeed make a great contribution, the sixth prince said. But it won't be easy for him to become the great general. Who knows if he asked others to participate in the destruction of the mutant blood pool. Contact Dark Shadow immediately. Tell him to get rid of Lin Fei. It would be best if he mobilizes a mutant elite. The sixth prince's face was filled with anger. It would be best if we blame General Biki for destroying a xenogeniac blood pool. How could General Biki not take revenge? Let's do them a favor. In another part of the mansion, the princes of the 10,000 Sky Empire did not live in the palace. They all had their own mansions in the imperial capital. Ha ha ha, good news. There was also a man who resembled the sixth prince, and he was laughing heartily. Heavenly Lord, you really brought me good news. This was the third prince. Within the empire he had great influence and many people stood behind him. Long Tianjun laughed. Actually, I'm very surprised myself. I didn't expect the guy I recruited to go so far. It's only been 100 years, and he's already made a great contribution. This was the truth. During the recruitment, Long Tianjun thought that the other party had the ancient emperor armor. Once he attacked, his strength could reach the pseudo-immortal realm. This realm could indeed suppress a group of people. Long Tianjun was very angry when he was stopped by his big brother and assigned to the Death Legion. But now, it seemed that Long Tianjun really had to thank his big brother. Sixth brother should have broken a lot of things by now. The third prince laughed. This is great. This Lin Fei has brought us a big surprise. Long Tianjun supported the third prince. Hearing the third prince's words, he laughed. I heard that the old general wants Lin Fei to be his successor. I think we can help. Lin Fei has made a great contribution to our 10,000-man empire. It's not too much for him to be the great general. The third prince said, I'll make arrangements for this. Oh right, send someone to tell Lin Fei that my younger brother is probably going to kill someone for ruining the sixth prince's plan. Be careful, that guy might use a borrowed knife to kill someone else. Long Tianjun nodded. I will contact him. Everyone knew about the sixth prince's narrow-mindedness. From tomorrow onwards we will publicize this General Lin Fei. He is the hero of our 10,000 Sky Empire. The third prince laughed. Long Tianjun's face was also filled with joy. It was a success. After all, Long Tianjun also hoped that Lin Fei would be promoted. The position of the great general of the Death Legion was indeed very important. It was in the hands of Lin Fei. With Lin Fei's character, he would definitely stand on their side. I thank you on behalf of Lin Fei. Similar situations spread among the upper echelons of the imperial capital. Destroying the blood pool, being at the pseudo-immortal realm, even getting the recommendation of the old general. The position of the great general of the Death Legion was so special. Putting all these together, it was hard not to know about it. It could be said that the entire upper echelons were discussing this matter. They paid a lot of attention to this Lin Fei. On the second day, more news about Lin Fei spread in the imperial capital. Gradually, more and more people knew about him. The people of the empire were shocked at first, then cheered. Everyone understood the significance of a mutant blood pool. The greatest enemy of the 10,000 Sky Empire was the mutants. The mutants had always been eyeing the 10,000 Sky Empire. This time, losing a blood pool was definitely something to be happy about. Because many people would die in the hands of the mutants. Lin Fei's name spread quickly. A great hero. The great general and Lin Fei sat facing each other. You are a great hero now. Who knows how many people in the imperial capital want to meet you? The great general laughed. Actually, I really don't want to be a hero, Lin Fei said. It's a big responsibility. The great general laughed. As a citizen of the empire, it is normal to have responsibilities. The stronger one is, the bigger the responsibility. This is our responsibility. Ordinary people don't have this responsibility. Lin Fei did not expect the news to spread so quickly. There must be someone behind this. Lin Fei was not a fool. You are right, great general. The great general said. This old man has recommended you to be the successor. I believe the higher-ups will have a decision. What you need to do now is to rest and build up your strength. Lin Fei could tell that this was going to be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. And for this position, Lin Fei was determined to get it. Only by sitting on the great general's position would he be a true upper-class figure in the empire, not an insignificant character. Was a pseudo-immortal very strong? In reality, they were not. With the strength of the 10,000 Sky Empire, killing a pseudo-immortal was a piece of cake. Pseudo-immortal was at most a bit stronger, and could enter the eyes of the upper class. Pseudo and true, the difference was huge. Lin Fei naturally would not say that he was no different from a true immortal. The great general did not say much about this. It was obvious that he was protecting Lin Fei. He had a trump card in his hand. This was protection. I understand. I will do my best. Chapter 37:30. After giving some instructions, the Grand General went to the imperial capital. According to the Grand General, he had been the Grand General of the Death Legion for a long time. Now that he was old, it was time for him to retire. This time, he went to the imperial capital to push Lin Fei up. Once the Grand General left, Lin Fei became the temporary Grand General, in charge of the entire Death Legion. The entire Death Legion was convinced. But to some people it was not a good thing. For example, Yin Tianxing and Feng Mo. Both of their faces darkened. They thought that victory was in their grasp, but such a thing happened. It was like a slap to their faces. Displeased, extremely displeased. No matter how displeased they were, Yin Tianxing and Feng Mo could only hold it in, not daring to say anything. Ever since he returned, Lin Fei's influence had increased greatly. Everyone was convinced. Destroying the blood pool was not something anyone could do. Now that the old general is gone, our days are not going to be good, General Feng Mo said. I didn't expect that guy to have such a trick up his sleeves. Yin Tianxing's face was ashen. If I knew this, I wouldn't have offended him. I can only say that Ancient Flame is trash. If Ancient Flame was not dead, this would not have happened. Yin Tianxing was not happy for a while, but his backer was gone. It was as if he was slapped in the face. Now that the enemy was in charge of the Death Legion instead of the Grand General, Yin Tianxing was not satisfied, but he could not say a word. The old general was His Majesty's man. Who would dare to refute him? Do we wait for Lin Fei to take care of us? Feng Mo's eyes flashed. Then I would rather choose to fight. Yin Tianxing's eyes flickered. We need to plan properly. This time, someone came in to report. General, there is someone outside requesting to see you. Yin Tianxing was not in the mood to see anyone. General, this is the token that person took out. He said that you will understand once you see it. Yin Tianxing frowned slightly, but when he saw the item, his expression changed. Even General Feng Mo was the same. This was because the token was a skull. A blood-colored skull. Shadow. The blood-colored skull was the shadow, representing death. Yin Tianxing suddenly laughed. Ha, Lin Fei is dead for sure. The demon-sealing general also understood and laughed loudly. Right, that guy is dead for sure. Invite him in immediately. Be courteous. Lin Fei temporarily took charge of the undead army. He didn't do anything. He was qualified to read some information about the Death Legion. Needless to say, there was a lot of information. Lin Fei immediately went to search for the whereabouts of the Heaven's Determination Stone. Even though he had found some clues last time, they were too vague, and he wanted to find a definite one. It would be best if it was more detailed. Master, 2 assassins from our Death Legion have arrived. The imp jumped out and said, "Kill me." Lin Fei was very surprised. After temporarily taking control of the army of death, Lin Fei naturally received a message from Long Tianjun. The message was simple: be careful of the 6th prince's revenge. This also made Lin Fei pay attention. The princes of the Wantian Empire were very rich in resources. To put it simply, they couldn't invite an immortal realm expert to take action, but the 6th prince could. This prince had many big forces behind him. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Lin Fei let the imp monitor them. As long as it wasn't an assassination, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if it was a direct confrontation, in a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Once his life magnetic field was released, he would definitely kill them. Right, 2 pseudo-immortal realm experts, the imp said. Moreover, they also contacted Yin Tianqing and the Demon Sealing General, planning to cooperate from the inside and outside. Lin Fei had to hand it to them. I haven't dealt with them yet, and they actually dared to collude with assassins. They really think that I don't exist. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Do you know whose idea it is? The 6th prince of the royal family contacted the shadow assassins. The imp said, they will pretend to be mutant experts and frame Commander Bai Qi. After all, Master caused Commander Bai Qi to suffer a heavy loss, losing a mutant blood pool. He will go all out to take revenge. No matter what reason it is, no one will suspect that it's related to the 6th prince. Lin Fei smiled. Amazing, truly amazing. This move was indeed amazing. After killing someone, someone else would take the blame. Lin Fei believed that Commander Bai Qi wouldn't have any dissatisfaction at that time, and would even publicize it. At least, it would let everyone witness the power of mutants once again. Whoever dared to mess with mutants, even if they were generals or pseudo-immortal realm experts, would be killed. In this way, probably no one would dare to be enemies with mutants. Who could guard against this kind of thing? Master, do you want to take action now? The imp said. They still think that their plan is flawless, but everything about them is under my surveillance. The imp was very proud. Don't worry, don't worry. Lin Fei smiled. Such a good opportunity, I have to help them, right? Let's get rid of them in one fell swoop. From then on, the Death Corps will have no other voice. Chan Chufeng had a good relationship with him. The remaining one also didn't have any hostility. Right now, Lin Fei needed to deal with Yin Tianqing and Feng Mo. How to take them down justifiably had always been a problem. After all, they had the support of a force behind them. It wasn't good to take them down without a reason. He didn't expect that they would take the initiative to deliver themselves to him. Lin Fei really wanted to thank them. Just a single assassin who colluded with Dark Shadow could easily deal with them. One must know that the Thousand Sky Empire had always wanted to get rid of the Dark Shadow organization, but the Dark Shadow organization was very secretive. Then I will continue to monitor them. Half a month later, the annual meeting of the Death Corps had arrived. This meeting was actually an adjustment to the Death Corps. At the same time, it was a summary of the events of the past year. It didn't have much significance. The sun rose. Yin Tianqing was in a very good mood. Soon Lin Fei would die in the Death Corps. Just thinking about it made him excited. Wait for a while, just follow the normal procedure. We will handle the rest. Yin Tianqing said. Next to Yin Tianqing stood 2 people dressed like soldiers. Their aura wasn't high and they looked very ordinary. Even Yin Tianqing himself thought so. The Dark Shadow organization was indeed powerful. Just this secret technique of concealing their strength was enough to make one's eyes light up. They didn't even have a trace of killing intent. Let's begin. Yin Tianqing walked out with a smile. A wonderful scene is about to begin. Not long after, the 2 Death Corps soldiers also joined the soldiers outside. Their appearances continuously changed and soon, they no longer looked like before, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 37-31. Death Legion's headquarters. The soldiers of the 5 legions were all here. At first glance, it was a dense mass of murderous aura. Like a dark cloud, covering the sky, it was terrifying. He's here. The four generals stood together. In just 100 years that young man had surpassed them. Who knows, he might even become a general and take charge of the entire Death Legion. Yin Tianqing was expressionless. An exciting scene was about to begin. Even now, Yin Tianqing didn't know how they would kill Lin Fei. He was really looking forward to it. The name of the Dark Shadow Assassin was notorious. It could be said that everyone was afraid of the Shadow Assassin. Once you were targeted, you wouldn't even know how you were killed. The Shadow Assassin organization had a habit. Every time they killed, they liked to do it in a crowded place. This indirectly increased the fierceness of the Shadow Assassin. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the entire Death Legion cheered. General! 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 These voices came from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention anything else, just the defensive golden body technique had given them benefits. And Lin Fei had become the idol of many people. Hello everyone. Lin Fei waved his hand. The atmosphere instantly reached a high point. Yin Tianqing kept cursing Lin Fei in his heart. Keep showing off, you won't live for long anyway. Once he made a move, he would definitely die. Yin Tianqing was sure of that. I'm just a temporary general, don't call me that in the future. If the old general gets angry, I won't be able to take it. Lin Fei continued to shout. This time many people wanted to laugh. General Lin Fei was really interesting. General, are we going to start? The chief came up and asked. The chief was the old general's man. He was in charge of the daily affairs of the Death Legion. For example, this kind of meeting. Basically, everything had been arranged. Wait a moment. Lin Fei said. I want to announce something to everyone. The chief was quite surprised. Could it be that Lin Fei was going to make a move? Others might not know that the generals were dissatisfied with Lin Fei, but the head chief was very clear about it. But to make a move at this time seemed to be too hasty. Most people would rarely do something like that. Or did he find his opponent's weakness? Apart from this explanation, the chief could not think of any other reason. Lin Fei walked up the platform and glanced at the entire undead army. Today's meeting will be postponed for now, Lin Fei said. I want to say something that pains me very much. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. It was hard not to be curious. What is this guy doing? Yin Tianqing glanced at the Mad Demon General. The Mad Demon General's face was also filled with confusion. This was different from what he had imagined. Let's wait and see. The Mad Demon General transmitted his voice. As for whether or not Lin Fei knew something, that was impossible. Someone's going to be unlucky, General Chan Chufeng thought. Lin Fei saw everyone's expression and couldn't help but smile. Before we talk about this, let's take a look at something first. Voila! Lin Fei waved his hand and a sky screen appeared. People started to appear on it. When the scene and people appeared, everyone was shocked. That was because two generals had appeared on it. After the generals appeared, the discussion also appeared. How to plot against Lin Fei. Something big happened. After all the soldiers saw it, they were furious. If not for the fact that they were in a military camp, they would have attacked them already. Yin Tianqing and the Mad Demon General were prepared to watch a good show. But when this scene appeared, their expressions changed. How was this possible? When they were talking, they had set up a formation and had been very careful. But now reality had gone to hell. It was fine to target them in secret, but to expose it in front of everyone was completely different. Especially at a time like this, Lin Fei was a big hero. Fake, it's all fake. Yin Tianqing roared. Someone is framing us. General Lin, this thing is fake. The Mad Demon General said. Someone is trying to sow discord. We must catch the person who framed us. The two generals were furious. Many of the soldiers believed it. Maybe this matter was real. Someone was framing the generals. Lin Fei said calmly. There is no rush, let's watch slowly. You aren't in a rush, but we are. The two generals really wanted to destroy the sky screen, but in the end they held back. So what if they found out? Dark shadow assassins mixed into the army. As long as they didn't attack, no one would recognize them. When the time came, they would have ways to deal with the impact of this matter. Then the appearance of the dark shadow assassins shocked everyone once more. Once the general and the dark shadow assassins colluded, Yin Tianqing and the Mad Demon General's days would come to an end. Not to mention the Empire, just Lin Fei alone would be enough to kick them down to the mortal world. After watching it, no one knew what to say. Was this real or fake? Don't you all want to say anything? Lin Fei smiled. How can such a ridiculous thing be real? Yin Tianxing said. In truth, they were all cursing. There was a traitor. If there wasn't a traitor, how could it have been recorded? Now that it was thrown out, it became a huge bomb. Was it arranged by Lin Fei? They didn't think that Lin Fei had the ability to do so. However, if it wasn't Lin Fei, then who could it be? No one dared to guarantee this matter. Investigate, we have to investigate. The Mad Demon General said. Anyway, they wouldn't admit it. 2 dark shadow assassins mixed into the army. Plus they had a secret technique. So how could they be found so easily? Lin Fei shook his head. It seems like you all have disappointed me. You dare to ally with the dark shadow assassins to deal with me. Since you won't repent until you see the coffin, then I will grant your wish. From the start, Lin Fei didn't plan to play slowly with them. Now that he had a reason, he would just take them down. Lin Fei really wanted to thank the 6th prince for the gift. At this moment, the 2 generals' expressions finally changed. Lin Fei really came for them. General Lin, you wrongly accused us, we are not happy. Yin Tianxing said. Me too. Lin Fei laughed. Then watch carefully. Boom! The 6 Paths reincarnation world appeared, suppressing the 2 generals. When it was fully activated, their expressions changed. Lin Fei trapped the 2 generals and grabbed. The time-space divine spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed forward. Come out, no need to hide. 1 spear turned into 2 spears. They locked onto 2 people in the army. These 2 were no different from normal soldiers, their faces filled with rage. How did you know? The 2 who were locked onto no longer hid their strength. Boom boom. 2 pseudo-undying auras. This time everyone was furious. All of this was real. It's over. It's really over. Yin Tianxing and the Mad Demon General saw the situation wasn't good. So they immediately attacked the 6 Paths reincarnation world. If they didn't leave now, there wouldn't be another chance. You 2 traitors, why aren't you giving up? Chen Chufeng attacked. I'm so disappointed in you. You actually wanted to assassinate the great general. I am ashamed to be associated with you. Chapter 37-32. The scene at the scene shocked countless people. Yin Tianxing and Demon Sealing General had colluded with the Dark Shadow Organization. When they were about to escape, Chen Chufeng and the other 2 generals stopped them immediately. Don't leave. Daring to collude with the Dark Shadow to assassinate the great general. Our Death Corps doesn't have people like you. Yin Tianxing and Demon Sealing General were stopped immediately. The commanders also quickly set up the formation. Everyone in the Corps, those who are willing, follow me to kill the enemy. Yin Tianxing blocked Chen Chufeng's attack while shouting. General will help you. Those trusted subordinates took action immediately. The entire camp was in chaos. However, this chaos only lasted for a while before the 5th Corps came over. Among the 5 Corps, the 5th Corps was the strongest. As soon as they took action, many fell. At this moment, Lin Fei charged into the void and used 6 Paths reincarnation. 1 world sealed the void for a total of 6 times. The time-space divine spear was like a divine needle, suppressing the 2 dark shadow assassins. I don't know who gave you the courage to assassinate me. Lin Fei said faintly. The time-space divine spear in his hand didn't waver, advancing bravely. The 2 dark shadow assassins were pseudo-immortal experts. However, they couldn't get close at all. The opponent had a time-space divine spear that could use time and space power. If they fought face-to-face, they wouldn't have any advantage. Until now, they still couldn't understand why they were exposed. According to their original plan, they wanted to assassinate Lin Fei from a close distance. That was the only way to have the highest success rate. However, the current situation was out of their expectations. Dark Shadow Fusion. The 2 dark shadow assassins panicked after attacking for a long time. This Lin Fei was much stronger than the information said. Without a choice, the dark shadow assassins used a secret technique. The 2 of them fused into one. Their aura changed greatly, their power skyrocketing. Compared to before, their power had increased by at least 50%. Lin Fei, you're honored to see our dark shadow assassin's great secret technique. A crescent light slashed. Lin Fei blocked in advance. The crescent's power hit the time-space divine spear. A part of it seeped in and slashed unparalleled armor, leaving a mark. His blood boiled from the impact. It was a very powerful force. After merging, they finally broke through the limit. At such a close distance, a single saber was more strange than two. It kept seeping in, leaving marks on Lin Fei's armor. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. The shadow assassins were indeed powerful. Lin Fei kept retreating. It looked like he was at a disadvantage, but only he knew why he was retreating. Lin Fei, you're dead. Another fierce slash came down. Master, the analysis is done, we can counterattack. Lin Fei heard the voice of the little devil. Vitality magnetic field. There was a loud bang. The aura on Lin Fei's body skyrocketed, surpassing the aura of the Dark Shadow Killer in one fell swoop. The space-time divine spear thrust forward. Samsara appeared. Two figures were forced out, and their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. It wasn't a flaw, but Lin Fei had managed to break through it. This was completely illogical, and they found it hard to believe. Why was it like this? Your fusion is very powerful, but it still has flaws. If I break the connection between you, then your fusion won't work. Lin Fei swept his spear horizontally. The light was like the moon crushing them. It shook them until they vomited blood. Not good. This guy also has a secret technique. The two of them were shocked. Their secret technique was fusion, and their strength skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Lin Fei also had a secret technique that seemed to be even more powerful. Directly stepping into undying level. One high and one low, it was clear. Go! Lin Fei didn't give them a chance to leave. Even fusion was not enough, let alone when they were separated, they were just two weak chickens. Six paths samsara layer by layer obstructed them. In just a few dozen breaths, the two fake undying assassins were suppressed by the myriad essence pool. The Dark Shadow Killer organization really gave me a huge gift. Lin Fei returned to the camp. The chaos had calmed down. Other than Yan Tianxing and Feng Mo not being taken down, the situation was not very optimistic. You guys, why did you have to do this? You could have been generals, but you had to come out and cause trouble. Lin Fei charged into the battlefield. Six paths samsara appeared. The time-space divine spear stabbed. Layers of spear images broke through Yan Tianxing's defenses, nailing him to the ground. I surrender. When the demon sealing general saw this, he immediately gave up resisting. At this moment, they realized that Lin Fei's strength was much more terrifying than theirs. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Lin Fei glanced indifferently, took out the myriad essence pool, and kept Yan Tianxing and Feng Mo inside, then arranged for the general manager to deal with the two armies. Everyone was used to this kind of thing. They had no sympathy for Yan Tianxing and Feng Mo. They brought this upon themselves. Lin Fei was a great hero. This matter was spread out immediately. Two generals colluding with the Dark Shadow Assassins, this was a taboo matter. In the sixth prince's residence, something was smashed again. Everyone in the residence did not dare to breathe. Trash, all trash. The sixth prince really wanted to kill them. This kind of thing was not a problem in private, but once it was exposed, it would be a huge problem. Immediately contact Lin Fei. Ask him to hand over Yan Tianxing and the Dark Shadow Assassins. We can discuss any conditions. The sixth prince was furious. He had to face reality. This matter had to be resolved. The Death Army returned to normal. As a general, Lin Fei had the power to recommend. However, as it was temporary, this matter was temporarily suppressed. Master, it's done. This is the modified fusion secret technique. Little Devil sent a secret technique over. After Lin Fei saw it, he was very satisfied. If we use it in the army, the effect will be surprisingly good. When 100 people fuse together, there will be a peak 5th level God Emperor. 100 peak 5th level God Emperors, which is 10,000 people, can fuse together to form a pseudo-immortal expert. Satisfied, very satisfied. If the Dark Shadow Assassins knew about this, they would probably want to die. Lin Fei laughed. This was the biggest reward. One army could produce 10 pseudo-immortals. Although they were slightly weaker than normal pseudo-immortals, they were still immortals. Hehe. Now this is considered powerful. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to promote it. This was not as simple as golden body defense, this was a trump card, a killer move that anyone would be afraid of. Lin Fei believed that there were very few forces that possessed such a secret technique. This time, no one can stop me from becoming the general of the Death Army. At that time, I can let them have the secret technique. Chapter 37-33. Thousand Sky Empire. Imperial Capital. The old general also received the news at the first moment. The old general smiled, which was rare. I really don't know where they got the guts. Great, now they've been wiped out by that kid. The old general was also impressed by Yan Tianxing and Feng Mo. They dared to make a move at this time, they were really bold. Great, now they've lost themselves. Originally, the old general wanted to give them a warning. He didn't expect Lin Fei to deal with them so easily, saving him a lot of trouble. That kid is also quite capable. If that's the case, I can relax after handing the death core to him. The old general smiled. This time he was really satisfied with Lin Fei. It was reasonable for him to take care of Yan Tianxing and Yan Tianxing in front of them. No one could say anything. They only had themselves to blame. They could have been transferred away, but now they were suppressed. Even if they were brought back to the imperial capital, they would be severely punished. It was good enough that they could keep their lives. The sixth prince's men quickly arrived at the death core. General, this is a small token from His Highness. Lin Fei received the sixth prince's men. Even if he didn't like the sixth prince, he still had to give Lin Fei face. After all, he was a prince of the royal family. This was within the rules. Lin Fei was no longer a rookie, so he was very clear about it. His Highness is too polite. Lin Fei smiled. If there's anything, just let me know. There's no need to specially send someone over. This time, it was one of the sixth prince's trusted men. Looking at Lin Fei's age, Lin Fan was secretly startled. If he was just young, it would be normal. But he was young and strong. This represented potential. If such a person couldn't be killed, he would definitely be a big problem in the future. General, His Highness's intention is very simple. He hopes that you can hand Yan Tianxing over to us. The sixth prince's trusted man said. What's in it for me? Lin Fei went straight to the point. After the sixth prince's trusted man came, Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. His Highness is willing to support you to become the great general of the Death Army. The sixth prince's trusted aide said. It wasn't easy to become the great general of the Death Legion. Although he had the help of the old general, this position was too special, so it was not enough. He needed someone to support him, and the sixth prince was a good candidate. This was also the reason why Lin Fei only suppressed it and not refined it. Yan Tianxing was very useful. This is fine. Lin Fei said. However, I need information about the ancient times. I believe your highness has a way to get it. With such a good opportunity, Lin Fei naturally wanted to add some personal goods to it. For example, information on the royal family. There was simply too much ancient information. The information about the Heaven's Determination Stone must be in it. Lin Fei believed that no one could guess what he was after. The sixth prince's confidant was quite surprised. This Lin Fei seems to be very easy to negotiate with. After all, he had already made up his mind before coming here. This request seemed to be too simple. The matter was settled just like that. After the sixth prince's confidant left, the person behind General Feng Mo also came. He was also a prince, but not as capable as the sixth prince. However, he had a certain amount of influence in the royal family. Lin Fei made the same request and let them take the people away. Yan Tianxing and Feng Mo's life force had been sucked away. Like the old man, they seemed to be only one step away from death. As for the two dark shadow assassins, Lin Fei did not hand them over. Their value was not the same. It was too cheap to hand them over just like that. The Death Army regained its peace. Thousand Sky Empire, Imperial Capital. The news of the Death Army's old general's resignation also spread quickly. As for the successor, a young man from a small territory, the higher-ups of the empire were indeed very surprised. Such a position being taken over by a young man was not something many people were happy to see. The Thousand Sky Empire had a total of 4 legions. The Death Army was the most powerful one. There were many who wanted to fight for the position of Great General. However, this position had always belonged to His Majesty. No one dared to interfere. And this time the opportunity had come. The battle in the imperial court was very intense. But when a few princes stood up and recommended together, the situation became completely different. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Third prince. Sixth prince. Any one of the princes had a certain level of influence. For a moment, they all suspected that Lin Fei had contacted the princes. Otherwise, why would they all speak up at the same time? Once the princes stood up and the old general was His Majesty's man, everyone was speechless. Without any surprise, the Death Army's new great general was Lin Fei. The great general was confirmed. The competition for the other two great generals became even more intense. Even if they could not eat the meat, they still had to drink the soup. In the future, you will be the great general. The person who came to hand over the position was the old general. At this moment, the old general was all smiles. When Lin Fei heard the news, he was also very happy. He had finally sat in this position. In the Thousand Sky Empire, he had a certain level of influence, although it was still very weak. Thank you for your support, great general. Otherwise, I can forget about this position, Lin Fei said gratefully. The old general smiled. This is what you fought for. Remember, you are the Empire's man, and His Majesty's man. As long as you guard the Empire's line of defense, no one can shake your position. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. And I believe that not long from now, I will definitely make the Death Army suppress the other legions and become the Thousand Sky Empire's #1 legion. The old general's eyes lit up. Good, I like hearing this. These words had indeed touched the bottom of the old general's heart. The Death Army fought on the front lines, but their influence could not compare to the other legions. This was a sore point for the old general. Unfortunately, until now, he had not been able to surpass them. Lin Fei indeed had the confidence to surpass the capabilities of his army. The old general left. He took away the confidence of the Death Army. This was the best gift for Lin Fei. It seemed to be telling Lin Fei that the Death Army no longer had any influence from this old man. From today onwards, the Death Army was his era. Lin Fei sat in the great general's position. The entire army was in a state of excitement. In their opinion, Great General Lin Fei was fully qualified to sit in this position. They looked forward to the great general leading them to success. Congratulations, Master, on becoming the great general. Long Tianhao was also very excited. After hearing the news, he came to flatter. Even he did not dare to imagine that his master would become the great general of the Death Army. A person of the upper echelons of the Thousand Sky Empire, and one who controlled the Death Army. This time he followed the right person. From now onwards, you will be the chief steward of the Death Army. Lin Fei allowed Long Tianhao to ascend in a single step. Chapter 37-34. After Lin Fei became the great general of the Death Army, he didn't make any big moves. He kept a very low profile. No one knew what this great general wanted to do. Of course, the soldiers of the Death Army didn't have the time to think about this because the great general had ordered them to cultivate the last few layers of the defensive golden body. Everyone was cultivating the defensive golden body, but the last few layers had not been opened yet. This time, everyone was working hard to cultivate the last few layers. No one had the time to care about this matter. The two generals who came from the imperial capital were also very low-key. After they came down, they quickly found that the army was not easy to lead. The great general's influence was everywhere, which brought them great pressure. After the conspiracy between Yan Tianqing and Feng Mo, no one dared to plot against them in the Death Army's headquarters. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't be the next to fall into the trap. Since they couldn't see any hope, they had to be obedient generals. If they did well, they might be transferred away. The information collected by the royal family is really comprehensive. In the Hundred Source Empire, Lin Fei had obtained some clues, but they weren't very comprehensive. There were few useful clues. Master, there should be more Heaven's Determination Stone in the White Tiger territory. Little Fiend said. I've scanned the information and analyzed it. The Heaven's Determination Stone is a renewable resource. At the same time, it has very strict requirements on the environment. If Master wants the Heaven's Determination Stone, I think you should start in the White Tiger territory. White Tiger territory? Lin Fei sighed softly. In fact, he had already prepared for this. It's not that easy to go to the White Tiger territory, Lin Fei said. It's even harder for a great general like me to leave, especially at this time. He knew the place. For Lin Fei, the Death General was also a great hindrance. The Myriad Sky Empire had a total of 6 armies. The 4 Sacred Beasts armies, the Death Army and the most mysterious Divine Might Army. These 6 armies guarded the border of the Myriad Sky Empire. They could be said to be the stabilizing force. Their importance was self-evident. Lin Fei hadn't stabilized his position yet. If he rashly went to the White Tiger territory, it wouldn't be good. Those princes wouldn't mind pulling him down from his position. It's actually not difficult for Master to go to the White Tiger domain, Little Devil said. Right now, the strongest opponent of the Wantian Empire is the mutants, and the mutants are constantly invading and expanding. If the mutants take the initiative to attack the White Tiger Weave, once they are under pressure, Master will naturally. All right. This was indeed a solution. The imperial family's information pointed to the White Tiger Weave, so Lin Fei definitely had to go there. He couldn't keep dragging this matter out. The imp's method was indeed feasible. Master, don't worry, we can wait, the little demoness suddenly said. Wait. Lin Fei didn't understand. Why? According to the information I've gathered, the White Tiger Weave will make a big move in 100 or 200 years at most, the little fiend said. At that time, Master will have a legitimate reason to go to the White Tiger Weave. What big move? Lin Fei really did not know what kind of big move the White Tiger Weave would make. The White Tiger Sacred Mountain in the White Tiger Weave will welcome a grand event because the White Tiger Clan's Sacred Beast qualification will open, the little fiend said. The Sacred Beast Convention will be the most intense competition for the White Tiger Clan. Lin Fei frowned slightly and slapped his forehead. How could I forget about this? To be honest, if not for the little fiend's reminder, Lin Fei would not have remembered such a thing at all. The Sacred Beast Convention. Every Sacred Beast conference was definitely a grand event in the 10,000 Heavens Empire. The reason was very simple. There was a certain chance that a White Tiger Sacred Beast would appear in this Sacred Beast Convention. The White Tiger Clan had always been known as Sacred Beasts, but a Sacred Beast had never appeared before. Therefore, after a certain period of time, they would develop a sacred land for the White Tiger Clan, using resources to enhance their potential and break through to Sacred Beast in one fell swoop. Once they became Sacred Beasts, they would become the future patriarch of the White Tiger Clan. This was how all the previous patriarchs came to be. However, the White Tiger Clan had not had a Sacred Beast for a long time. The Sacred Beast Convention is indeed an opportunity. Lin Fei knew the way. As long as I perform outstandingly in these 100 to 200 years, I believe that the White Tiger Clan will definitely ask for external help. Once Master goes to the White Tiger Clan, you will have a better chance to check it out. Because that place seems to be above an important place controlled by the White Tiger Clan. Lin Fei was no longer anxious. 100 to 200 years he could wait. Then let's do as you say, Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, establish the absolute strength of the Death Legion, two-pronged approach. Master, you can also build a super warship, the little fiend said. If Master doesn't like the super warship, then I can design a suitable warship for Master based on the super warship's foundation. The principle of the super warship was figured out. Making something similar to the super warship was really not a difficult matter. Especially for the little fiend, it was simply ridiculously easy. Time passed year by year. At first he thought that the great general Lin Fei wouldn't make any big moves. This great general was swift and decisive, constantly attacking the surrounding mutant army, and achieving impressive results again and again. Moreover, this great general even personally took action and stayed at the front line. He stayed for over 100 years, beheading many commanders and commander avatars. Could be said that he swept all the way. The mutant army kept retreating. In 80 years he breached a mutant blood pool. In 130 years, he breached a mutant blood pool again. In 180 years, several mutant commanders and true immortal powerhouses joined hands to encircle and annihilate General Lin Fei. But in the end, they still easily broke out. For a time Lin Fei's name was like the sun in the sky at the border, and everyone knew him. Young Master Long, you haven't been here for a long time. Death Legion's headquarters. Lin Fei saw a rather unexpected guest. Long Tianjun from Azure Dragon City. Ever since Lin Fei became the great general, his identity and Long Tianjun's had changed. They were no longer employer and employee, and after breaching 2 mutant blood pools in a row, their relationship was even more different. Great General, your place is getting stricter and stricter. Ordinary people don't dare to come here. Long Tianjun said with a smile. In his heart he sighed. This growth was too fast. Fortunately, the two of them were still on good terms. The relationship between Long Tianjun and Lin Fei had also increased Long Tianjun's influence in Azure Dragon City. That big brother of Long Tianjun had often lost his temper, but he could only grit his teeth. Actually, I'm here this time to be a lobbyist for the great general. Long Tianjun went straight to the point. A lobbyist. Lin Fei had already expected this, but he pretended to be shocked. Who could make you a lobbyist? Seeing that Lin Fei wasn't angry, Long Tianjun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. One should know that this great general had defeated the mutants, and now he had become a big nightmare. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 37-35. With Long Tianjun's arrival, Lin Fei actually knew what was going on. The White Tiger Territory's Sacred Beast Conference was about to begin. This matter might not be a big deal to other territories, but to the White Tiger Territory's White Clan it was a big deal. Everyone in the White Tiger Clan attached great importance to it. One of the most noteworthy things was to find outside help. After listening to the Little Devil's suggestion, Lin Fei arranged for people to understand the White Tiger Territory's Sacred Beast Conference in detail, and found out an important piece of information, which was to find outside help. Lobbyist. Lin Fei pretended to be puzzled. You're the Azure Dragon Territory's third young master. Long Tianjun secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Fei didn't have any dissatisfaction, it was fine. Today there was a difference in status. Long Tianjun wouldn't say the same as before. The position of the Death Legion's great general was very valuable. These years under the leadership of Lin Fei, the Death Legion had beaten the mutant army hard and forced them to retreat. This imperceptibly increased Lin Fei's influence very quickly. Everyone knew that the Death Legion had risen, and its influence grew day by day. Lin Fei's status also rose. The Myriad Sky Empire's biggest enemy was the mutants. Anyone who could make the mutants suffer a great loss was a great hero. Without a doubt, Lin Fei was such a hero. Long Tianjun smiled. Brother Lin, my third young master's status is not as high as yours. This time, I'm here representing a friend of the White Tiger Clan. The White Tiger Clan's Sacred Beast Conference is about to begin. I'm here to ask Brother Lin for help. If you're not willing, then forget it. That person. White Tiger Clan's 13th young master. Lin Fei already knew, but hearing Long Tianjun's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. 13th young master, not that person. Actually, I'm also very surprised. Long Tianjun said. It depends on whether Brother Lin has any objections. Let's meet. Third young master, you're sure that I'll meet? Long Tianjun very quickly brought over the White Tiger Clan's 13th young master, Bai Wuhan. Brother Lin, I don't want to waste everyone's time by running back and forth. Long Tianjun didn't dare to look at him directly. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that he had the upper hand. Great General, this is my request. Bai Wuhan was dressed in white, and there was a pattern between his brows. That was the symbol of the White Tiger. Only the direct descendants of the White Tiger race would have this symbol, and no one could imitate it. Master Bai, are you planning to amaze the world with one brilliant feat? Lin Fei laughed. I'm afraid that everyone will be very surprised. Moreover, do you really believe that I can help? Bai Wuhan, the young master with the least sense of existence in the White Tiger Clan. Timid, average talent. It could be said that they could even bully branch disciples. I'm destined to only have one chance in the Sacred Beast Conference. If I don't fight for it now, I won't have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Bai Wuheng said. As long as Great General is willing to help me, I am willing to offer you something that you have always wanted. Lin Fei laughed. You know what I want. Hearing such words from Bai Wuhen's mouth, Lin Fei really wanted to know whether he really knew or not. Third young master, can you go out first? Bai Wuhen said. You guys talk. Long Tianjun stood up and went out. Being able to make Long Tianjun take the initiative to go out, Lin Fei thought highly of Bai Wuhan. These two people's relationship wasn't bad. Now that there's no one, you can say it, Lin Fei said with a smile. If you really say what I want, maybe I will agree to it. Bai Wuhan had also studied this great general Lin Fei for quite a long time. He wasn't a person around Long Tianjun, but to be able to sit in the position of great general had indeed blinded many people, especially when several princes stood up together to recommend him. This kind of thing was rare. I know that great general wants the Heaven's Determination Stone, Bai Wuhan said word by word. Lin Fei was really shocked. This guy actually knew about it. What is the Heaven's Determination Stone? Why don't I know about it? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Bai Wuhan said, Great General, don't worry. Very few people know about the Heaven's Determination Stone. I happen to know it because the previous god Emperor Gu Heng also took the Heaven's Determination Stone from the hands of our White Tiger clan. He thought that everything was done flawlessly, but in fact no one knew about it. However, he made a mistake, and I know about the Heaven's Determination Stone by chance. Lin Fei was very surprised. This Bai Wuhan was more powerful than he had imagined. You even know about this kind of thing. You are really awesome, Lin Fei said. Yes, I really need the Heaven's Determination Stone. Originally, he had planned to look for it in private, but now it seemed impossible. Master, this guy definitely knows the specific whereabouts of the Heaven's Determination Stone, the little devil said. No matter what, Master needs to get it. That was for sure. The other party took the initiative to come to him and reveal this kind of information, which really shocked Lin Fei. This Bai Wuhan was completely different from the outside world. He was good at scheming and research. The Heaven's Determination Stone is a very special existence. I don't want to know what it is used for, but I can tell you where it is. Bai Wuhan said, Just take it as a greeting gift from me to the great general. The Heaven's Determination Stone is in our White Tiger clan's sacred beast space. Lin Fei really didn't think that this guy would take the initiative to tell him the location. Aren't you afraid that I will find someone else to go in? Lin Fei said with a smile. Bai Wuhan said, I'm not afraid because I and the Grand General are the same kind of people, and if I'm able to become eminent in the Sacred Beast Assembly, then no matter what happens in the future, the White Tiger clan won't become enemies with you. This is my promise. Lin Fei somewhat underestimated this 13th young master Bai. You succeeded, Lin Fei suddenly said with a smile. No matter what, I promise you that I will be your external help. If the information is false, you know the consequences. Bai Wuhan's expression didn't change. If the information is false, the great general can come and kill me. I will have no regrets. Okay. They didn't talk too much. The matter was settled. Lin Fei first made arrangements for the Death Legion. The current Death Legion didn't need Lin Fei to manage at all. Long Tianhao and General Mo Yuan were properly managing it. The mutant army was killed so much that they didn't dare to fight head-on. They were even afraid of mentioning the Death Legion. It could be said that the Death Legion really fought with power. Lin Fei became an idle person instead. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei and Bai Wuhan quietly left the Death Legion without alerting anyone. No one in the Death Legion knew that the great general had left the barracks. Bai Wuhan brought a flying warship. It wasn't as good as the Wantian Empire super warship, but it was still in the top ranks. Speed was still okay. The warship went straight to the White Tiger territory. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 37-36. In another half a month, we will reach White Tiger Weave. Bai Wuhan stood on the deck and said. Along the way, Lin Fei saw many things. The White Tiger clan's 13th young master was far from the trash rumored to be. Bai Wuhan had concealed his own strength, concealed his own ambitions, and seemed to have the intention of secretly achieving his goal. The Sacred Beast Convention was Bai Wuhan's chance to show his strength. As for whether he could defeat all the competitors and obtain the last chance to become a sacred beast, that would depend on the situation. Your White Tiger territory has the strongest battle prowess among the 4 territories. I believe that the Sacred Beast Conference this time will be very interesting, Lin Fei said with a smile. Bai Wuhan said. It will definitely be lively. For many people, this is related to the future of the White Tiger clan. Boom! The moment Bai Wuheng's voice fell, a strange change occurred. The world rumbled. The warship that had been moving forward violently jolted. Then it began to slow down and finally stopped moving, as if it was imprisoned. Darkness enveloped them. Lin Fei and Bai Wuheng's vision became dark. This darkness could prevent their power from penetrating. It could be said that their vision was limited. Not good. Bai Wuheng's expression changed. Someone wants to kill me. The warship's defense rose. Lin Fei didn't change much. However, this movement was very big. To be able to deceive him, this person must be quite capable. Assassinate Bai Wuheng? Or assassinate him? This was something that Lin Fei was quite concerned about. Master, this assassin is targeting Bai Wuheng. Little Fiend suddenly said. The person can be said to be an old acquaintance of yours. Old acquaintance? Lin Fei frowned in puzzlement. Shadow. Lin Fei suddenly realized. Master, they are coming in. This warship has a loophole. Bai Wuheng's people must have been bribed. Little Fiend said. Lin Fei really didn't expect that it would be a shadow assassin. Last time he had suppressed 2 pseudo-immortal experts. Now there were shadow assassins. He didn't know how strong they were. Bai Wuheng was extremely angry, but he was very confident in the defense of the battleship. These people who wanted to assassinate him would not be able to kill their way in so easily. General Lin, there's no need to care about a mere thief. As soon as Bai Wuheng finished speaking, his expression changed again. A few unfamiliar auras appeared inside the warship. Die. In that brief moment of distraction, the shadow assassin used the darkness to kill his way over. A ball of light exploded. A low voice accompanied by death enveloped Bai Wuheng. Bai Wuheng was horrified to find that he couldn't move at all. The person who attacked him was well prepared and didn't give him any chance to resist. They wanted to kill him in one strike. Assassin. Shadow killer. Only the shadow assassins could control every step like this because every time they made a move someone would definitely die. They had never failed. Once the shadow assassin made his move, it would be a sure kill situation. Bai Wuheng was completely terrified. Help! Bai Wuheng's strength was quite good, but at this moment, he had no chance to use it at all. That moment of immobility was a situation of certain death. Amidst the light, a chilling intent flashed, heading straight for Bai Wuheng. You dark assassins are really everywhere, but you shouldn't have ambushed young Master Bai. An indifferent voice sounded. Within a few feet of him, worlds appeared one after another, forming a powerful barrier. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Not only could it defend, but it could also kill. With the reincarnation world's obstruction, the shadow assassin was very strong. But he couldn't break through all the 6 paths of reincarnation in an instant, exposing himself. Kill him. In the darkness, several shadow assassins surrounded him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. The space-time divine spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the darkness. The spear was like rain innumerable. Piercing sounds could be heard in the darkness, and a faint smell of blood permeated the air. Go back and tell your superiors that I, Lin Fei, have yet to settle the score with you all. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The darkness dissipated, and everything became clear again. At this moment there were 5 corpses lying on the deck. Each corpse was covered with bloody holes, so many that it made one's scalp go numb. Bai Wuheng's face was a little pale, and he was indeed frightened. He cupped his hands towards Lin Fei. General Lin, I will never forget your kindness. Just now Bai Wuheng felt that he was dead for sure. The terror of the shadow assassin, many people only heard about it from hearsay. After experiencing it for himself, Bai Wuheng knew how terrifying the shadow assassin was. At that moment he really felt like he was about to die. You're too polite. Lin Fei smiled. I still need to rely on young Master Bai to help me get my things. If you die, who can I find for help? If they want to kill you, then they are my enemies. Bai Wuheng wasn't angry. He made the right decision to come here. General Lin, don't worry. As long as I don't die, I will definitely help you get what you want. Bai Wuheng was really afraid that Lin Fei would leave. If the shadow assassin came to assassinate him again, it was unknown whether he could go back alive or not. No matter what, he really had to thank Lin Fei this time. They won't come again, Lin Fei said. Unless they continue to send people to die. I think even if the Shadow Assassin organization is rich and overbearing, they probably won't be able to bear this kind of loss. Ha ha ha. Bai Wuheng laughed. This was really nice to hear. For the rest of the journey, there were no more Shadow Assassins. Maybe they were afraid. Or maybe it was because of Lin Fei. The journey was peaceful. Until the White Tiger territory appeared, Bai Wuheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he returned to his own territory, there was nothing to be afraid of. The Shadow Assassins didn't have the guts to kill people in the White Tiger territory. Among the 4 major territories, the White Tiger territory was a territory that people feared because the White Tiger clan in the White Tiger territory were all belligerent. They were either on the way to a fight or in the middle of a fight. They would rather offend other territories than offend the White Tiger clan. They were a group of lunatics, a group of belligerent people. Whoever provoked them would be finished. What a pity! After Bai Wuheng's warship entered the White Tiger territory, in the distant starry sky, an old man and a young man appeared. It's all Lin Fei's fault. He's a great general but came to join in the fun. These two were both Shadow Assassins, and their status wasn't low. They followed along the way, but they couldn't find a chance to make a move. Because for some reason that Lin Fei seemed to have discovered them. From time to time he looked over, causing them to feel tense all the way. What the hell? Let's go, the old man said. This mission won't be easy to complete. I really can't accept this. There will be a chance in the future. The old man said. This great General Lin Fei has ruined our plans several times. I believe the higher-ups will deal with this guy. He won't live long. Chapter 37-37. White Tiger Territory. Among the 4 territories it was the most special one. After the warship entered the White Tiger territory, tiger roars could be heard echoing almost everywhere. Lin Fei could see a large number of tiger demonic beasts, and these demonic beasts were not weak. If compared to the Azure Dragon clan, the White Tiger territory was obviously a level higher. The huge demonic beasts of the Tiger tribe were invisibly superior to the Azure Dragon territory. In fact, the strength of the White Tiger territory was indeed far superior to the other territories. This is our White Tiger territory, Bai Wuheng said. Our White Tiger clan doesn't have many other things, but the members of the Tiger tribe are more. It can be said that every citizen is a soldier. The White Tiger territory is more powerful than I imagined. Bai Wuheng was quite proud. I like General Lin's words. In the 4 territories the Dragon tribe is rare, and the Vermilion Bird tribe is also rare, but their bloodline is noble. Needless to say, the Black Tortoise tribe is a bunch of old antiques. The warship continued to move. Not long after, a castle appeared in the mountains. That's my territory. Bai Wuheng was completely relieved. There's still some time before the Sacred Beast Conference. General Lin can stay in my castle for the time being. When the time is up, we'll go over. In the mountains there was a castle completely black, grand and domineering. At the highest point of the castle, there was a huge white tiger statue. Although it was only a statue, it instantly gave off an extremely fierce aura, as if it would bite down. Master, this statue is a good thing. It can summon powerhouses. According to my analysis, it should be able to summon the strongest powerhouse of the White Tiger clan, at least 30% to 40% of its strength. Lin Fei was quite surprised. This White Tiger clan was really amazing. They even set up such a method. This statue of your White Tiger clan is very good, Lin Fei said with a smile. This is our White Tiger clan's guardian, Lord Holy Beast. Bai Wuheng said respectfully. He is our White Tiger clan's old ancestor. Young Master Bai. Young Master Bai. Bai Wuheng accompanied Lin Fei to a high-class area of the castle. As soon as they arrived, 3 powerhouses with fierce auras greeted them. Bai Wuheng nodded lightly. General Lin, they are also my helpers. You can get to know them first. When the 3 experts saw Lin Fei, their expressions changed slightly. General? A general from the army? Lin Fei glanced at them. The 3 of them are foreign aid, but their strength is very average. I'm afraid it's useless even if they go. I think they can go home now. The 3 experts hadn't guessed who this person was, but when they heard this, they were immediately displeased. After all, they were people who had fought against pseudo-immortal experts. This time, the reinforcements that the White Tiger clan's young masters invited were mostly pseudo-immortal rank experts. As for true immortal rank experts, not everyone could invite them. What did you say? A bald man snorted coldly. Believe it or not, I will tear you apart. Young Master Bai, you're quite arrogant. The other short cultivator glared at him with a cold glint in his eyes. We're here because of the White Tiger clan. Bai Wuheng had seen General Lin Fei's strength. Those assassins could kill them easily. Any one of those assassins' strength wasn't any weaker than these people. With such a comparison, it was obvious that General Lin Fei was much stronger. Bai Wuheng invited several foreign aid experts just in case. The competition was too intense. Everyone, don't be angry, Bai Wuheng said. This is Death Corps' General Lin Fei. You should know him. If you're not convinced, you can make a move. If you win, I'll agree to your conditions and allow you to raise 3 more conditions. Death Corps' General Lin Fei? The 3 experts' expressions changed again. In these hundreds of years, Death Corps' General Lin Fei's name had always been an influential figure in Wantian Empire. No one had ever seen him, but he led the Death Corps to crush mutants and successfully destroyed the mutant blood pool. General Lin Fei, don't you think you're going too far? That bald, brawny man said. They had come as external help for the huge benefits. Now they were chased away. How could it be so easy? This was no different from robbing people of their wealth and killing their parents. So what if I'm bullying you? Lin Fei said indifferently. Hua! A reincarnation world appeared. It enveloped them. Boom, boom, boom. These 3 had strength comparable to pseudo-immortal experts. However, they couldn't withstand the reincarnation world's attack. After the reincarnation world disappeared, the 3 were battered and fell to the ground. Can't even block one move from me. Too weak, Lin Fei said. Going to the White Tiger clan with this kind of strength is a disgrace to young Master Bai. The 3 were only left with fear. Rumor had it that General Lin Fei was very strong. They didn't know until they fought. However, after fighting, they knew how terrifying the other party was. If they fought face to face, they would definitely die. Bai Wuheng rejoiced that he invited General Lin Fei. If they went to the Sacred Beast Conference, it would be like slapping his face. You can leave. Lin Fei chased away the 3 external helpers. This was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He needed the Heaven's Determination Stone. Since Bai Wuheng could help him get it, Lin Fei naturally had to perform outstandingly. Chasing away these external helpers was the first step. As long as he could make them rely on him, the rest would be simple. Sacred Beast Conference. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I'm afraid all the experts of the Thousand Sky Empire will come. The White Tiger clan was a tycoon. With such amazing benefits, it was just a matter of a word to invite external helpers. Master, this Bai Wuheng isn't simple, Little Devil said. A canopy was projected in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was the only one who could see this sky screen. Inside the canopy, Bai Wuheng was in a secret room, discussing something with someone. Immortal expert. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw through the other party's strength. This Bai Wuheng's methods aren't ordinary. He can get the support of an immortal expert. Lin Fei thought. Young master, you've made the right decision to invite General Lin Fei. The one who spoke was an old man. Between his eyebrows there was a high prestige. With his strength, even if he faced a true immortal expert, he wouldn't be defeated so thoroughly. Bai Wuheng said. The competition in this Sacred Beast Conference is very fierce. I don't know if General Lin Fei can help me reach this step. However, I'm afraid there will be trouble with the Heaven's Determination Stone. The Heaven's Determination Stone is our White Tiger clan's top treasure. In the past, it was tricked by God Emperor Guheng. This time, we must get it from Lin Fei's mouth, the true use of the Heaven's Determination Stone. The old man said coldly. When these words fell into Lin Fei's ears, his complexion couldn't help but change. He was actually tricking me. Lin Fei's complexion turned unsightly. If it wasn't for Little Devil, wouldn't he have been busy in vain? God Emperor Guheng was tricked. They don't know its true use. Lin Fei frowned. Chapter 37-38. It wasn't good news to Lin Fei. 13th young Master Bai had tricked him. If Little Devil hadn't seen it, Lin Fei wouldn't have believed it. Is it the Heaven's Firm Stone? Lin Fei thought. If he wanted to advance further, he had to get the Heaven's Firm Stone. Otherwise, he would be stuck at this realm forever. It wasn't something Lin Fei wanted to see. Staying calm, Lin Fei was listening to the conversation between Bai Wuheng and the old man. Unfortunately, they had just said a few words, but it contained a lot of information which made Lin Fei worry. Master, we can tell them the truth this way. Little Devil analyzed. Because Bai Wuheng needs you now. Without you, it won't be easy to find another expert at the same level as you, especially when the Sacred Beast Conference is approaching. Tell them the truth? Lin Fei couldn't find another reason to retort. I must get the Heaven's Firm Stone. No one can stop me. Bai Wuheng was in a good mood. With General Lin Fei's help, he could catch them unprepared this time. However, the Heaven's Firm Stone had been bothering Bai Wuheng. How to explain it to General Lin Fei was really a headache. Staying in his study room, Bai Wuheng couldn't figure it out. He had to take one step at a time. Master, that general is here. He wants to see you. His subordinate pushed the door open and reported. He wants to see me at this time. Did something happen? Bai Wuheng thought. Invite him in. After a while, the subordinate invited Lin Fei in. General Lin, please sit. Bai Wuheng was polite. Is there something I didn't treat you well? If there is, just tell me. Bai Wuheng didn't think much. If Little Devil hadn't found out about this, Lin Fei would have suffered a big loss. If he couldn't get the Heaven's Firm Stone, it meant he couldn't reach the immortal realm. It was like cutting off one's wealth and killing one's parents. Young Master Bai, I want to know more about the Heaven's Firm Stone. Lin Fei looked at Bai Wuheng and said, I need accurate information. You don't want to fool me. Bai Wuheng thought that Lin Fei would say something, but when he heard it, he didn't know what to say. General Lin Fei, why did you mention this? Bai Wuheng didn't change his visage. I'll give you the Heaven's Firm Fei the stone to you. Bai Wuheng would never have thought that Lin Fei would ask about something that was already decided by the heavens, so he couldn't help but have a bad feeling. Tian said faintly. Lin Fei said. Tian, Lin Fei. Lin Fei. Fei Tian Bai. Tell me. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Lin Fei said. I came because I trusted young Master Bai. But now, Ti Bai said. Tant Fei. Bai Bai Tianchene. General Lin, who did you hear this from? There's definitely no such thing. Bai Wuheng said solemnly. Lin Fei stood up. Since young Master Bai doesn't want to admit it, I can only leave. I believe someone in White Tiger Clan can take out the Heaven's Firm Stone. Leave? No way. Bai Wuheng had endured for so long in order to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Now that Lin Fei had left, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain? General Lin, listen to my explanation. Bai Wuheng couldn't sit still anymore. No matter what, he had to make Lin Fei stay. Lin Fei just wanted to scare Bai Wuheng. General Lin, I have my reasons too. Bai Wuheng smiled bitterly. If possible, I don't want it to be like this. Lin Fei smiled coldly. Now you admit it. Bai Wuheng nodded. The Heaven's Firm Stone wasn't a precious thing before. But after God Emperor Gu Heng cheated the Heaven's Firm Stone, the higher-ups of White Tiger Clan started to suspect it. They thought God Emperor Gu Heng's increase in strength had a lot to do with it. Since then, the Heaven's Firm Stone has been taken care of. After the explanation, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. But what puzzled Lin Fei was that God Emperor Gu Heng didn't seem to reach this step. It was very suspicious where the Heaven's Firm Stone went. I want to hear the main point. General Lin, it's not that I can't take out the Heaven's Firm Stone. Bai Wuheng said. As long as you let me get the first place, I will be qualified to activate the Sacred Beast. Once my bloodline is successfully activated, I will be the future chief. The higher-ups of the clan will allow me to enter the treasury. At that time, I will definitely get the Heaven's Firm Stone for you. Bai Wuheng almost patted his chest to guarantee. This news wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to hear the most. Is there no other way? Lin Fei frowned. He wasn't satisfied with this method. This was a gamble. There was a huge risk. As for barging into the White Tiger Clan's treasury, Lin Fei didn't have the guts to do so at the moment. No matter how much he erupted, he could withstand a true immortal rank expert. But if 3 to 5 of them came out, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, it was Lin Fei who wasn't strong. If he was truly strong, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He could just ask for it directly. Bai Wuheng shook his head. The Heaven's Firm Stone is a very rare and special existence. It was researched by our White Clan. In the entire White Tiger territory, there isn't a third piece. Even in the entire Myriad Sky Empire, there probably isn't a third piece. Master, he isn't lying. Little Fiend had been monitoring Bai Wuheng's every move and analyzing it. It could be said that anything wrong with Bai Wuheng couldn't be hidden from Little Fiend's monitoring. This situation was very bad. Then what's my success rate? Lin Fei asked Little Fiend. At most 20%. Little Fiend said. However, with me it can increase by 30 to 40%. Master has about 60% chance of defeating those external reinforcements. 60%. It was considered high. However, to Lin Fei, he still felt that it wasn't safe. Do I really have to take it one step at a time? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. This kind of thing, leaving it to fate, was not something he liked. General Lin, I'm really sorry about this matter. Bai Wuheng was also helpless. However, he also readily admitted it. Actually, he didn't mean to lie. However, in the current Myriad Sky Empire, there weren't many experts who could become external reinforcements. Are the external reinforcements all pseudo-immortals? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Bai Wuheng nodded. That's the clan's requirement. The difference between pseudo-immortals and true immortals is too big. The clan won't allow it. This was more or less good news. I'll believe you this time. However, I need you to swear. Lin Fei said. If you don't fulfill your promise after obtaining first place, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. All right. Bai Wuheng didn't hesitate. After all, he was in the wrong first. If Lin Fei could stay, making an oath wasn't a big deal. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 37-39. Things seemed to be over for the time being. Lin Fei didn't stay idle either. He continued to arrange Little Devil to monitor every movement in the castle, especially Bai Wuheng and the old man. It would be bad if something went wrong again. Bai Wuheng and the old man naturally didn't know that they were being monitored. Even if the old man was an immortal expert, he couldn't sense Little Devil's existence. Who asked Little Devil to be so arrogant? Fortunately, although Bai Wuheng was suspicious, he didn't believe that Lin Fei had that ability. Lin Fei had seen everything they did after the event. They didn't scheme against him anymore. From their words, it seemed that the first place wasn't that easy to get. Lin Fei didn't care about this. He only cared about Bai Wuheng's attitude. After staying for half a month, Bai Wuheng came to invite Lin Fei to go to the White Bone Ancestors' land. This time, Bai Wuheng wasn't the only one who came with him. That old man was also ordinary, but he was an immortal realm expert. General Lin, I'm counting on you for this Sacred Beast convention. The old man was very polite. I can only say that I'll try my best. Lin Fei said. If I could, I would fight for it. But the gap is too big, so I have to give up. The old man was quite satisfied with this answer. Don't worry this time. Because the ancestors' land changed the rules, it's not impossible to get the first place. The old man said with a smile. This was undoubtedly good news. Lin Fei had Little Devil monitor the castle, so he really didn't know this news. I just found out, the old man said. I believe that those people are the same as me. Lin Fei suddenly understood. If that was the case, then it was normal. Then what will it look like? Lin Fei asked curiously. If it was a pure fight, Lin Fei really couldn't guarantee it. But if it was a different way, it didn't mean that there was no chance. With Little Devil controlling the overall situation, unlimited details could be magnified, which would undoubtedly increase Lin Fei's success rate. I heard that the ancestors' land will be opened. As for the details, we will only know when we get there. The old man smiled bitterly. But at least it is a chance. Master Bai will go with you. He thought that the old man's speech was over. In the end, the old man added another sentence. If there is enough time, General Lin, maybe you can go to the place where the Heaven's Determination Stone is produced. Maybe you will find something. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The white tiger weave was huge. even bigger than the azure dragon weave. Few days later, between the heavens and the earth, a huge white tiger statue towered between the heavens and the earth. This white tiger statue had the head of a tiger and the body of a human. It held a large axe in its hand and made a gesture of splitting the heavens and earth. Although it was just an action, anyone who saw it would feel as if they were facing a super expert, and their minds would suffer a huge impact. Bai Wuheng and the old man seemed to be used to the invisible pressure of the white tiger statue. However, as this was Lin Fei's first time in the white tiger territory, his hair instantly stood on end. It was as if a super powerhouse was staring at him. General Lin, don't resist it. That white tiger statue is the strongest expert of our white tiger clan. Bai Wuheng repeatedly reminded him, and took out a jade talisman from his storage ring. Activate this jade talisman, and you will be able to resist the pressure of the white tiger clan. The white tiger statue was very strong. After activating the jade talisman, the pressure disappeared as if it had never appeared. Master, this statue is very terrifying. The little devil said. It contains extremely terrifying power, and is even the core of the super formation that maintains the white tiger ancestral land, which is also the source of energy. How strong is it? Lin Fei asked curiously. It can easily kill ordinary immortal realm experts. Even the stronger ones will be seriously injured. Lin Fei was very shocked. This white tiger clan was very capable. However, this is good news for Master. The little devil said with a smile. Good news. Lin Fei didn't think so. How could such a strong white tiger statue be considered good news? Master, you only need to know that this is good news. The little devil kept him guessing. Lin Fei still wanted to ask, but as a result, he didn't ask. In front of us is our white tiger clan's ancestral land. Bai Wuheng said. General Lin, after arriving at the ancestral land, I hope you won't wander around. Our white tiger ancestral land is very terrifying. When the warship approached the white tiger ancestral land, an energy pulled over and guided the warship into the predetermined passage. This is the pull of our ancestral land. Without this pull, any warship or expert will be killed as soon as they get close. Bai Wuheng explained. Lin Fei could feel the great terror in the void, the true terror. Touching it would mean death. Even if it was Lin Fei himself, he didn't think he could withstand it. Just the outer area lasted for the time of a stick of incense before entering the white tiger ancestral land. After entering the white tiger ancestral land, the situation inside was completely different. A huge mountain appeared in his field of vision, which he didn't see before. It turned out that the super big formation enveloped the mountain. From the outside, he naturally couldn't see the existence of the mountain. That is our white tiger ancestral land. Bai Wuheng pointed at the mountain. This mountain was very huge. And at this time outside the mountain, there were dozens of warships of different sizes, but each warship's quality was extraordinary. We came a little late, my brothers and sisters are all here. Bai Wuheng looked at those warships and took a deep breath. Oh! Inside the mountain there was a space of its own. When Lin Fei walked in, he was immediately placed in another space. That subtle change, he felt it clearly. White Tiger Clan is really generous. Thinking about it, it's the ancestral land, how can they be so casual? Lin Fei thought. Inside the mountain the space was another space. It was very empty inside. However, at this time there were many people standing in groups of 3 to 5. When Bai Wuheng came in, these people's eyes revealed a smile. But this smile carried a trace of a different meaning. It was a completely disdainful look, and even a hint of mockery. They're all experts. Silently glancing around, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Basically, most of the people here were pseudo-immortal experts. How generous! To be able to invite pseudo-immortal experts as external help, probably only the White Tiger Clan could do it. 13th brother, you really came. While everyone's eyes were filled with mockery, a fat figure walked over. 10th brother. Bai Wuheng said. I had to come. That fat figure was Bai Wuheng's 10th brother, Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu chatted with 13th brother for a while, then saw the motionless Lin Fei. His expression changed. 13th brother. This is the Death Army's great general Lin Fei. Bai Qiu was quite surprised to be able to invite this person. In the recent hundreds of years, this person's name was very famous. Yeah. Bai Wuheng heard the meaning. Something happened. Bai Qiu said in a low voice. 6 princes people are also here. Be careful not to be targeted. Lin Fei also heard the voice, as if Bai Qiu was purposely saying it to him. Chapter 3740. Actually, from the moment he entered, Lin Fei knew. Even if he didn't say it, the little devil had already told him who the 6th prince's people were. Lin Fei was not surprised that the 6th prince's people were here. The fight for the throne of the Wantian Empire had always been very intense. That emperor never stopped them and allowed them to develop. As long as it was within the bottom line, they could do whatever they wanted. That emperor had always believed in ability. When one had ability, strength and so on would also be there. That was how the emperor of the Wantian Empire ascended to the throne. The White Tiger clan was naturally the target of the royal family's roping. Bai Wuheng knew about the matter between General Lin Fei and the 6th prince, but since he was invited, he definitely had to stand on the same side. I understand. Bai Wuheng replied. Bai Qiu didn't say anything else. Lin Fei said to Bai Wuheng, who had returned, I will handle the 6th prince's matter myself. You don't have to worry, you just have to do your own thing. Bai Wuheng nodded. General Lin, you have to be careful of the 6th prince's people. They can do anything. Lin Fei was very indifferent. He had the little devil monitoring the whole situation. If he wanted to use underhanded means, he had to have the ability to do so. Who is that over there? Lin Fei directly looked towards a direction. There stood a young man in a red robe. And behind the young man in a red robe stood a middle-aged man. He looked very ordinary, but under this ordinariness, his strength was actually sealed. My third brother by Tianjing, his name is Tianjing, but this person is not upright at all. He likes to walk the crooked path. Bai Wuheng was also very smart. Could it be that my third brother has a relationship with the 6th prince? Your third brother is very extraordinary, Lin Fei said with a smile. Not ordinary. Bai Wuheng frowned slightly. And at this time Bai Tianjing also looked over and made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Fei. Very arrogant and presumptuous. Consecrator Lin, this kid doesn't look very powerful, Bai Tianjing said. The middle-aged man behind him said calmly, it doesn't seem like much, but he has secured the position of the great general of the Death Legion. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have opposed your highness. Bai Tianjing said. There's something wrong with my 13th brother's head. He could have looked for anyone else, but he chose to look for Lin Fei. The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Fei, retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. Master, that fellow is very treacherous. His strength is sealed in his body, the little demon said. Once it's undone, your strength will skyrocket. At the very least, you will be able to maintain the fighting power of a true immortal for half an hour. In front of the little devil, no one could hide a secret. There's also that guy over there. There's a total of 6 of them with their powers sealed. I'm afraid we'll be able to catch them off guard. Lin Fei admired these people. The White Tiger clan's capabilities were indeed not small. Bai Wuheng probably still foolishly thought that he had a chance of winning. These reinforcements hid their strength very well. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it was exactly the same as the pseudo-immortal realm. In fact, it wasn't. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No wonder there's something like the Heaven's Determination Stone. Lin Fei thought. When we enter the secret realm, you just need to keep an eye on them. To be able to maintain the fighting power of a true immortal realm, this was something he needed to pay attention to. As for the rest, he didn't care at all. Not long after, everyone had arrived. The direct descendants of the White Tiger clan were almost all gathered in one hall. There were more than 100 people, old and young. Among them, there were even several old men with powerful auras. Even though they had restrained their auras, one could still see how powerful the White Tiger clan was. General Lin, the one coming up now is our White Tiger clan's current patriarch, Bai Qishan. Bai Wuheng transmitted his voice. After a middle-aged man appeared, the scene quieted down. An immortal realm expert. The pressure on his body was extremely heavy. In that instant it covered the entire space. This White Tiger patriarch of yours is very strong. Lin Fei had fought with an immortal realm expert before, but this White Tiger patriarch was even stronger. He was at least a veteran immortal realm expert. After Bai Qishan appeared, behind his voice, an illusory white tiger figure was faintly discernible. Welcome back to the ancestral grounds, everyone. Bai Qishan's voice wasn't very loud, but no one dared to ignore it. The Sacred Beast Conference is your only chance to turn things around. Whether or not you can change your past will depend on this time. If it wasn't very long, it instantly gave everyone a boost of adrenaline. Being able to stand in the ancestral grounds as a direct descendant of the White Tiger clan was indeed a chance for everyone to turn things around. The Sacred Beast Conference this time is different from the previous ones, Bai Qishan said. It can be considered a change and at the same time a test for everyone. Everyone's ears perked up. Wait a moment. I will open the White Tiger ancestral grounds, Bai Qishan said. And your mission is very simple. That is to enter the depths of the ancestral grounds and retrieve an item. Opening the ancestral grounds' secret realm. Although the rules were different from what they heard before. But after hearing it for real, the feeling was completely different. The White Tiger ancestral grounds, that was the White Tiger clan's most important place, and it had never been opened. And after you enter the White Tiger ancestral grounds, enter the depths of the White Tiger sinkhole, and retrieve our White Tiger clan's immortal treasure, White Tiger sacred armor. Bai Qishan said. The mission is that simple, whoever brings it out first will be the winner this time, and will be qualified to enter the sacred lake. White Tiger sacred armor. These simple words brought great shock to these young masters of the direct line of descent. This was the White Tiger clan's most powerful treasure. How could it be in the ancestral grounds? Did everyone hear it clearly? Everyone said in unison, yes. General Lin, I'm afraid the competition this time will be very intense. Bai Wuheng transmitted his voice. I really didn't expect that this time, we will be required to retrieve the White Tiger sacred armor. I even suspect that I heard wrongly. Bai Wuheng was obviously in shock. Even his voice was trembling when he spoke. What, this thing's origin is very big? Lin Fei asked. Bai Wuheng took a deep breath. White Tiger sacred armor is our White Tiger clan's strongest armor. When in battle it can be fused and summon the White Tiger sacred beast to fight together. It is equivalent to two immortal experts fighting together. You say its powerful is different. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The White Tiger clan actually had such a good thing. However, I'm afraid that the White Tiger sacred armor is not that easy to get. Bai Wuheng said. It is said that the White Tiger sacred armor was damaged in the war that year, so it was placed in the ancestral grounds to repair. I heard that in the depths, there are generations of White Tiger sacred beast seniors guarding. This time, I really have to trouble General Lin. I will do my best. Lin Fei was curious about that armor. At this time, the White Tiger direct descendant young master's expressions were actually similar to Bai Wuheng's. This was definitely the most different test in history. The difficulty was extremely high. You will have 1 year in the White Tiger ancestral grounds to search for the White Tiger sacred armor. Bai Qishan reminded again. Open the ancestral grounds secret realm. Genius 1 second remember website address. Mobile version. Chapter 3741. The opening of the White Tiger ancestral land was not as troublesome as imagined. To be able to name a territory after a race, there was naturally no need to worry about people daring to spy on the White Tiger ancestral land. After the ancestral land opened, the White Tiger clan's direct descendant young masters had to register one by one before they could be qualified to enter the ancestral land. Even foreign aid needed to be registered. Everything was normal during this period. The foreign experts that were invited were all famous. It was impossible to fish in troubled waters. General Lin, I've heard a lot about you. After it was Bai Wuheng's turn to register, Bai Qishan the Patriarch took the initiative to speak to Lin Fei. Just a false reputation, Lin Fei said with a smile. Rather, I've admired the White Tiger clan for a long time. This time my wish finally came true. Others gave face, so Lin Fei would naturally give face too. After all, this face thing was given by everyone. Lin Fei and Bai Qishan had a simple conversation and ended. This is the White Tiger ancestral land. After entering the mystic realm, a series of roars echoed between heaven and earth. The unparalleled armor on Lin Fei's body also emerged, wrapping his whole body. Under the roar, it automatically formed an attack, hitting the unparalleled armor. The power was not weak. This is our White Tiger clan's ancestral land. It was also Bai Wuheng's first time entering. He was not attacked. I heard that the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan in the past would choose to enter the ancestral land before dying. The roar just now should be transformed from the clan's seniors after they died. Lin Fei and Bai Wuheng were standing on a high mountain at this time. It was just that on this high mountain there was nothing. There was a deathly still aura everywhere. In their surroundings there was even no one who entered before. It seemed that after stepping into the ancestral land mystic realm, it was automatically teleported, considered to give everyone a chance to compete fairly. In that case, you're also very unfamiliar with this place, Bai Wuheng said with a bitter smile. And I'm afraid I'll have to trouble General Lin next. Standing on the high mountain within his field of vision, there were mountains everywhere. You're a member of the White Tiger clan, and even a direct descendant bloodline. Can't you sense it? Lin Fei asked curiously. The mystic realm of the White Tiger ancestral grounds had a great influence on Lin Fei, and it seemed to be exclusive to him. Bai Wuheng shook his head, a trace of awkwardness on his face. These are all marks left behind by the seniors of the clan. They are interwoven together, isolating everything. I can't sense them at all. From the moment he entered, Lin Fei knew that this would happen. Even he couldn't inspect the entire White Tiger ancestral ground. This place was shrouded by a layer of mysterious power, just as Bai Wuheng had said. Fortunately, there was still Little Devil, so there was no rush. Master, I just discovered something interesting. Before Lin Fei could ask, the Little Devil spoke first, but her words were very interesting. Tell me about it. Lin Fei believed that the Little Devil would not let him down. The Little Devil said, I just did a scan and discovered that this ancestral ground seemed to have been rearranged. For example, in the center of this space there is a special blood pool. You definitely wouldn't expect it. If I'm not wrong, that should be the Sacred Beast Pool, a place that can allow the White Tiger clan to be reborn. Don't you think it's very interesting? Hearing this, Lin Fei was really shocked. Really? If it was true, that Bai Qishan was too interesting. On the surface, he made people look for the White Tiger sacred armor, but secretly arranged the Sacred Beast Pool in the ancestral ground. This joke was a bit too big. Test? It was better to say that it was a competition of luck. What an original idea. Lin Fei worshipped Patriarch Bai Qishan 10,000 times. If he didn't have Little Devil, he would definitely be cheated miserably this time. Maybe he would really miss the first place, and having strength was also in vain. It's not easy to go to the Sacred Beast Pool, but who asked him to meet me? Little Devil said. Congratulations, Master. This time, no one can find the Sacred Beast Pool except you. And in the Sacred Beast Pool, there is the White Tiger sacred armor. Bai Wuheng didn't say anything. He noticed that General Lin Fei's expression kept changing, and he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Oh right, have you found any clues about the Heaven's Determination Stone? This was the thing that Lin Fei was most concerned about. Little Devil said. There is no trace of the Heaven's Determination Stone in this secret territory, but Master's trip will not be in vain. You've discovered something. Lin Fei understood what he meant. Master, you should take Bai Wuheng into the Sacred Beast Pool first. Little Devil said with a smile. At this time, White Tiger ancestral ground in the void. Bai Qishan stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. Patriarch, if we do this, won't it be too? They couldn't say anything about the capricious Patriarch. Especially this time, he had really played a huge joke on everyone. Bai Qishan said with a smile, Isn't this good? Our White Tiger clan shouldn't stick to the rules. We must change. I think this is good. Since the Patriarch had said so, the elders behind him didn't dare to say anything. Our White Tiger clan is getting worse with each generation. This time we must find a different Patriarch. Bai Qishan said. I hope those guys won't let me down too much. Bai Qishan dug such a big pit, but he had his own difficulties. General, where are we going? Bai Wuheng didn't understand. He didn't know why he kept flying forward. Young Master Bai, just follow us. Lin Fei said. Believe me, you will definitely not be disappointed. Little Devil pointed the way. Lin Fei and Bai Wuheng moved very quickly. In less than half an hour, there was a layer of obstruction in front. Master, there is a force blocking in front. We must go down from the sky and go forward from the ground. Little Devil said. There are some tests along the way. All right. Lin Fei brought Bai Wuheng down. There were mountains in front, one after another. There didn't seem to be any difference. The arrangement is really perfect. As soon as they entered the mountain path, there was immediately a white tiger phantom. Its strength was not weak. It knew how to hide and attack left and right. Young Master Bai, you should be able to solve this. Bai Wuheng said. No problem. Patriarch Bai Qishan was very disappointed with the few favored disciples, because they were very blind. It seemed that they really followed his words and must find the white tiger divine armor. Wait, this is Bai Wuheng, how did he know? Patriarch Bai Qishan's face changed slightly. Did he leak the news? Impossible. Bai Qishan shook his head. It shouldn't be, it didn't make sense at all. And the elders' faces were also not normal. One must know that Bai Wuheng was the most ordinary among the direct descendants. There was nothing special about him. But now he had barged into the arranged test. How could they accept this? If it was the few favored disciples who entered, they naturally wouldn't think about it. But now the gap was a bit big. Could it be because of General Lin Fei? Bai Qishan's gaze fell on General Lin Fei. Chapter 3742. Bai Qishan had never expected such a situation to occur. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. In the end, he didn't make a move to stop it. It's so easy to enter. There doesn't seem to be any difficulty in the test. Bai Qishan's eyes flickered. No matter how you know, it's your opportunity. But it's not so easy to enter the sacred beast pool. Bai Qishan decided to change. What? The sacred beast pool is at the center of the ancestral secret realm. How can this be? 13. That guy actually went there first. A message appeared in their minds. These disciples of the White Tiger race who were searching for the White Tiger Saint armor all looked at each other in disbelief. What a big joke. Patriarch, is it really okay to fool everyone like this? If it wasn't for the White Tiger Patriarch's voice, probably no one would believe it. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, everyone reacted. They must not let Bai Wuheng get there first. Quickly go. The winner must be me. The people who went and ran to the center from all directions. At the same time, there was guidance in the unseen world. There was no need to worry about mistakes. Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. Really shameless. With the little devil monitoring, the changes in the ancestral land were immediately known. This Bai Wuheng is really unpopular in the White Tiger clan. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. I wanted to sneak in, but now it seems there's no chance. With guidance, it wouldn't take long for these people to rush over. Bai Wuheng's expression changed at this moment, revealing a blank expression. General Lin, I just heard the Patriarch say that I will be tested, could it be? Bai Wuheng wasn't stupid, he seemed to have heard something. Lin Fei said, You guessed right, inside is the sacred beast pool. Bai Wuheng opened his mouth wide. How is this possible? Sacred beast pool. Your brothers are coming. Lin Fei took out the time-space divine spear. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now, follow behind me later, I will send you in. Joking. It wasn't easy to encounter this kind of thing, but in the end, he met a willful patriarch. Lin Fei wouldn't allow anyone to ruin his good fortune. The first place must belong to Bai Wuheng, no one else could do it. Bai Wuheng became nervous and said solemnly, I'll have to trouble General Lin. Go. Lin Fei stabbed out with his spear, blowing away the illusory figure and bringing Bai Wuheng inside. What a powerful power of time and space. Together with the 6 paths of reincarnation, he's planning to enter the sacred beast pool first. Bai Qishan continued to stare. The focus was on Lin Fei. Up until now, Bai Qishan still could not figure out what had gone wrong. Logically speaking, this was something that should be impossible. But the situation right now was truly baffling. These pieces of trash. If we're any later, we'll really miss the opportunity. Bai Qishan was very disappointed in his heart. Look at Bai Wuheng. He usually didn't reveal his talents, but at the critical moment, he found a capable helper. Lin Fei went all out. He led Bai Wuheng all the way inside. Lin Fei did not attack blindly. With the little devil's guidance, he could often use the least amount of power and burst out with the strongest power. Bai Wuheng, who had been following behind, was trembling in fear. If not for Lin Fei leading the way, he would definitely not be able to enter and would have been eliminated long ago. I can feel the aura of the sacred beast pool. The distance was getting closer and closer. Bai Wuheng said happily, his eyes staring at a mountain in front of him, bursting out a bright light. Follow closely. Too fast. Bai Qishan's brows were almost knitted together. He's coming all the way. He's going up the mountain. The last few guarding senior white tiger wills have also been defeated. Bai Qishan had originally planned to use other disciples to pressure Bai Wuheng, creating a certain amount of pressure. But the current situation was completely out of Bai Qishan's expectations. This Lin Fei is clearly a pseudo-immortal expert. How could he pass through so easily? What the hell? The more Bai Qishan watched, the more shocked he became. The other party seemed to be very familiar with this place. This was absolutely inconceivable. He went up. Bai Qishan did not know what to say. His thoughts were completely chaotic. Sacred Beast Pool. A stone tablet with 3 ancient words on it. Bai Wuheng was extremely excited. Coming up so easily, Bai Wuheng felt like he was dreaming. He was actually the first to come up. With just a light jump, he could enter the Sacred Beast Pool. What are you still standing there for? Lin Fei said. Quickly go down and try to activate your bloodline. Once they come up, you won't have a chance. Oh right, the White Tiger Sacred Armor is also in the Sacred Beast Pool. Bai Wuheng took a deep breath. General Lin, I won't let you down. Bai Wuheng was very clear about the current situation. Every second counts. The most crucial point. After a plop, Bai Wuheng jumped into the Sacred Beast Pool. Lin Fei rushed down the mountain. At a certain place on the mountain, it was the narrowest place, a good place to guard. There was only one way up the Sacred Beast Mountain. No one knew if that Bai Qishan deliberately made it, but now it was a good opportunity for Lin Fei. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 cannot pass. This Lin Fei wants to guard the pass. Bai Qishan saw the key point at a glance. Although Bai Wuheng entered the Sacred Beast Pool, he needed time. This was undoubtedly everyone's last chance. Everyone underestimated this General Lin Fei. For the first time, Bai Qishan misjudged. Although he knew that General Lin Fei's influence over the years was not low. But who knew, this General Lin Fei seemed to be very familiar with the White Tiger ancestral grounds. Bai Qishan could not do anything now. He had to wait until the end. No matter what, this matter had to be clarified, otherwise Bai Qishan would be uneasy day and night, always feeling that a hidden danger was lurking. The group of elders behind him, each and every one of them had an ugly expression. The most pessimistic Bai Wuheng, 13th young master Bai, was actually the first to enter the Sacred Beast Pool. It really surprised everyone. Too shocking. Too unexpected. Many people bore a grudge against this General Lin Fei. You are just an external aid. Do you have to be so powerful? Just be an external aid properly? If not for their scruples, many of the elders would have taken action. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The space-time divine spear beside him was stabbed into the ground. They're coming. Several auras appeared very close to this place. These guys are not slow. It's a pity that I beat them to it. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. You can only blame your bad luck for running into me. The little devil laughed. Master, when we defend this place, I reckon that Bai Qishan's expression will become even uglier. Lin Fei said. Isn't it all because of you? When Bai Qishan cannot help but attack, you have to help me think of a way out. Chapter 37-43. So. Numerous strong auras were closing in. Not long later, a young silhouette appeared. He had an imposing appearance and a powerful aura. Within the White Tiger clan, White Bird strength was ranked 5th in the young generation. It was a very strange name, but within the White Tiger clan, no one dared to look down on such a name. Ha ha, didn't expect me to be the fastest. This time, no one can stop me from entering the Saint Beast Pool. White Bird was covered in silver armor and laughed out loud in excitement. His luck was just too good. Behind White Bird were 2 external reinforcements, both at pseudo-immortal realm. There's someone. It's 13th Young Master's reinforcements, Death Corps General Lin Fei. Lin Fei was already famous in the 10,000 Sky Empire. Destroying 2 xenogenic blood pools wasn't something anyone could do. White Bird said in disdain. So what if we guard? Hold him back. I'll head to the Saint Beast pool first. Whitebird was unhappy that Bai Wuheng was the first to find the Saint Beast pool. Why wasn't it him but that ordinary fellow? Luckily there was still time. Sorry everyone, you can't go up this path. Lin Fei smiled. Hua hua. The reincarnation world appeared, one layer after another, forming an obstruction. Whitebird didn't stop. Destroy him. He turned into a streak of silver light and could actually ignore the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation and pass through the 6 worlds. The 2 external reinforcements attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation immediately. Lin Fei stabbed out with his spear, and a figure was forced out of it. I said that no one can go up, at least not now. Lin Fei said indifferently, the time-space divine spear in his hand stabbed out, forcing Whitebird to retreat. Whitebird's face was filled with shock. His speed secret technique had always been his trump card, but it was easily discovered just now. One spear stopped him from advancing and the power of spacetime power made him lose his advantage in battle. That slight pause was something that even Whitebird, who had thick skin and flesh, couldn't handle. Not only could spacetime energy affect people, but it could also affect their strength. It was definitely an opponent that no one wanted to meet. Lin Fei didn't move. He just stood there casually. The time-space divine spear in his hand swept out from time to time. Every time Whitebird couldn't rush over. Damn it, just a little bit more. The distance of one step had become a chasm in Whitebird's eyes. She couldn't cross it in a short time. What are you waiting for? Whitebird swam around, planning to wait for reinforcements to rush in before the 3 of them attacked together to deal with Lin Fei. Master Bai, we can't. This world of samsara is too difficult to break. The 2 external reinforcements were still in high spirits earlier, but after encountering the world of reincarnation, they were continuously trapped inside. Once they broke through the world of reincarnation, they would immediately reappear. This was very bad for them. Whitebird's expression turned ugly. General Lin Fei, as long as you let me go, I will owe you a favor. Whitebird became anxious. The reason why he was able to rush here was because he occupied a close position. If this dragged on for too long, when they came over, the one who would suffer would definitely be him. If he couldn't use force, then he could only use other methods. Whitebird wasn't stupid enough to deal with Lin Fei with his strength. There was still a gap between the 2. If martial strength couldn't do it, then he would use words. He didn't believe that Lin Fei would reject him. After all, the White Tiger race's influence was still huge. Lin Fei smiled. Master Bai, if it was any other time I would definitely give you face. But this time I really can't. I can only apologize. Whitebird took the initiative to raise such a condition. Normal people would find it hard to reject a favor. Rejected. This guy actually rejected it. I am the Bai family's young master, ranked 3rd in the young generation. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Whitebird said coldly. He was furious from embarrassment. This was the first time someone didn't give him face. Lin Fei smiled. I am the general of the Death Army unless you dare to kill me. Whitebird was momentarily speechless. Kill Lin Fei. He really didn't dare. He was the general of the Death Army. Okay, if you want to go over, then you have to take out strength. If not, you can only wait here. Lin Fei said. I don't believe it. Whitebird was furious. He used a secret technique once more and tried to charge over. Lin Fei was still unhurried. With a spear in hand he stabbed and stabbed. Each time he blocked Whitebird's path. So strong. Bai Qishan knew that Lin Fei was amazing. To be able to easily block 2 experts and have a secret technique, Whitebird made Bai Qishan frown. Trash, really trash. Bai Qishan had never paid attention to Lin Fei. Apart from the Death Army having some deterrence, as for this person, Bai Qishan really didn't care about him. The 4 great weaves and the 4 great clans were all lofty existences. Even the princes of the imperial clans would beg them for their support. Lin Fei really wasn't attractive in their eyes. He had no background. The only bright spot was his strength. 5th brother, your speed isn't good enough. When Lin Fei and Whitebird clashed, several auras appeared. Mocking voices spread out from afar. Whitebird's heart sank. Something bad had happened. 3rd brother. This 3rd brother was much more influential than him, and had the support of the 6th prince. Compared to him, the gap between Whitebird and him was huge. The person who rushed over was Bai Tianjing. Behind him was Lin Gongfeng. When Bai Tianjing saw Lin Fei standing alone on the mountain path, he immediately understood what was going on. He was planning to defend the pass. Third brother, you came at the right time. Let's join hands and defeat him first. Whitebird didn't care about being embarrassed. If he didn't defeat Lin Fei, then he could forget about going up. The longer they dragged on, the more Bai Wuheng might activate his Saint Beast bloodline. He couldn't delay anymore. Bai Tianjing said, "There is no need." Lin Gongfeng walked out and stared at Lin Fei. Kill. Direct. The moment Lin Gongfeng attacked, numerous world of reincarnation collapsed. Their strength was totally different. Whitebird's 2 helpers were sent flying. They were in a sorry state and didn't dare to go up anymore. This Lin Gongfeng was much stronger than them. His powerful aura suppressed them invisibly. Lin Fei slashed with the spear in his hand and vast spacetime power spread out. You'll have to get through me first. The moment the spacetime power appeared, it became even more terrifying than before. Lin Gongfeng was really strong. He broke through the world of reincarnation and was about to slash when spacetime power spread out. His expression changed and he slashed it apart. He then stepped over. Blade light slashed and the spacetime power collapsed. Lin Fei, you are too arrogant to use this to block me. Let me see what gives you the right to defend alone. Lin Gongfeng's blade was filled with killing intent. Sorry, you can take a break first. Hua! A giant black hole appeared and covered Lin Gongfeng. Lin Fei stabbed with his spear and hit him. With a walla, Lin Gongfeng was swallowed. Chapter 3744. This scene made Bai Qishan inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. I actually forgot that this Lin Fei not only mastered spacetime ability, but he can also master spatial teleportation. If it was a battle of attrition, Bai Qishan did not think Lin Fei would win. But it was different now. Mastering spacetime ability and spatial teleportation, even if everyone joined forces, they might not be able to break through. This was outsmarting. Bai Qishan was speechless for a moment. Bai Shirshan really found the right person. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to stop everyone. Bai Tianjing was dumbfounded. The strongest Lin Gongfen was teleported away just like that. Did it have to be like this? Do you still want to try? Lin Fei said, but his movements did not stop. The black vortex continued to expand, instantly covering everyone. In the next breath, everyone disappeared. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. This spatial teleportation is also good. Lin Fei smiled and said, in this mystic realm of the ancestral land, no one can withstand it. From the moment he came down to guard the pass, he had made a series of preparations. If they were not as strong as him, he would directly defeat them. If they were on par with him, he would teleport them out. This was enough to buy time for Lin Fei. These people are no longer a concern. Lin Fei smiled. This Bai Wuheng in the sacred beast pool was stable. No one could go up. Next, it was just as Lin Fei had guessed. People kept rushing over. All of them were banished by Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not give them a chance to join forces. The mountain path was empty. Other than Lin Fei himself, there was no one else. This guard lasted for a long time. During this time, waves of White Tiger disciples were repelled. Lin Fei did not feel any pressure, but the White Tiger Prince who was banished was under great pressure. He was on the verge of collapse. Why did he encounter such hooliganism? In the end, they joined forces and launched a powerful attack. Unfortunately for them, Lin Fei's spacetime and the support of the Boundless Land were able to hold them off time and time again. In the end, they were exiled. It's completely stable now. That's it. Bai Qishan said lightly. The next clan leader will be Bai Wuheng. The elders were also smiling bitterly. It was beyond everyone's expectations that things would turn out like this. Bai Wuheng, who no one was optimistic about, easily took the position. Many elders regretted not supporting Bai Wuheng. Boom boom boom. Several days later, a huge illusory figure rushed out of the sacred beast pool. A fierce aura reverberated throughout the entire ancestral land. It's activated. Bai Qishan was overjoyed and immediately rushed to the sacred beast pool. I did it. Bai Wuheng stood on the sacred beast pool, and a mark appeared between his brows. It was the White Tiger Immortal Mark. It was activated and no one could imitate it. Clan leader, I did it. Bai Wuheng cried tears of joy. Bai Qishan looked down on Bai Wuheng before, but with the activation of his bloodline and the appearance of the White Tiger Immortal Mark, Bai Wuheng's existence was completely different. The future of the White Tiger clan. You've worked hard. Bai Qishan heaved a sigh of relief. The hope of the White Tiger clan was almost gone. Lin Fei did not go up. That was the White Tiger clan's private matter. From the movement above the sacred beast pool, Lin Fei was well aware of it. Bai Wuheng succeeded. Actually, from the beginning, the little devil had already reminded him that among all the White Tiger prince, this Bai Wuheng's bloodline was the highest, but it was hidden. In the sacred beast pool, absorbing the essence left behind by past generations, and completely activating his bloodline was a normal thing. Next is the Heaven's Fate Stone. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Don't let me down. The news of Bai Wuheng activating the White Tiger Immortal Mark was blocked. Bai Qishan even had a secret method to hide the Immortal Mark. General Lin, thank you for this time. Bai Wuheng did not come, but Bai Qishan did. The place where they spoke wasn't within the Ancestral Land's mystic realm, but outside the Ancestral Land's mystic realm, in an inconspicuous White Tiger city. In this White Tiger city, lived the elite disciples of the White Tiger clan. At the same time, it was the safest place for the White Tiger clan. No one could barge in. This is his own opportunity, I just gave him a push. Lin Fei said with a smile. Bai Qishan was quite satisfied with Lin Fei's words. At least there was no self-righteousness. I heard that Wuheng agreed to give the Heaven's Fate Stone to General Lin. Bai Qishan said. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed, I am very interested in the Heaven's Fate Stone. This is also the reason why I am willing to help. Clan leader Bai, you won't go back on your words, right? Bai Qishan indeed had an idea. After Bai Wuheng activated the White Tiger Immortal Mark, Bai Qishan arranged for people to protect him and send him to the mystic realm to cultivate. Of course, Bai Qishan also found out about the matter between Bai Wuheng and Lin Fei. If it was anything else, Bai Qishan would not even blink and would give him whatever he wanted. But this time was different. It was the Heaven's Fate Stone. General Lin, you should know that the Heaven's Fate Stone is also very important to the White Tiger clan. Bai Qishan said. Therefore, I hope that General Lin will change your request. As long as you state it, the White Tiger clan will satisfy you. This was not good news at all. Lin Fei's face darkened. Clan leader Bai, do you think I will be interested in other things? Bai Qishan did not want to give the Heaven's Fate Stone, so he spoke to Lin Fei. Bai Qishan did not really care about a general of the Death Army, because he was a true immortal expert. General Lin, as long as you agree, the White Tiger clan will help you with one thing. Bai Qishan said. This is something that ordinary people can never get in their lifetime. I hope you will consider it. Lin Fei did not need the White Tiger clan to do anything. Right now he just wanted the Heaven's Fate Stone. Then what if I insist on not agreeing? Lin Fei said coldly. Bai Qishan thought that Lin Fei would agree. He did not expect him to be so unyielding. This was quite unexpected. General Lin, there is a saying that you should understand. A wise man submits to circumstances. Bai Qishan said. I have already given you enough face by coming to see you. Lin Fei sneered. Then clan leader Bai will not give it to me. Bai Qishan was not afraid of Lin Fei acting recklessly. Everything else is fine, only the Heaven's Fate Stone is not. It is that simple. Lin Fei stood up. I'm very disappointed in your White Tiger clan. I'm determined to get the Heaven's Determination Stone. I hope that Patriarch Bai can take it out. This is a good thing for you and everyone. Bai Qishan laughed. General Lin, I have stated my conditions. It is you who do not agree. Unless you want to cause trouble in the White Tiger clan. Boom! Bai Qishan released his pressure. You should know that you are only a pseudo-immortal expert while I am a true immortal expert. One word from me and your life will not be good. Chapter 3745. Bai Qishan stared at Lin Fei. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. When those imperial princes came over, they were all polite, afraid of offending him. Bai Qishan was already giving Lin Fei face by not asking him to leave. The Heaven's Determination Stone wasn't something you could just ask for. Bai Qishan would never agree to this. He was certain that Lin Fei wouldn't dare to mess around in the White Tiger territory, especially since this was White Tiger City. True experts gathered here. Any pseudo-immortal rank experts wouldn't have a good ending here. Lin Fei met Bai Qishan's gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Are you threatening me, clan leader Bai? As the chief, Bai Qishan naturally wouldn't say such words. General Lin, I'm just advising you out of goodwill. As for threatening, Bai Qishan shook his head. Our White Tiger clan never threatens people. Lin Fei laughed. All right then, farewell. Bai Qishan thought that Lin Fei would lower his head. He didn't expect him to leave after saying that. This was quite unexpected. Good, Bai Qishan thought. He wasn't afraid of Lin Fei talking nonsense. No one would believe him. If it was anything else, Bai Qishan would give it to him, but not the Heaven's Determination Stone. Bai Qishan regretted being tricked by God Emperor Gu Heng back then. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. Outside White Tiger City, the entire White Tiger ancestral grounds was outside. Master, let's do it. Little Devil's words echoed in Lin Fei's ears. Lin Fei could more or less guess some of the reasons. The White Tiger race had suffered a loss in the matter of the Heaven's Determination Stone. If Bai Wuhan hadn't activated his bloodline and activated the White Tiger's divine mark of immortality, there wouldn't be the current situation. Then let's do it with them. Lin Fei was indeed quite angry. The White Tiger clan was burning the bridge after crossing it. If Little Devil hadn't told him a piece of good news, Lin Fei might really have done all this for nothing. But it was different now. Yo, isn't this General Lin? Why are you leaving? Bai Tianjing walked over with a smile on his face. You don't look well. During the day, he purposely came to mock Lin Fei. He had suffered a loss in the secret realm of the ancestral land, so he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. After hearing about the Heaven's Determination Stone, Bai Tianjing was in a good mood, but it was not enough. If he did not vent his anger, it would be too easy for the other party. Do you know that you came at a very bad time? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Bai Tianjing was not afraid at all. He said with a smile, What? Does General Lin dare to attack me? It's not that I want to criticize you, but in the ancestors' land, you wouldn't dare even if you were 100 times more courageous. People call you general outside, but in the ancestors' land you're nothing. Then you're wrong. Whoosh! The power of time and space swept out. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and Bai Tianjing's expression changed. His neck suddenly tightened as a large hand grabbed him and lifted him up. Let me go. The day was struggling and roaring. No hurry. Lin Fei laughed and rushed to the huge White Tiger statue not far away. He stepped on the head of the White Tiger statue and lifted Bai Tianjing with one hand. Bai Qishan, get out here. Let's have a good talk. Boom! Lin Fei's voice echoed in the ancestors' land. Figures flew out one after another. When they saw Lin Fei standing on the head of the White Tiger statue, these White Tiger powerhouses were all furious. That was left by the strongest powerhouse of their White Tiger clan. Lin Fei was blaspheming the faith of the White Tigers. Bastard, get down here. Lin Fei, you're courting death. You dare to catch Bai Tianjing? You're tired of living. One figure after another came up to surround him. Lin Fei lifted Bai Tianjing with one hand and slightly exerted force. Bai Tianjing realized that his life force was slipping away and screamed, Stop! You can't do this to me. The White Tiger powerhouses that rushed up also noticed the change in Bai Tianjing. They gritted their teeth, their eyes were burning with killing intent, and they wished they could immediately cut Lin Fei into pieces. Lin Fei, if you dare to harm a single hair of Bai Tianjing, don't think about having a good ending today. An undying powerhouse walked out from the void. Lin Fei said indifferently, Don't threaten me. I hate being threatened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bai Tianjing's aura weakened a lot. His life force was slipping away even faster. Old ancestor, save me. Bai Tianjing completely panicked. Under the encirclement of powerhouses, he still dared to use the power of time and space. This was killing him. Madman! The powerhouses of the White Tiger clan were enraged once more. This time no one dared to speak. Lin Fei, do you really plan to become enemies with our White Tiger clan? Bai Qishan walked out with an ugly expression. He realized that he underestimated this person. He really dared to make a move in the White Tiger ancestral land. He dared to act recklessly in the White Tiger ancestral land. Bai Qishan also admired Lin Fei's guts. Speak properly, Lin Fei said with a smile. This is a direct descendant disciple. If he really dies of old age, that won't be good. Bai Qishan took a deep breath. What do you want? If Bai Tianjing died in the White Tiger ancestral land, it would become a disgrace to the White Tiger clan. It would be a disgrace that would never be forgotten. Bai Qishan could only calm Lin Fei down first. It's very simple, you know, Lin Fei said. Give me the thing and I'll let young Master Bai regain his freedom. If you don't give it to me, then I don't mind dragging someone to die with me. After all, with young Master Bai dying with me, I can also humiliate your White Tiger clan. I think it's a great deal. Bai Qishan understood that Lin Fei was crazy this time. To even do such a thing like holding the White Tiger clan hostage, this was irreconcilable enmity with the White Tiger clan. Toward this kind of behavior, Bai Qishan could only say that Lin Fei was dead for sure. No problem, Bai Qishan said, but he was sneering in his heart. As long as Bai Tianjing regained his freedom, then you, Lin Fei, could forget about leaving the White Tiger ancestral land. The White Tiger ancestral land was not a place that anyone could be insolent. Lin Fei said with a smile. Actually, Patriarch Bai was like this from the start. You're good, I'm good, everybody's good. This kind of thing that hurts harmony also wouldn't happen. Bai Qishan took out a small black box from inside his storage ring. The thing is inside. Bai Qishan threw the box and floated over. Lin Fei suddenly slammed a fist out, the force hitting on the box. The hard box broke into pieces. A fist-sized, entirely ordinary stone appeared in his field of vision. The moment the box exploded, the corners of Bai Qishan's eyes twitched slightly. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the stone fell into his hand. In the blink of an eye it was put away. Patriarch Bai, don't play tricks. It's so boring, Lin Fei said with a smile. Fortunately, the thing is correct. Then I will also keep my promise. Lin Fei casually swung, and Bai Tianjing was thrown out like a sandbag. He was in an extremely sorry state. The moment Bai Tianjing was thrown out, a total of 4 true immortal experts locked onto Lin Fei. At the same time they attacked at the same time, and heaven and earth suddenly changed. Chapter 3746. White Tiger Tribe's Undying Experts made their move. For Undying Experts instantly unleashed a formation to summon a big multicolored tiger. It was the White Tiger Sacred Beast. 7 colors lit up the entire White Tiger ancestral grounds. At this moment, all the White Tiger disciples were prostrating on the ground. Their faces were filled with fanaticism. The big multicolored tiger roared at Lin Fei. This roar caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The power was precisely locked on to Lin Fei. It didn't expand or shrink. Bai Tianjing didn't give Lin Fei any chance to resist. He directly killed him. If he didn't kill Lin Fei, he wouldn't be able to swallow this. Daring to act presumptuously in White Tiger Tribe, this was his outcome. It would be much easier to deal with the aftermath. It would only take a few words. His Majesty wouldn't say anything. Compared to White Tiger Tribe, Lin Fei was nothing. They want to kill me. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that this was a big shot. Knowing that he was only a pseudo-immortal, summoning a sacred beast to kill him was indeed not giving him any chance to live. When the roar appeared, Lin Fei heard cracking sounds. His body had received an impact. White Tiger Tribe sure is ruthless. Lin Fei's temper rose. Wanting to kill him wasn't that easy. Rise! Lin Fei growled. The entire White Tiger ancestral grounds trembled. Roar! Lin Fei extended his hand. An invisible force enveloped his body, forming an all-around defense. At the same time, a big multicolored tiger appeared behind him. This tiger was bigger and stronger. With a roar, it easily tore apart the 4 Undying Experts' attacks. The aura continued to spread. Bang bang bang. Silhouettes were sent flying. After falling down, they kept vomiting blood. Everyone's expression changed as they stared at the big multicolored tiger in the sky. Old ancestor. When that big multicolored tiger appeared, everyone felt a crushing aura. The strong ones could barely resist, but the weak ones were all lying on the ground, unable to move. How do you know our White Tiger clan's secret technique? Bai Tianjing's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen a ghost. This was left behind by the White Tiger clan's supreme powerhouse ancestor. The power of the old ancestor was left behind in the statue. At the same time, it served as the guardian of the White Tiger ancestral grounds. Now, it was actually being controlled by someone. Bai Tianjing couldn't believe this scene was real even if he was beaten to death. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Isn't it just summoning the ancestor? What's so surprising about that? Roar! The multicolored tiger charged out. The roar was like the heavens and the earth cracked. Everyone's expression changed when they heard it. During the day, the white tiger summoned by the 4 immortal realm experts was devoured in less than 3 breaths' time, causing them to be heavily injured. Kill! The white tiger shook its body and turned into a phantom. The moment the phantom appeared, everyone's breathing became hurried. Even Bai Tianjing was the same. He couldn't move at all, as if time and space had been frozen. The scariest thing was that Bai Tianjing realized that he couldn't control the secret technique anymore. In other words, they were unable to stop the white tiger ancestor from making a move. Bai Tianjing was shocked. The white tiger phantom extended its hand and struck out 4 attacks. Each attack was ever-changing, forcing the 4 immortal realm experts to use all their strength to resist. However, they still couldn't stop it. One by one they were blown away. When they landed, blood flowed from the corner of their mouth. Patriarch Bai, this taste isn't bad, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. However, looking at your appearance, you must be feeling awfully good. The White Tiger clan has thick skin and thick flesh. The White Tiger phantom walked over again. It was the same move again, heavily injuring them once more, making them look battered and exhausted. Who are you? Bai Tianjing was terrified. Lin Fei clasped his hands behind his back. Who am I? I am the great general of the Death Legion. Don't tell me I am not the ancestor of your White Tiger clan. If it was any other time, these 4 immortal realm experts would definitely be furious. However, this time they endured. The Lin Fei in front of them was too scary. He even knew the White Tiger clan's top secret technique. This made them puzzled. For a moment, Lin Fei was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Bai Tianjing was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became dispirited. General Lin Fei, you win. You can take the Heaven's Determination Stone and leave. Bai Tianjing regretted offending Lin Fei. The White Tiger clan's most powerful secret technique was grasped by someone else. This was asking for their lives. The guardian god of the white race had now become the strongest god of war in the eyes of others. How humiliating was this? Bai Tianjing wanted to slap himself 100 times. This time he really lost the bigger picture because of a small gain. He had shot himself in the foot. Let's go. What do you think? The white tiger phantom that had stopped attacked again. Instantly, the 4 immortal realm experts were anxious. They tried to block but were still not its match. This White Tiger clan's protector is really powerful. Lin Fei looked at the 4 immortal realm experts being oppressed. He felt like he was dreaming. No wonder he didn't dare to barge into the White Tiger clan. With this kind of strength, no matter how many immortal realm experts came, they would die without a doubt. Master, I'm awesome, right? The little devil came to take credit. You're really amazing. You can even deduce this secret technique. Lin Fei was also impressed by the little devil. The little devil said proudly, "It's just a small matter. Who asked this white tiger statue to have a clue of the secret technique left by the predecessors? I only needed to deduce it. Master, this white tiger statue is under your control. Within a few hundred years it won't have any threat. Know when to stop, don't play too much." I'm just scaring them. Lin Fei smiled. Immortal realm experts, if I don't scare them, how can they remember me? Since he had already offended them, Lin Fei had nothing to be afraid of. As long as he fused with the Heaven's Determination Stone, his infinite god body could level up. His strength would also increase. In the future, as long as he didn't come to the White Tiger clan, these immortal realm experts wouldn't dare to come and kill him. In any case, he was the great general of the Death Legion. General Lin, quickly stop. We won't pursue this matter anymore. We're willing to apologize. Being chased and beaten by the White Tiger Old Ancestor without any means to resist, Bai Tianjing and the other 3 Immortal Realm experts had no choice but to lower their heads. In a short period of time, injuries would be left all over their bodies. Since they couldn't win, they could only lower their heads. Who asked Lin Fei to hold the initiative now? Apologize, I like this. Lin Fei's heart moved. A list floated in front of them. These are the things I want. Once you've gathered them, I'll leave. You have 3 days to prepare. The White Tiger Old Ancestor returned to stand behind Lin Fei, faintly discernible. We agree. Bai Tianjing helplessly agreed. Genius 1 second remember website. Mobile version. Chapter 3747. White Tiger Ancestral Grounds. Regarding this matter, it was completely forbidden to speak. Once it was spread out, it would greatly affect White Tiger Clan's reputation. As one of the 4 great clans, they ended up in such a sorry state by a pseudo-immortal expert. This would definitely become a big joke. For 3 days, White Tiger Ancestral Grounds emitted a stifling aura. Every day, when they saw that young man standing on the White Tiger statue, the elites of the White Tiger clan wished for nothing more than to go up and kill him. But when they thought of the existence of the White Tiger Old Ancestor, all of them could only gnash their teeth and curse him to die a horrible death. Lin Fei was the calmest one. He just sat on the White Tiger statue for 3 days. During this time, no one dared to come up. The entire White Tiger Ancestral Grounds became quiet. They're here. Lin Fei, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. Bai Tianjing was here. This time it was only him. The other 3 immortal experts didn't appear. Your things are all here. Bai Tianjing threw out several storage rings. Each storage ring was a large space. In these 3 days, Bai Tianjing's expression didn't look good for a single day. Even the other 3 immortal experts didn't have a small opinion of him. After all, this matter was caused by him. This mess would definitely be on his head. Lin Fei grabbed the storage ring. He didn't check it but gave it to the little devil. There was no method that could hide from the little devil's eyes. Master, no problem. The little devil said. Bai Tianjing is quite well behaved. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. White Tiger Clan is really capable. If it was me, I really don't know how long it would take. Lin Fei said gratefully. Patriarch Bai, you guys are really good people. I don't want to be a good person. Bai Tianjing wanted to kill someone. If possible, Bai Tianjing really didn't want to take out such a fortune. In the end, it would all be on his head. Could be said that half of his net worth was gone. I've given you the things. Bai Tianjing was expressionless. When are you leaving the White Tiger Ancestral Land? We don't welcome you here. Bai Tianjing didn't want to see Lin Fei again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack. Every time he saw Lin Fei, he would feel humiliated. It was as if someone was slapping him again and again. Don't worry, I'll definitely leave after I take the things. Lin Fei laughed. After all, I'm just like you. I'm an honest man. I won't burn the bridge after crossing it. Bai Tianjing's eyes twitched. However, before I leave, I think there's something I need to tell you. Lin Fei said. Your White Tiger Clan doesn't have a good reputation. I need you to swear to the heavens that if you come to hunt me down, the entire clan will be wiped out. Bai Tianjing said. General Lin, don't you think this is too much? Lin Fei shook his head. Not at all. You guys didn't keep your word. Of course, if you don't say it, I won't leave. Bai Tianjing couldn't wait for Lin Fei to immediately leave the White Tiger Ancestral Grounds. I'll promise you. After Bai Tianjing swore, his expression was cold. I've sworn the oath. I can leave now. Lin Fei laughed. No problem. I'll leave immediately. Oh right, by the way, I'll tell you something. I've recorded the scene of your 4 immortal experts being oppressed with a recording stone. If your White Tiger Clan wants to be famous, I don't mind helping you. Remember, don't plan on playing any tricks. Bai Tianjing flew into a rage. Bastard, how dare you do such a thing? Bai Tianjing had ordered for the White Tiger Ancestral Grounds to be sealed. It wouldn't be spread out. Fortunately, this was the Ancestral Grounds. As long as Lin Fei didn't say anything, no one outside would know. Who would have thought that Lin Fei was a despicable and shameless guy? He actually used a recording stone to record it. A recording stone could record everything that happened at the scene. It was a must-have item when going out. Why can't I? Lin Fei said. Could it be that you're the only one allowed to do what you want, but I'm not allowed to do the same? That doesn't make sense. However, Patriarch Bai, don't worry. As long as I return to the Death Legion safely, I won't expose the matter of the White Tiger ancestral grounds. Right now, Bai Tianjing had no way of dealing with Lin Fei. This guy was really as cunning as a loach, one after another. We won't do anything to you. I promise. Lin Fei sneered. Sorry, your promise is useless. Bai Tianjing indeed didn't do anything in the end. Instead, he escorted Lin Fei out of the White Tiger weave. Many people were taken aback by this scene. Since when did the Death Legion's great general Lin Fei get so close to the White Tiger clans Bai Tianjing? No one could guess that this was because Bai Tianjing was worried that some of the clan's disciples would act foolishly. As the saying goes, it's easier to invite a god in than to send him away. Bai Tianjing didn't want to bleed again. He knew that Lin Fei had taken advantage of him, but he couldn't say anything. After watching Lin Fei leave the White Tiger weave, Bai Tianjing's expression was gloomy. Lin Fei, our White Tiger clan won't rest until you're dead. Bai Tianjing said this word by word, gritting his teeth. Bai Tianjing had never hated such a person before. Not only did he take away the Heaven's Fate Stone from the White Tiger ancestral grounds, but he also lost half of his wealth. How could he not hate Lin Fei? But he couldn't do anything. He had to be cautious. Patriarch, are we really going to let Lin Fei leave like this? 3 tyrannical figures walked out from the void. They were 3 undying experts. If we don't let him leave, do we want to kill him? Bai Tianjing said. He's proficient in the power of time and space, and can even teleport. Who do you think can stop him? The 3 undying experts fell silent. Indeed, they couldn't stop him. They weren't stupid about this. But when has our White Tiger clan ever suffered such a huge loss? The White Tiger undying experts were unwilling. We have a lot of time to slowly take care of him, Bai Tianjing said. For example, the 6th prince. I believe he will definitely make a move, or the Dark Shadow organization. However, at this time Bai Tianjing didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fei. If this matter was exposed, the White Tiger clan would become a big joke. I reckon Bai Tianjing hates me to the bone right now. Lin Fei sat in the warship. This was an ordinary warship, its speed wasn't fast, around God Emperor level. Master, don't worry, they didn't catch up. Little Fiend said. They are also afraid, but it's inevitable for them to hate you. Lin Fei had Little Fiend. Once someone made a move against him, he could escape immediately. There was nothing to be afraid of. So be it, at least I got what I wanted. Lin Fei smiled. For the Heaven's Fate Stone, I think it's worth offending the White Tiger clan. The Heaven's Fate Stone could stabilize the Infinity Gate. This was enough. Chapter 3748. Lin Fei returned to the Death Core. Along the way, he directly refined the Heaven's Stability Stone. No matter what the White Tiger clan researched, Lin Fei refined it first. Refining the Heaven's Stability Stone was not as troublesome as imagined. The Heaven's Stability Stone seemed to be tailor-made for the Infinity Gate. In just a few days, the Infinity Gate was completely stabilized. Boom! After it was stabilized, the power from the Infinity Gate had obviously been greatly enhanced. Awesome, my efforts were not in vain. Lin Fei laughed. Now that my power has been enhanced, the power of spacetime power will be even greater. Lin Fei called out Little Fiend to help analyze the monitoring. The result was very good. Master, your spacetime power can already affect a true immortal expert. Little Fiend said. Under your spacetime power, any attack power can be weakened by at least 30%. 30%. This was really good news. Great. Although it was only 30% of his power to any Undying Realm expert, it was definitely not a small blow. 30% of the power could easily shorten the distance between the two sides and even reverse the situation. Hee. If I knew about it during the day, I would probably cry and faint again. After being happy, Lin Fei quickly returned to normal. My Infinity Gate stabilized. It is equivalent to breaking through to the 6th level of the Infinite God Body. Lin Fei thought. I wonder if there are any restrictions on breaking through to the 6th level. After Lin Fei stabilized the Infinity Gate, he naturally obtained a piece of information. This information was about the infinite God body. The infinite God body is really terrifying. After looking at it, Lin Fei could not help but secretly take a deep breath. It turned out that from the 6th level onwards, Lin Fei's task was very simple. That was to continuously open the infinite dantian in his body. This infinite dantian was similar to the secret technique he cultivated before, but overall it was of a higher level. There was no comparison between the two. Infinite dantian. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The more condensed, the stronger the body. This information did not mention the method to condense the infinite dantian. If it was an ordinary person, they would probably be dumbfounded. Without the method, how could he condense it? Crossing the river alone to touch the stones? That was definitely courting death. No matter what kind of technique it was, if one relied purely on trial and error, there would only be one outcome, and that was exploding and dying. Countless examples told everyone that blindly deducing techniques was risky. Master, the information on the 6th floor should be missing, the little fiend said. Perhaps the 6th floor needs to be comprehended on its own. Comprehension. Lin Fei was speechless. This was sending people to their deaths, okay? Can you calculate it? No problem, but I need time. Little fiend said. According to my analysis, the last few layers of the infinite God body should be related to the infinite dantian. Lin Fei thought so too. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and analyze it. Lin Fei said. All the way back to the army of death. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble. The White Tiger clan not making a move was long within expectations. Unless the White Tiger clan really wanted to become a joke in the 4 great territories. Looking at it now, the White Tiger clan didn't have that guts. Hanging a joke was not what anyone was willing to do. After returning to the Death Legion, Lin Fei did not manage much. He buried his head in following the little fiend's analysis, concentrating on condensing the infinite dantian. The Death Legion from top to bottom was used to such a great general's style, either on the way to close seclusion or in the midst of it. This cultivation session of Lin Fei's was quite long. A short 1,000 years passed. I didn't expect that the further one reaches this infinite dantian, the longer the time required. Truly a bottomless pit. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Fei opened both eyes, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. 1,000 years condensing 157 infinite dantians, on average, less than 20 in 100 years. This speed is not an ordinary kind of slow. Despite saying so, Lin Fei was still in a very good mood. 157 infinite dantians also let Lin Fei successfully break through to the 8th level. Starting from the 8th level, the little fiend's analysis speed slowed down. According to Lin Fei's calculations, the infinite dantians later, it would probably take 200 to 300 years before he could make one. This was still all thanks to the little fiend. For ordinary people, the time would be extended indefinitely. Lin Fei was actually very satisfied. 157 infinite dantians was enough to let Lin Fei's strength skyrocket. In these 1,000 years, apart from condensing infinite dantians, Lin Fei was pondering moves. Coupled with the little fiend's deduction and analysis, he really figured out a set of powerful spear art. Lin Fei named it Spacetime Spear Art. A very ordinary name. But this power was not what anyone could withstand. 1,000 years' time. The Death Legion's influence kept increasing. The mutants did not dare to fight on the Death Legion's side anymore. Each battle, the mutants suffered a crushing defeat, without any chance of winning. No less than several dozen commanders died. Towards the end, no one was willing to come anymore. The Death Legion became idle all of a sudden. Master, you finally came out of seclusion. When Long Tianhao saw Master Lin Fei, he almost burst into tears. What's wrong? Lin Fei was puzzled. Didn't I just go into seclusion for a while? Look at you, I think someone bullied you. Long Tianhao smiled bitterly. Master, it's good that you came out. If you didn't, our Death Legion would be in chaos. When he was in seclusion, Lin Fei really did not care about the Death Legion. Now that he heard this, it seemed like something had happened to the Death Legion. No hurry. Lin Fei smiled and contacted the little fiend, wanting to know the cause and effect. Although Lin Fei did not pay attention to the Death Legion, the little fiend had been monitoring the entire Death Legion. Nothing could hide from Lin Fei. After a moment, Lin Fei knew the cause and effect. Interesting. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. In that case, all of you are just figureheads. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. Long Tianhao did not dare to raise his head. He is a prince, useless. Lin Fei had thought that the Death Legion would be fine. He did not expect that something would really happen. Ever since 300 years ago, for some reason, a prince had appeared. This prince was very powerful. Although he was only a general of the First Legion, it seemed like he was here to gain experience. In less than 100 years, he easily made Long Tianhao and the others a figurehead. Now, almost the entire Death Legion was under this prince's control. The 4 generals had also been replaced. The reason was all justifiable. If not for the information that the little fiend had given him, Lin Fei would not have believed that such a thing could happen under his watch. Lin Fei did not say anything more about Long Tianhao. There was a reason for this. That prince had the right to do so. He had more influence than Long Tianhao and the others. Long Tianhao knew that the prince was buying people's hearts and so on, but he could not stop it. After 300 years, everything had become like this. It's not your fault, Lin Fei said. They are princes. No matter how high your status is, you are not as good as them. It's normal to lose. Chapter 3749. The 13th prince sat in the camp. The generals and commanders of the army of death sat on his left and right. These people represented the army of death, and the entire army of death had been wiped out. Now that the 13th prince had become the secret controller of the army of death, nothing could be done without his permission. Your Highness, now that we have control of the army of death, we need to make Lin Fei leave on his own accord, one of the generals said. The original 5 generals had all been replaced. The 13th prince had the final say in the army of death, and no one could refute him. Your Highness, what right does Lin Fei have to sit on the great general's seat? It's better for him to step down. Your Highness is the most suitable candidate to be the great general. Who does he think he is? These generals were all under the 13th prince. No one wanted the 13th prince to sit on the great general's seat more than them. There's no rush, no rush. The 13th prince said. I came here to train, not for the great general's seat. Since Great General Lin is doing well, I'll just keep on doing so. It was too eye-catching for him to sit on the great general's seat. Controlling the army of death in private was the most suitable choice. There was nothing more interesting than having a great general voluntarily lower his head. No matter how much power he had, the 13th prince never mentioned being the great general. He always had a faint smile on his face. Your Highness, we just received news that the great general has come out of seclusion. Long Tianhao went over immediately, and Commander Mo Yuan also came over. A trusted aide reported. Everyone present was very indifferent. 1,000 years had passed, and Lin Fei, the great general, had almost never appeared. The army of death had been replaced one generation after another, and with their various efforts, everyone in the army of death only recognized the 13th prince. They did not know that there was a great general like Lin Fei. This was naturally the 13th prince's doing. The best way to destroy someone was not to sneak around or assassinate them, but to make everyone forget about them. Everyone knew that there was such a person, but they did not care. For any superior being, this was a very big blow. It's a good thing that the great general has come out of seclusion, the 13th prince said with a smile. It's time to pay the great general a visit. Oh, the news of Lin Fei coming out of seclusion. It didn't cause much of a commotion within the Death Legion. After 1,000 years, the entire Death Legion had changed several generations of soldiers. Now the soldiers here were basically all new. Everyone was very unfamiliar with this great general. None of the soldiers in the Death Legion had seen this great general before. Now that he heard that he had come out of seclusion, there was naturally nothing to be concerned about. Master, the 13th prince is here. Long Tianhao came in and said. He didn't bring anyone with him. He came alone. Ever since he came out of seclusion, no one had taken the initiative to report to him. Lin Fei knew that the 13th prince was very powerful. Let him in. Lin Fei wanted to see what the 13th prince was up to. Xiao Qian got all the information about the 13th prince from the little demon. The 13th prince was supported by several princes. As for why the 13th prince came to the Death Legion, it was purely to deal with him. Behind this, there was the shadow of the 6th prince, and also the shadows of the other princes. There was even the shadow of the White Tiger clan. The 13th prince had come without bringing anyone. The 13th prince had admired this great general Lin Fei for a long time. As for whether it was true admiration, only the 13th prince knew. I am Huang Jingfeng. Greetings, great general. The 13th prince cupped his hands at Lin Fei as he walked in. He was completely in line with what a general would do. Lin Fei sized up the 13th prince. He was very young. He was filled with a domineering aura. In that domineering aura, Xiao Chun could see great ambition. It would be strange if a prince from the imperial family didn't have ambition. A prince who didn't want to be the emperor wasn't a good emperor. I heard that you came here to train. What do you think of the Death Legion? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The 13th prince was also sizing up Lin Fei. He seemed more ordinary than he had expected, especially that armor which should be the ancient emperor armor. He had entered the false immortal rank. The Death Legion is very good. I have learned a lot here. Lin Fei asked a few questions. The 13th prince responded with ease, and his performance was outstanding and natural. Great general, I have discussed with the other generals. Since you have come out of seclusion, your strength must have improved greatly. We plan to hold a banquet for you, Huang Jingfeng said. We hope that you can come. After all, everyone wants to meet you. No problem, Lin Fei said. When? Tomorrow evening. Got it. Only then did Huang Jingfeng leave. After Huang Jingfeng left, Lin Fei sneered. The imperial family is really bold. Are they planning to hold a banquet to force me to abdicate the throne? Xiao Qin's infinite divine body had broken through to the 8th level. He had condensed 157 infinite dantians. Lin Fei was completely different from 1,000 years ago. Master, I just received news. Long Tianhao came in and reported softly. Something happened in the Azure Dragon Weave. What happened? Lin Fei immediately thought of Long Tianjun. The Azure Dragon Weave is one of the 4 weaves. There are Azure Dragon Weave experts guarding it. How could something happen? Long Tianjun smiled bitterly. Master, you might not believe me when I tell you this, but the Azure Dragon Weave's forbidden zone has been secretly opened by someone. The old monster that was suppressed in the Azure Dragon Weave has been released, and even the experts of the Azure Dragon Weave couldn't stop him. Many of them were even slaughtered. Now the Azure Dragon Weave is in chaos. Lin Fei's expression changed. That can't be. How could something like that happen? Long Tianjun said. I just found out that the forbidden area of the Azure Dragon Weave had suppressed an expert. This time, the Azure Dragon Weave has suffered great losses. Lin Fei didn't know that the Azure Dragon Weave had such a place. Suppressing an old monster? Someone was going to mess up the Azure Dragon Weave. It might even affect the 10,000 Heavens Empire. Lin Fei thought of a phrase, fishing in troubled waters. Is there any movement from the 10,000 Heavens Empire? Lin Fei asked. With such a big thing happening, there must be some movement. I heard that the Empire dispatched 6 great experts to hunt down the old monster. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This is getting interesting. I wonder who has the guts to release the suppressed old monster. They're going to go against the 10,000 Heavens Empire. Long Tianhao frowned. I'm afraid that the same thing will happen in the other 3 weaves. What if every one of them has suppressed an old monster? I heard that these old monsters were the ones who caused the most trouble when the 10,000 Heavens Empire was founded. Each one of them is extremely difficult to kill. They can only be suppressed. That sounded like a cliché. Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile version website M. Chapter 3750. Lin Fei treated the happenings in the Azure Dragon Weave as nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't pay much attention to it. Lin Fei's biggest wish after his infinite god physique had a breakthrough was to cultivate until he reached the 9th level. After that, he would enter the perfect realm and enter the immortal realm. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied with the fact that he still had to rely on external help. The day of the banquet arrived in the blink of an eye. All the higher-ups of the Death Army had arrived. Although it was a welcoming banquet, the higher-ups didn't pay much attention to the general. In the eyes of these upper echelons, the 13th prince would soon become the Grand General, So there was no point in currying favor with Lin Fei. The general is here. It was unknown who shouted. The higher-ups didn't move. Huang Jingfeng stood up. The general is here. Everyone follow me to welcome him. Those from the royal family would always pay attention to the details. For example, the 13th Prince Huang Jingfeng couldn't find anything to defame him in the military. Everything was within the rules. Huang Jingfeng brought the higher-ups of the army out and saw General Lin Fei, who was walking over calmly. Lin Fei only brought Long Tianhao with him tonight. General. Huang Jingfeng walked up to greet him. There were only a few voices behind him. It seemed like they didn't want to speak unless Huang Jingfeng spoke. Why did you bring so many people? Lin Fei said. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Huang Jingfeng said. General, you must be joking. You're the general of the Death Army. Anyone who doesn't come out to welcome you is looking down on you. If he didn't know everything from Little Devil, he might have been fooled. Lin Fei laughed. Are you sure that they care about me, the great general? Huang Jingfeng held this banquet to target Lin Fei. He wanted to let him know that the Death Army was different from before. You were the general back then, a hero that everyone respected. 1,000 years had passed. Who else in the army of death still knows about the great general? Even your trusted aides Long Tianhao and the others have been taken over. Huang Jingfeng wanted to make General Lin Fei a figurehead, making General Lin Fei lower his head. Not only that, but Huang Jingfeng had a deeper purpose. Making Lin Fei yield was the first step. Once the first step was done, there would be a second step or even a third. Everything tonight was crucial. No matter what happened in the end, Huang Jingfeng had a 90% chance of defeating Lin Fei. Inside the banquet, Lin Fei sat at the head of the table while Huang Jingfeng sat below him. The banquet tonight is very sumptuous. Lin Fei glanced at it and smiled. Great general has come out of seclusion. This is a token of my appreciation. Huang Jingfeng said. The higher-ups of the military have worked hard for a year, and it's rare to have such an opportunity. Let's all enjoy it. Lin Fei suddenly said. Can I understand it as Your Highness trying to win the hearts of the people? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Great General, you're wrong. One of the higher-ups stood up. What kind of bribe is this? Isn't it normal to have some good food? We're fighting on the front lines. Huang Jingfeng did not say anything and watched quietly. Making a scene. It was normal. It would be weird if Lin Fei did not make a scene. It was good that he made a scene. What's your name? Lin Fei asked. I'm the general of the 5th Legion, Luo Nanshan. Luo Nanshan said. He even straightened his back and his eyes were filled with coldness. That's a good name. Lin Fei looked at him indifferently. It's a pity that you're not smart enough. Sometimes you can't just say whatever you want. Luo Nanshan had never put the general in his eyes. What was there to be proud of about a guy who was about to be chased away? What do you mean by that? Luo Nanshan was also a pseudo-immortal expert. Since he could become a general, his strength was definitely not weak. General Lin Fei was a pseudo-immortal expert, and he even had the help of treasures. There was nothing to be afraid of. Luo Nanshan did not mind teaching the general a lesson, and letting him know what kind of place he was in. Since 13th Highness did not say anything, Luo Nanshan became even more fearless. Lin Fei shook his head and flicked his finger. If you don't know, then there's no need to know. An unremarkable force landed on Luo Nanshan's body. Ah! Luo Nanshan did not have the time to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he turned into nothingness and disappeared. Luo Nanshan was dead. He was killed in front of everyone. Silence. All of a sudden there was silence. Everyone thought that Luo Nanshan was going to show off and cause General Lin Fei to suffer a loss. It would be a joke. However, everything changed in the blink of an eye. Luo Nanshan was killed in an instant. That was the power of time and space. The higher-ups of the military felt their scalps going numb. The general really dared to kill someone here, and in front of 13th Highness. General, what's the meaning of this? Huang Jingfeng never thought that Lin Fei would kill someone, not to mention right in front of him. This was no different from a slap to his face. Lin Fei said indifferently, nothing much. I'm just cleaning up the scourge in the military. Apart from him, there's also you guys. With a wave of his hand, the space-time energy enveloped everyone. Bang! 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 Explosions occurred one after another. The higher-ups of the military were instantly killed. They did not even have the time to react before they turned into ashes. Since they're scourges, there's no need for them to exist. Your Highness, what do you think? Lin Fei sat down and poured himself a cup of wine. He smiled at 13th Prince. At this moment, Huang Jingfeng could not move. He felt that if he moved, the space-time energy would activate and he would follow in their footsteps. They deserved to die. Huang Jingfeng enunciated each and every word clearly. He didn't even realize that his voice was trembling. He had spent a long time and paid a huge price to recruit these people. In the end, General Lin Fei actually dared to kill all the higher-ups after coming out of seclusion. How dare he kill them all? Isn't he afraid of the Empire's punishment? Huang Jingfeng could not figure it out. This was completely different from what he had expected. The Death Army is not for them to act like they want. Lin Fei took a sip and said, "In the army, he was arrogant and did not take me, the great general, seriously. Even if he killed him, it would be pointless. 13th Prince, what do you think?" Huang Jingfeng felt a chill down his spine. The power of space and time pierced through his fleshly body, forming numerous seeds inside of him. Before long, they filled his entire body, filled with a terrifying aura of death. "Remember, you're just a general of the Death Army," Lin Fei said calmly. "For example, right now, a single word from me can make you live or die." Huang Jingfeng broke out in a cold sweat. His face was deathly pale. "It's the same even if you're a prince.